And we are live. Okay. Hey everybody. My name's Stumpster. I'm joined here by Core. We're gonna be doing an oh man, I'm gonna screw up the name every single time. I'm just gonna call it the Anzac expansion review set because I swear I cannot pronounce Oceania Storm or Oceania Storm. Like it trips me up every time. How you doing today, Core?
I'm doing good.
All right, you ready to hit this? I know we've got I don't know, what is it, 180 slides or something like that we got to get through. So it's
Oh yeah, I'm very excited for this.
uh
There's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about.
yeah, so just to give folks some context, so we had both Core and myself will have gone through separately and scored these cards. So there's let's just go with some disagreements. I think those will be interesting. Um, but first, just wanted to give a little bit of an overview in case you've been hiding under a rock about what the set is, what the features are, what is in here that is new to the Anzac expansion. So the big new keyword in this set is called forecast. The way forecast works is that when you play a card with forecast, you'd be presented an option of three choices, which is sunny, rain, or storm. Those cards all have subsets then of a 2, 4, and 6 cost card that you can then select from them, and each one has themes. So Sun usually focuses on more offensive plays. Rain is usually defensive, and Storm is usually some sort of removal or board interaction. Um, Anything you want to add in there? I was just trying to give a quick overview, and then we can go through the actual cards that get generated on the next couple slides.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much exactly it. Also, I just realized the microphone was incorrect the entire time, so it should be on the right one now.
Okay, yeah, you sound a lot better. Okay.
Oh yeah.
um,
But yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it is. Sun is gonna be the stuff that are
oop,
slightly more controlling a Gale is burn.
you're cutting out a little bit there. Do you want
Oh,
to?
I will fix that.
Okay. While he's doing that, I can talk through real quick. So sort of the sun cards, like I had mentioned. So basically, what'll happen is after you select Sunny, you get one of the choices of the 2 slot, one of the choices of the 4 slot, one of the choices of the 6 slot. Then this goes into your hand, and you can cast it later. Again, Sun focusing on offensive cards, so lots of attack buffs, deployment effects, blitz, things like that. I guess for these, I don't think we've gone through and given any of these scores, but anything that stands out to you is like one that if you're playing a Sunny card that you're really hoping to see, or like an unusual effect for the cost.
So there's a couple of these that I'm like really interested in. So first and foremost, obviously the 2 credit heat wave number 2, +1 attack, and your units operate for 1 less is
Yeah,
like insane. That is like generically available to forecast nations because I have spoken a lot about like weather tempo. Or like US or Japan weather tempo, and this is exactly the type of weather that you want to take if you're playing like weather tempo, because you're going to be playing a bunch of like one operation aircraft, and this just really enables that. And I'm also very interested in some of the stuff that like adds units to your support line and pins them, because there is some really quirky things you can do with some of the upcoming cards that I'm also very interested in.
yeah. I think the one that I don't know if it'll be any good, but I think it'll be very funny is the 6 cost just dump your hand onto the board. Because I again, it's like you can't build a deck planning for that, right? Because you're only going to see one of those 6 cost cards, but every now and then you'll grab that, and it'll just be like, oh, this is going to be hilarious, and just like vomit everything from your hand there. Um, all right, so next one's going to be Rain. So again, kind of pivoting from Sun, which is more offensive tempo focused, to Rain, which is certainly more defensive, slowing the game down focused. I know that there was some uh I feel like reaction to the monsoon rain, the first 6 cost one that got shown there, um, which yeah, the destroy and discard until everything's equal on board. It's basically I'm gonna flip the table, the card, which is I think hilarious, but I could understand why that would be extremely frustrating as a like random effect that you've potentially been given. Any other ones that stand out to you for this set?
Well, like you said, the 6 cost monsoon is a little bit absurd. The last thing I needed was to be playing against restore balance in cards. But from like the rest of the rain stuff, I think Torrential Rain 3, the draw 3
Oh, okay.
discard one, is
Yep.
going to be very, very good. Just again, generically available to nations like US that historically struggle for reasonable card draw. Torrential Rain just gives you a very on rate good piece of card selection. And I also think that there's the 2K Deluge that distributes 6 defense is very, very good for like slightly more defensive plays because you can just forecast it early and like, hey, I've got a thing on board, maybe I've got a Seahawk. I'm okay with the Seahawk being a 1/6 and restoring 3 to my HQ at the same time. It just seems like reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, the one in that set that I was thought was interesting was the okay, we're gonna have a more generic kind of a neutral suppress card that's out there, because I felt
Hmm.
like they were kind of trying to like pivot away a little bit from having as much suppression in the game with, things that have been, added to Evergreen and stuff like that. So for this to also kind of throw that as an option, obviously it's only, you only have a 1 in 3 chance of seeing it, but every now and then I feel like, oh, you're gonna have suppress in a nation that you really didn't like. You didn't plan for, a Japan deck to necessarily have access to
Yeah.
suppression, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you have that now, and I guess I could have planned to play around that. I guess from the other player's side, they are not seeing the card that you get from this, right? Like they just see that you've played a forecast card. Do you know how that functions?
So the way it works is when you forecast and you're given the option of which weather you want, your opponent will be made aware. Both, I think they're shown like it'll be sunny, it'll be rainy, or it'll be stormy when you pick it, and also there'll be like a board FX that plays like representing
Mm,
each weather.
okay.
So they will have information as to which weather you've taken, but they won't know like what cost.
Okay, what subset you've selected out of it?
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then next one is Storm. This one is, like I said, much more like removal, and I don't know, just kind of a lot of impacts on the board. I think that, at least for me, the ones that were interesting here, I liked all of the ones in the 4 slot. Is I feel like the being able to retreat a unit, destroy a unit for 4 is like, okay, this is a potential like lot of slowing your opponent down, and depending on what you're able to target with, you can like plan around like, hey, bounce a small thing, remove their big thing. And Tropical Storm is funny to me just because it's like, I feel like the randomness of it is shenanigans. Maybe it's not that great, but like I like the idea. But the Tropical Storm set 1, the okay, you're just gonna shuffle everything away. It's what's the Japanese card that does that same sort of effect, right? Where it's, you shuffle everything and draw a new hand.
Oh, oh God, what's it? It got rotated. It was from Winter War.
Yeah,
Um, oh, so both players shuffle. You both draw 4.
yeah.
Oh, I can't think of the name.
Because I always thought that was an interesting, like, oh, this is a good
Take
potential.
Liberty.
Yes,
Take
thank you,
Liberty.
Tank Liberty. uh and that's one where I was always like, oh, this is an interesting tech card in a game where it's like, okay, if there's a lot of combo decks that are going to be around, just being like, you know what, no, get rid of your stuff, I don't want you to have a bunch of stuff in hand. And I feel like there are potentially going to be a lot of decks that hits this time around, with how much of the neutral cards might exist in the game.
Hmm. Yeah, there's some really interesting stuff in the Storm category. The 2 credit retreat, I think, if tokens becomes really, really meta relevant, the
Mm,
2 credit retreat under Storm is going to be very, very good. Just send all light infantry back to the sport line and back to hand. Um, I think that reads fairly powerful. The 4 credit deal 3 and then repeat with 2 and 1 is also, I think, very, very good if you're playing like an aggressive or tempo deck. You just aim 3 at their thing and then deal 3 to HQ if they've only one thing in play. And I think of the 6 costs, Cyclone 2 and 3 are both very good.
yeah.
Cyclone 2 for control, very, very good. Just a very cheap board clear. And Cyclone number 3, just like cheap burn or like reasonable burn. You can just deal 5 to the HQ, deal 2 to the things next to it is very, very good as well.
Okay. Cool. Well, we can go ahead and actually start getting into it. So first off, just wanted to talk through real quick. So both Core and I gave scores between 1 and 5 for each of these cards. I'm not sure the rubric that you used, Core, but my general thing that I try to aim or score around is my idea is like, hey, if you've got a 1-star card, it's like this probably isn't even a card that you would want to draft. It's definitely not constructed appropriate. It's very much, maybe it's not pack filler, but it's just something where it's like there's not a place for this at all, and it seems maybe overcosted, underpowered, whatever mix is there. 2-star cards are things where it's like, hey, maybe this is fine in draft, but you might see edge play in like a tier 3 deck, right? Like this isn't setting the world on fire, but maybe you see it infrequently. Tier 3 is where you start to step into those cards, or 3-star where you start to step into cards where it's like, maybe this is a soft include in like a tier 1 deck or a core part of like a tier 2 deck. And 4-star is where you start to get into like, hey, these are the meat and potatoes staples that you're going to see a lot of, and 5-stars are the kinds of things that are like, if you're playing a deck, you're expecting that to be in there like 100% of the time, right? Like it's the kind of thing that defines the meta or is going to be a auto include for decks of that nation. Almost doesn't matter what type of deck it is, right? How did you score things? Just so I know we're kind of where we're coming from.
Pretty much on the exact same scale.
Okay.
For me, like 5-star cards could either be deck defining pieces, they could be nation staples that you're going to see across most archetypes in that nation. 4-star cards are going to be cards that you see frequently in tier 1, tier 2 decks, potentially like deck defining for tier 2 decks. 3-star cards are like mediocre to good cards that you're expecting to maybe see every now and again on ladder. 2-star cards are cards that are just like bad to mid, things that you might see people experiment but won't necessarily stick around in the metagame post expansion launch. And then 1-star cards are just garbage poo poo.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so hopping in. So the order that I go in is that basically we're gonna go in from commons, uncommons, specials, elites, and increasing in cost. So this isn't in the release order of the cards, but instead in order of just sort of ramping in rarity and ramping in cost. So the first card that we have here is the number 46 commando. So 1 cost, 1/1 infantry, 1 operation. Deployment, you add a blast and a plan to your hand. And our scores for this one, I gave it a 3, and whoop, Core's camera is over his star rating. So let me shift that a little bit. There we go. All right. Core's got a 4 on there. So I guess go ahead. You are rating this one a bit higher than I am. What are you thinking here?
So I do think this is going to see play in like a lot of Brit decks. The main thing about it is you're developing a 1/1, like particularly versus like when you compare this to something like Protected Convoy, this is much better in a lot more matchups because the production, while it's nice to be able to ramp you into a wave after wave on 5 potentially, the blast is going to have much more early game utility versus decks like Jagro, and you're still getting the plan to fill gaps in your curve when you're not necessarily doing much, just being able to cycle it out. I just think that playing a 1/1 that immediately answers a turn 1 cavalry regiment from the opponent is just so important for Brit decks that have historically like not had very good one drops or early game answers. Now, obviously, we've had Middlesex Regiment, which has been like in every Brit deck since its release, and I think this goes like right alongside it as just a phenomenal 1-drop for most Brit decks outside of like the hyper aggro stuff.
Yeah, and I guess to back up just a little bit because I realized I hadn't mentioned it. So Blast is a new neutral card that's being introduced in this expansion that is a 0 cost to deal 1 damage to a unit. So very straightforward. Just basically, it's a card that pings a thing on board. I am maybe a little lower on this just because I'm there's a lot of other cards that we're going to see in this expansion that deal a lot with the neutral cards, these sort of blast, plan, production, etc. And I'm not as sold on that deck being like a high end deck. I do think this card is a very, very good 1-drop, but I don't think this is a card that necessarily moves the needle to make that deck more or less viable. And like you said, like I think Britain already has a pretty good number of like 1-drops that, unless you're running that deck, seem like they might be better or more appropriate fits, right? Like whether it's Middlesex or, I mean, even something like Welsh Guards, right, is still like I might see play every now and then. Maybe not as much with buffs not being as prevalent, but yeah. Okay. So moving on to the next one. So we've got the Tigers. This is a 4-cost 1-op infantry. It's a 3/5 guard, and it gets +1/+1 when you play a card that did not start in your deck. So like we were just talking about with productions, plans, blasts, as well as there will be other cards that give you things that didn't start there that might be units. But both of us are not fans. So I can go ahead and start this one off because I think we kind of agree on this one. So first off, this is a card that, as it stands, right, this is a sort of below rate for the actual just the stats that are here, right? So you need to be playing this alongside, ideally, one card to kind of get it up to rate so that it's a 4/6. But then even after that point, like, it's pretty slow to ramp up to become threatening. And there's a lot of other better payoff cards if you are running this sort of like not start in deck. So yeah, it just seems like this is kind of missing some efficiency there, where you would, even if you're running a deck that has all these things that didn't start there, you would almost rather just have something else in a 4 slot, even if it doesn't benefit from those cards being played, just because it'd be naturally a better card. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I just think it takes a little bit too long to get rolling is like the biggest issue. Again, like you mentioned, the stats are not great, particularly like my point of comparison for this was the Cromwell, the 3/5 heavy armor Cromwell, which has much more utility across the board. So yeah, it's just not good on rate, and it takes too long to get rolling. I will say it does have like slight niche application if you really want to force the blast deck, because if you're if you have a handful of blasts and your opponent has no board, you have to point your blast at something to trigger your small insks and whatnot. And at least this gains +1/+1 every time you play a blast, so you can't kill it with the blasts. So you can just point it at the Tigers if you just need to like get blast out of hand to trigger small insks. So it does have that going for it, but like that is so unbelievably corner case that it's probably not even worth considering.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So next one we've got is 46 Indian Brigades. This is a 3-cost 1-op infantry. It's 3/4. The deployment effect is that you draw a card from your deck that did not start there, and you gain +1/+1 in blitz if you do. So if you get the potential payoff here, this is a 4/5 blitz infantry, which, hey, that's not a bad stat line. But it requires that A, you have to have a card that's in your deck that didn't start there, and B, you actually want that card, which sometimes you might not. So for this one, let's see. I had it a little higher than you did. I think I I don't know if there'd be a place for this yet. Even with some of the cards that we'll see later in this expansion, but I'm kind of leaving it open till, hey, in the future, like if this deck of get stuff out of it that didn't start there ends up being a thing in the future, it's like, okay, 46th Indian is probably going to be like, maybe you include one or two of to act as a card that just naturally draws you the thing that you want. I think the whole problem with the entire concept is the fact that it's like resistance is just made evergreen, and it's powerful. It's seeing a lot of play. So any of the stuff that just says draw a card from your deck that didn't start there is going to be kneecapped by resistance existing. Like, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. We both reference resistance in our notes on this card, which says a lot.
Yeah.
It's a powerful effect, tutoring specific things regardless of whether or not they start in your deck, because there are ways to control what's going into your deck. So like having the targeted tutor is in theory quite powerful, but it is completely mucked by things like resistance, and resistance is not hard to like build up a lot of in the opponent's deck very quickly. But yeah, I think like even on rate, it's never going, or well, I say never. It's not going to be online on curve often enough to like justify playing this early. So you're waiting until like the mid or late stages of the game to deploy your 3-drop to draw something from your deck, and I just don't think that's ever going to be necessarily worth it. Now, unless we get some like 1 or 2 drops that shuffle in things that you really want to draw, then maybe it'll be worth considering. But like right now, from what we've seen from the set, the only early game thing that does shuffle in is going to be like Colossus.
Yeah.
And boy, have I got things to say about Colossus, but none of them are positive. So
we'll save that one for that review. I did want to piggyback off of one of the things that you said, which is like, hey, like resistance can build up pretty quick in your deck. I think the problem is that you don't even really need it to build up quickly in your deck to like neuter this whole concept, because if you're building a deck with the express intent of I'm going to put something in my deck and I want to draw that thing explicitly, like you are not going to be putting that much stuff in your deck, right? So like you might be shuffling in 1 card, maybe 2, which means as soon as someone plays even the really cheap resistance order that puts like, 2 resistance cards in your deck, or like the 3-cost one that puts 3 and heal 6, it's like you now have a 50% or greater chance of drawing a resistance card, and that's from 1 play, right? Like that it has kneecapped you effectively. That's before they really start to get out of control and like throw in like the 5 damage, shuffle the difference into your deck, and 2 or 3 other resistance cards. It's like, okay, yeah, if you're at the point where there's like 8, 9, 10 resistance cards in your deck, then yeah, these are you're doomed, man.
they're hopeless. Yeah,
like these are gonna come down and pin themselves, right? Is basically what's gonna happen.
Well, on one hand, they could be seen as anti-resistance tech because you can use them to forcefully draw resistances out of your deck, so you don't draw them on key turns, I guess.
Maybe. That seems like a big sacrifice you're making, though.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, if this came down and instead of Blitz it got Guard, then maybe that would make more sense, right? Because it's like, okay, this comes down as 4 or 5, but it's got Guard, so I don't care if it's pinned because, hey, you've got to attack into it anyway, right? But yeah, anyway, okay, we're getting off the beaten track here. So the next card is so this one, I feel like we had 5, 6 cards that got dropped earlier this morning. So this is one of them, Arium Bombardment. It's a 5-cost order. Add a Landcaster Mark 1 to your support line. Shuffle it into your deck at the end of the turn. I realize that, like I said, these were dropped earlier today, and these are out of order because this is a common card, not an uncommon card, but oh well. So my bad for slight misordering of cards here. Both of us are extremely high on this card. So go ahead and you can start this one off.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one that is high on this card, because when I was thinking about it, I was like, this might be like a 4-star card. I was like, am I crazy? This is like, but it's just the rate on this is so unbelievably good. You're paying 8 credits for 7 damage, most likely going into the HQ. That is, like, if you squint at it, it's a slightly better Bismarck that you can play multiples of. Like, yeah, it can be blocked by fighters, but this also switches on the newly buffed precision bombing. So like you can play this on 8, 0 cost to destroy a thing and swing for 7. So like I said in my notes that this most likely is good enough to see play in ramp alone by itself without any of like the not started in deck package, because it's so much damage for the credits you're investing, and it gives you excess value in the form of the shuffled in Lancasters. But even beyond that, this slots into an already like widely played deck in the meta, which is the Britain-Japan burn deck. Which, like, if Brit-Japan could play Bismarck, it would. And now it gets to play 4 of them if it really wants to. Not only that, it has Shuffle written on it, which triggers the Sabe regiment that they're also running. And it adds a bomber into the deck to trigger their Flight to Oblivions if they've drawn their Lancasters. So it's such a multifaceted, it's a very unassuming card on the surface, but the more you look at it, the better it gets.
Yeah. Yep. No, I 100% agree. I think the only thing that I have is that it's like, I don't know, like even if I really like this card, I don't know if I'd be brave enough to run 4. Like it's one of those cards where I'm like, you could have probably made this a special instead of a common, and that would have been totally fine, right? Like,
yeah, I think the correct ratio is probably 3 of these, because like 3 of these is enough to kill to kill a player because it's 21 damage from hand, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think 3 of these is the magic number, but goddamn, this thing is I think going to be pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, well, we'll move on. So, planned attack. So this is a 2-cost order. You choose one, you deal 2, add a plan to your hand, or draw a card and add a blast to your hand. So, we differ a little bit on this one. I think this kind of again goes back to me just being less sold on this whole like neutral deck idea, where it seems like this is a card where you have some flexibility in playing this because, you know, okay, 2-cost deal 2 is okay, right? It's fine. And then adding a plan to your hand to play later is yeah, that's something. I don't know if you'd really want the second half of the card usually, because I think the first half is just noticeably better. I would almost always rather have the 2-cost add a plan than cycle and have a delayed 1 damage. But I'm not sold on this deck existing, and I feel like even if it does, there might be other more premium removal cards that you might want to add instead, and like you'd sacrifice the like, okay, you know what, I don't need 1 extra plan for this deck. I would rather have something that is just a better natural removal card than planned attack. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's not even a case of specifically the neutral deck. For me, it's more a case of specifically blasts.
Mm.
I think that if you're playing a neutral focus deck, you are going to be playing Brit Soviet. You're going to be playing blasts. You are going to be entirely built around Royal Sussex and Smolensk. So that's what I'm looking at this through the lens of, is basically a slower variant of like Commandos that wants to go longer and has a little bit more value in the tank. So that's why I'm a little bit higher on these in general. I'm looking specifically at the blast stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I do agree that you pretty much never take the second mode on this. The first mode is the best mode, just 2 credit, deal 2, and get a little bit of value later, as opposed to 2 credits, draw, and deal 1. Like, you're still spending roughly the same to draw, and it's just like worse damage output. So yeah, I do think that you pretty much always take the first mode, unless you don't have the credits to cycle off the plan, or if you like need the blast right now to deal with like something very specific, or like if you have to trigger one of your blast synergies that moment, then maybe you take it. But yeah, I do think this is going to see play if the blast deck, specifically the blast deck, is playable. Other than that, probably won't see the light of day.
Well, so I've got a question for you then, because if you don't want to run the second half of the card, then why would you want to run this in blast deck?
Because with 2 of the cards we're going to be talking about in a moment, this is very, very
good.
I
see. So this you aren't playing this necessarily for the fact that it has blast on it, but because it pairs together with the cards that you would already have in that deck anyways.
Yes, because of Sussex and Carrier, which we'll talk about.
Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on then. So we've got Biscuit Boys. Biscuit Boys is a 2-cost 1-op infantry, 1/4 guard, and it's Nega Commandos. Your HQ gains 1 defense when you play a neutral card. I think this card's hot trash. I'll be honest. I feel like again, I feel like consistently it's like I don't think this neutral deck is a thing, and I feel like even if it was, like, Britain has better health gain cards already in the form of Honey that is just more reliable, right? And that I just don't feel like this has the payoff that it would need to have. I mean, maybe you're in a game state where it's like, hey, you could potentially have multiple of these and you just dump your hand while there's like Royal Sussex on the board, which again we'll talk about in a minute, because that's the kind of thing that makes this whole shenanigans work. And you know, okay, you have like 14 life gain in 1 turn or something insane, right? Like maybe there's some crazy payoff that you can do with this, but I don't know, I'm just not sold.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sold on this card. I have given this a lower rating than most of the other blast support. What interests me is that you can play 43 on turn 1, you can play Biscuit Boys on turn 2, and then immediately fire the blast at something, which then immediately, like, you've developed a 1/4 guard, removed their thing, and healed for 1, which, like, doesn't sound like a terrible play pattern or a terrible line versus aggro decks. So it depends on exactly, like, how many blasts you're generating and how many neutral cards you're generating in general for this, like, to really start, because it can in theory gain you a lot of health a lot quicker than something like Honey can,
Sure.
because you're able to generate blasts and productions relatively quickly. So it does have a, like, reasonably high ceiling on it. It's just the consistency of that ceiling. That's what is concerning. Again, it might see play in the blast deck. This is one of the cards I'm not sold on in the blast deck, but it might see experimentation at the very least.
Yeah, I guess my take on it was I felt like the blast deck is already pretty good potentially into aggro, that like having a 2-drop that gains you health to sort of deal with aggro is like, okay, you're kind of leaning into the thing that you seem like you already have a good response for, just because the 0 cost deal 1 damage is such a potentially good anti-aggro tool already,
Yeah.
that it's like you kind of want to have like the life gain to be more impactful for like the, you know, potential like mid-range or control matchups. And that's where it's like, I feel like you'd want to have sort of more the Honey side, where it's like, okay, just kind of have that continual life gain effect, because in order to deal with those other decks, you kind of need to have the big pop-off turn, so you don't want to like spend it all on Biscuit Boys to gain like 6 health for your HQ, right? Anyway, so next one is Colossus. So this is a 1 cost order. You copy 3 random orders in the enemy deck, shuffle them into yours, and then you also give those 3 cards draw a card. Both of us don't think this card's very good, and my impression, I've tried to stay away as much as possible from reading anything like on the KARDS server, so I can come in as cleanly as possible. But even with that, I know that there has been a lot of discussion about this, right? I think that this card is very fun, but I think this card is bad. Because almost always, like, copying random stuff out of an enemy deck is going to be worse than the cards that you already have in your deck, right? So, and that's before you even get into cards that like potentially you copy stuff and it's unplayable. Like if you copy a, you know, expansion, it's like, great, you've managed to just like cost yourself a mana to need to play it to then draw the card that you would have drawn anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe there is like a place for this in an extremely heavy control meta, where you know that the decks that your opponents are playing are the types of things that you would want to play as well, but that seems like that would be few and far between. And I think, again, it's fun. I don't think it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 100% agree. Like, the takes I have seen on this card, on like the card reveal thread, are so like magical Christmas land. Like that, people think that they are going to queue into exclusively the greediest control decks at all times, probably because that is what most of ladder plays most of the time. But the fact of the matter is, when you queue into Jagro and you play Colossus and you draw that one sweet copy of Command Failure that they're running that has no targets in the Jagro deck outside of exactly Dina, and you're like, cool, I have this 3k tax on my next card draw. That is sick. You're spending credits to handlock yourself later in the game. It's so dumb that people think this is going to be so powerful. And I'm willing to eat my words on this if this ends up being incredibly potent. But I don't think that is the world we live in. Yeah, it's going to be fun. And if the meta is like nothing but control mirrors, this is going to be very, very good, because you can just copy a research, you can copy a win condition out of the opponent's deck potentially. But that is not how the game is most of the time. Like, in my notes, I brought up the Polish order that adds a copy of an order from your opponent's deck to your hand and heals you for it. That sees zero play because the outcomes of that are usually terrible. And this is going to be much the same, except it has the further downside of adding them to your deck instead of your hand.
Yeah.
And then if you draw them and they're dead, you have to pay the credits to cycle them. So yeah, I am not a big believer in this. I give it a 2 because it's going to see play because people will be playing this.
Oh,
I would
it's
have
gonna
given
be
it a 1 if I could have.
it'd be great for farming content because it's like, oh, I played Colossus and copied like their research and like, you know, their I don't know, the trying to remember any of the monastery or something like that. It's like I copied the 3 best orders in the enemy deck and it won me the game because they didn't know it was coming. This is actually my other problem with this is that in compare what is it, Bliskan Blisquiza or whatever the
I
Polish, I can't pronounce it.
yeah,
The ORP Polish card that copies I'm not gonna pretend like I could pronounce anything
Biskivika,
that's
I
Polish.
think.
Um, but the other thing that I actually don't like this card from an opponent's perspective, because at least with that card you could see how much they healed for, so you could kind of
Yeah.
work through mentally and be like, okay, what are the things that they potentially stole from me that I can try and plan to play around? So there was a bit more like space there to work within. For this one, like, you are going to have a game where someone plays this against you, they get an order that you have, like, obviously you're not playing around because they're playing a nation that doesn't have that card available to them, and they're gonna blow you off the board with it and you're gonna be annoyed, right? That doesn't mean the card is good. Like, it just means that it's potentially frustrating.
Just because you can copy a front formation or a research once every 50 games does not make this a worthwhile inclusion.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. uh let's go from one that we're not positive on to one that I think we are. So Royal Sussex, so we mentioned it already. So our RSR here is a 5 cost, 4/7 infantry, 1 operation. Basically you add 1 to every neutral card. Blast deal an extra damage, plans draw an extra card, production gives you an extra credit. We're both very high on this card. Like, if this neutral deck sees play, like, this is the reason why, right? Like, this is the payoff card for that deck. Like, suddenly having cards like these neutral cards go from things that are like kind of inefficient to things that are like, hey, if you play this and you've got a hand that you've built up throughout the game, like, it is going to be an absolutely brutal turn for your opponent. Like, this is the German research. I've researched up to synthetic oil, and now you get to deal with my pop-off turn, like, card, right? Like, that's what this is going to be doing.
Yeah, the most important thing on this card is the plan text and the production text, specifically production text, because you can play this out on turn 5. You can immediately production for an extra 2 credits. You can plan, which your plan is just turn into like land girls, like with no downside. So turn 5 production plan, draw 2, blast 2 things for 2 damage, deal 4 like across 2 units. That's such a ridiculous tempo swing on turn 5.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take that much setup. The cards you are like the cards that are generating these neutral orders are cards that you want to play on curve ahead of time anyway. Like turn 1 you're playing a 43, turn 2 like you're cracking a convoy, maybe playing a second 43, and it just automatically these units like this crazy turn 5 tempo swing of just Sussex blast production draw. So
Yep.
I think this is going to be like the main engine piece of the blast deck, and this is what's going to really make the deck worth playing. It's more a case of I don't know if it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, that I
I
was gonna
don't know
say
if we have.
that's where I'm at, is that it's a little weird that it's like, okay, this is the payoff turn, but even this card kind of seems like this isn't ending the game, right? Like, because it's not like blast can go face. Like, they can only hit units. Like, it is
Yeah.
you are continuing to generate more and more value off of these cards that you've already generated for value. So it's like, what are you building that towards, right? There's got to be some other thing that then acts as the thing that ends the game that all of this payoff works into. The other thing that I do want to bring up, because I guarantee you I'm gonna do it, is I don't know if you ever played the like number 43 OTK Commandos deck with like 1/2/3s and Protected Convoy, but like,
Yes.
if you play that deck, and I think it's going to happen with this one, like, you are going to run into problems with hand size, because you're going to want to save up all the neutral cards and Sussex to have this big pop-off turn, and like, I don't think it'll be uncommon for people to cause themselves to overdraw. Especially because probably what's going to happen is you drop Sussex, you drop plan, forget that plan draws you 2, and burn a card off your deck. Like, um, so
Yeah.
I
This will require hand management. You need like
yeah.
you'll need to be somewhat familiar with like commando-esque gameplay. with the neutral cards potentially. But I do think that, well, and we'll talk about it again in a little bit. I do think this does open the door for a card that you are quite low on, but I am quite high on. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, we'll move on. I'm not sure actually which one you're talking about off the top of my head, so we'll see. Let's see. So next card we've got a bomber. So the Sterling Mark III. It's a 6-cost 2-op bomber, 4/5 blitz, and shuffles a carpet bombing into your deck. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the 7-cost deal 3 to everything.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was right there before I showed scores, which both of us are kind of like, this card seems okay, but I think this card is like a perfect example of like, hey, this is a good draft card, because it's a card, it's a big blitz bomber, games go longer in draft, like this generates value for itself, it fights stuff on board effectively, like it is something that your opponent probably doesn't have great removal for it, but in a more constructed format, I feel like this is pretty slow. And even if you like, carpet bombing is obviously, hey, AoE removal is always going to be a premium, but like the drawing stuff out of your deck cards, again, just because they're so heavily impacted by resistance existing, like I don't think that's reliable enough to make that like move the needle any for me.
Yeah. I did say in my notes that this is most likely going to be on average far worse than the 4-credit Mosquito that's currently seeing quite a lot of play, the
Sure.
4/3 Blitz Bomber.
Yeah.
So like it's the same attack rate, it's got blitz same as the Mosquito, but it shuffles the thing into your deck. I also mentioned that this does synergize with the Italian package, like with the Aurum Bersagliere, because you can pay 1 credit for the Bersagliere to draw the carpet bombing and then heal yourself for 7 while also like tutoring the carpet bombing out. But it's slow. Like if you're playing Sterling on 6 and you're playing Bersagliere on 7, you're not carpet bombing until the turn after on turn 8. So even in that Brit Italy tutor stuff from your deck, it's like it's just too slow, I think, to really work out. It is an interesting card, as you mentioned. It's going to be good in draft. I think we are going to see people playing this on ladder just so they can include an extra blitz bomber in their deck and still potentially have access to an AoE later in the game. I don't think it's going to be correct, but we're likely going to see it happen. I'm just not sold that this is going to be correct to play in the majority of decks.
Yeah, I didn't even think about this because just due to the card when cards released, right? But it's like you compare this to the one we were talking about that throws a Lancaster on the board. It's like I would so much rather have that card than this card, right? Because it's like like you do more damage. Like sure, the plane gets shuffled back into your deck, but you're still shuffling something into your deck for like more long-term value plays. And it's like the burst damage that brings out is so much more than this one. That, you know, hey, you're operating them both and it costs you 8, right? And it's like I'd rather hit something for 7 than for 4, even if the bomber sticks around on the board afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next one we've got getting into the elites finally. So the UC, the Universal Carrier. So this is a 1-cost 1/2. It is a tank with 1 operation. It has smokescreen. Your plans cost 1 less, and when you play a plan, you add a blast to hand. So maybe this was the card you were talking about, because I know you've got this one higher than me. So yeah, I'll throw up the VOD on YouTube. I'm sure it'll take a while to get processed by YouTube because we're an hour in and we've barely gotten through Britain, so this might be a little while. I think again this is something where it's like maybe the difference here is just like where I feel like the neutral deck ends up being is that I'm just a little more negative in general on that. Like I think this is a card that absolutely gets included in that deck, right? But I get really worried. Like I'd already talked about with like RSR, the potential like clogging your hand aspect of it. And it's like this is another card to sort of add to that pile of like, okay, you really like you don't want to just play this on 1, right? Because like it'll be something that your opponent will try and respond to. So you kind of want to save this for that turn where you have the big pop-off thing so that your plans are cheap. Like you can draw, you refill your hand, you play everything, like you get blast. But now all of a sudden it's like if you play this RSR and plan, it's like your plan draws 2 and adds a blast. And it's like if you were already having trouble with hand size, like you are now like card positive multiple times over every plan you play, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is going to add to the hand management issues of the deck, but this is like the elite. This is like the card that is going to set the entire deck off when it's on board, because every single card in Britain that generates a neutral card generates a plan. So your convoys, production and plan, your commandos, blast plan, planned attack, plan. So, like, plans are the most easily generated neutral card for Britain. And the fact that this reduces the cost to 1 is one of the most important parts of the card. It makes them so much easier to cycle out en masse, which means you're able to then start blasting like very, very quickly. Plus, combined with Royal Sussex, it's 1 credit draw 2, which is insane. If you happen to have like a Pioneer Regiment in play, the first one is free. So this is, I think, going to be like the cornerstone of the Blast deck if the Blast deck is good. In my notes, I compared it to like what Greif did to Heinz is what like Carrier is going to do to Blasts. It is going to be the thing that is going to be responsible for most of the pop-offs. If you're in a board position where you have like Sussex and a small skin play, this thing just goes crazy. You don't even necessarily need to have that much of a hand in the first place. You can just play somewhat aggressively with your resources because the Carrier and the plans are going to just refill you and give you more action anyway. So I don't think the Blast deck necessarily requires you to hold on to the resources, given how easy they are to generate and the velocity at which you can draw through your deck with the plans, with Sussex and Carriers. So, yeah, it's going to be a strange deck. I think it's going to take a while before like it gets refined to the point of being potentially good. And again, like maybe we move into a metagame where it's completely unplayable because things are too fast or it just doesn't have enough gas in the tank.
Yeah.
But with the amount of support it's getting and how good some of the support is, I really struggle to see a world where it's not at least like tier 2, tier 3 playable.
Sure. I will say, talking through this with you, the one thing that I did not comment on, but I can safely say, is that it's like, I am so glad that they changed number 10 commandos before doing
hell yeah.
this. Because my god, could you imagine if that...
And it's a good thing that 43 is rotating when this comes out.
Because that would be horrifying. Like that.
Yes.
All right, so we've got the next elite here is Meteor. So Meteor's that seems like kind of the payoff card for the whole not start and deck thing that they've got going on. So it's the 3-cost 1-op fighter. It's a 1/2 blitz, so like really shitty stats, right? But you remove it after it attacks, and it goes into your deck then with double attack and double defense. So so you are way higher on this than I am.
Oh yeah.
So I think there's two decks that you play this in. The first is the not start in deck, which again, because that deck is something where it's like if you're playing that with the express intent of using Meteor in it, that means the only thing that you're planning on shuffling into your deck is Meteor. So you'll have one card that you ever really want to get shuffled into your deck, and your goal is to play all the stuff that draws it out for you. That is just absolutely destroyed by resistance, because like I said, even the cheap like 2-cost resistance card that would hit the field before you could even play Meteor, it's like has shuffled 2 resistance cards into your deck, and then you shuffle 1 Meteor in, so all of your stuff that draws a thing, you've got a 66% chance that you draw resistance instead of the Meteor that you actually want. So it's like, I think that option is just absolutely brutalized as long as resistance is like prevalent at all. I feel like the other deck that you could play it in is a deck that it is just, you go very long, your deck is empty, and you just keep drawing Meteor every turn, and it's your like, it just capstones and finishes the deck, and it's just like constantly the 40th card and keeps doubling in strength every single turn. And that seems more reasonable to me, but does require that the meta is like way slower than I feel like it is, because I feel like I can count on one hand the number of games I've had recently that have gone to like actually fatigue. So what's your take? Because it is clearly different than mine.
I do think this has a place in a couple of other decks. I do agree that it's going to be a it's probably going to be one of the best cards that Brick Control receives, because Brick Control has it hasn't had a definitive win condition for a while, which has meant that versus other control decks, it loses things like front formation because it can't keep up with the endless value of the T-34s every turn. So Meteor gives it an answer to front formation, and this is a relatively quick clock if the game goes long. Because yeah, you can in control mirrors, you will have turns where you have time to play this out in the mid game and get it started. Say it's turn 4, your opponent plays like a 97 rifles, the 1/2 elite Soviet guard. You play Meteor, you bump into it. This shuffles into the deck as a 2/2, and then you can like start getting the train rolling from there. Like you'll have turns where this can come down and you can get it buffed. So I do think this will probably see play in Brick Control as a like definitive endgame win con versus other slower decks, because this is like the Brick front formation essentially. I don't think it's as good as front formation. It's not going to close out games as cleanly as front formation does, but at least Britain has something to rival front formation in that sense. I do think that the not starting deck thing is potentially a red herring. Like you can play this with the not starting deck's stuff. There may well be a dedicated Meteor deck that spawns around that idea, but I think a dedicated Meteor deck would be far better playing a much different game plan. People have talked about buffing the Meteor. The most common thing I've seen bandied about is like Honor, the 3 credit +4/+4
Oh, sure.
Japanese order. I don't think that is how you want to be doing this. If you're playing a dedicated like Meteor buff deck, I think you're doing this in Brit Sov. I think because Soviet give you access to Final Push, 1 credit +3 attack, that like immediately scales the Meteor like crazily well. Plus you have access to cards like Arctic Convoy, which specifically draw units, so you're not reliant on the didn't start in deck draws. You can always find at least a Meteor if you're playing a low unit count, which in theory you should be. So I do think a potential like dedicated Meteor deck can exist. It is going to be relatively slow, but I don't think it's going to be so glacially slow that it's going to be unplayable. It might just be good enough in the control to maybe see fringe play, like we saw when the Henschel got released. We saw Eagle Day, Germany Soviet Eagle Day, actually see play in tournament because it was really good versus control. So like Meteor might fill that kind of a niche in tournament play potentially as a Brit Sov like Meteor combo kill you deck. But the place that I think this has the most potential of seeing play is in the Blast deck. I think you play this as a secondary win condition because of the sheer amount of card velocity in that deck with Royal Sussex, with Universal Carrier, with all the plans that you're able to like how quickly you're drawing through your deck. You are going to want a secondary backup win condition, and Meteor can fulfill that role. So like your Smolensk game plan falls through, you don't have enough burn damage to kill the opponent, your deck is almost empty. Well, it's fine. I will just start rolling meteors and kill you in 3 turns. So I think that is the most likely place for it to see competitive success is in the Blast deck as like the backup win con when the commando game plan doesn't work. So I'm expecting to be wrong. I do think this like I'm not expecting this to be like meta warping. I'm expecting this to see occasional play. I don't think it's going to be crazy powerful, but I do think it does merit some inclusion in certain decks.
Okay. So our next elite is Siak. So kind of continuing the theme of the not starting deck. So draw a card from your deck that did not start there, duplicate it. So it's a 3-cost order. Normally 3-cost draw 2, especially if it's targeted, would be great, right? However, I think this might be the worst elite in the expansion. Again, not necessarily because it's a bad card, but just because resistance is evergreen. And I hate going back and harping on it, but man, it would suck so bad to play this, draw resistance, and then duplicate it. It's like, great, cool. Like I've effectively like cursed myself. Like this, I just can't. It's like it's meta dependent, so it's like maybe there's a place, right, where it's like, okay, this changes, resistance becomes unplayable due to some other reason, and suddenly Siak is something like you can start duplicating stuff in a targeted way. but as it stands today, nope, absolutely not.
Yeah, pretty much in agreement. It's going to be like 3 credit, draw 2 resistances in a lot of cases. It probably will see fringe play if the Meteor deck becomes a thing, just because tutoring up the Meteor is going to be what you want to be doing. But I don't have much faith that this card is going to do a lot. At least not in this expansion.
Yeah. Okay, well, that one's quick and easy. That said, although I think this is the worst elite of the expansion, I did not give it the let's see, what was the home front one? Was it Tide Turns? Oh no, Tide Turns was naval. It was the Tide Turns of War for unplayable garbage. So I didn't give this one the trophy. I don't think there is an elite that is so bad that it gets the trophy, because last time it was Way of Subjects for Japan got the Tide Turns trophy of garbage. So I think even though this one is the worst, I think it is the worst just due to the meta that it finds itself in, not because it itself is just unplayable trash, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
All right.
There is a world in which this can be played.
Exactly. Yeah,
unlike Way of Subjects.
Or again, Tide Turns. There's a reason why that award is named after that card, man. It is. All right, so moving on to Germany. Germany, top of the list here. We've got a 1 cost, 1 op infantry, 2/1. Shock becomes veteran after it operates, and veterans into a 2/2 shock. Be prepared for a lot of when stuff operates, because 1939 seemed super focused on that for Germany in this set. I feel like lots of times they have like usually like 1 or 2 things, maybe 2 or 3, or that they're trying to like add in, and this time it was like, we are hard focused. Germany's gonna do stuff when things operate, and it's like, okay, calm down a little bit. But so you're actually this might be the first card that you're lower on than me. So I'll let you kick this one off.
Yeah, I mean it's a fine card. The problem, it's a fine card. It's really good against Jaggro, like specifically really good against Jaggro. Because you get to play this out in turn 1. They play a cavalry regiment. If they don't trade into this, you get a free trade to the cavalry regiment, and then it flips over and refreshes the shock, and then you just farm Jaggro with it. So it's very good against Jaggro. The problem is it's worse into every other deck than 18th Infantry. Because 18th Infantry puts itself immediately into the front line versus like mid-range and control, which means it can immediately start pressuring the HQ. So it costs 1 less credit to get it there and 1 less turn to start attacking with it.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's why I'm lower on this card than I think you are. It's a good card. It is a fine card. I just don't think you are going to play this over 18th, given like just like specifically because it's better against Jaggro. And the fact as well against like mid-range and control, the fact that when you push this to the front line, it veterans, which means you're getting no value out of the front side shock. So you're only ever going to get value out of the backside shock, which I think is just a little bit worse in general. So, yeah, it's a fine card. It's a good card for veterans. It's a very easy veteran trigger to activate. So if veterans become a deck, it's going to be like one of the best activators in the deck. But I have no faith in veterans as an archetype.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I feel like my thoughts on this one is, I mean, I guess I'm just seeing it more from a like the difference between this into an aggro list versus 18th Regiment, where it's like, unfortunately 18th into aggro is like kind of a double whammy of you bond yourself, which it's like the last thing you want to be doing is hitting your HQ for damage against an aggro list, right? And like this in a to counter aggro play is something that pretty easily like 3-for-1s, right? Because it hits, breaks its shock, gets shock back, hits again, and then it can hit a 3rd time. And lots of times 2 attack is plenty enough to deal with whatever aggro cards happen to be in the front line, right? So I feel like that's where there's a bit of difference. I'm in your boat where it's like, I am not rating the veteran stuff that highly. I think it's just the level of efficiency that this has at hitting stuff, just constantly keeping the front line clear is potentially worth it. It is going to be meta dependent, and it is going to be dependent on your deck, because I think you're 100% right. Like if you're focusing on something that's more frontline, it's like you don't want this, right? Over 18.
Yeah.
But if you know, you have a more like German air mid-range slower like thing, and you just want to have a 1-drop that just says, hey, I'm not pushing this up, this is just sitting next to my HQ and it's just threatening whatever you put in the front line, like maybe that would be enough, right, to buy you a little bit of time. All right, moving on. So another one that got dropped this morning actually was the Catsman, 2 cost, 0 op, 2/3 blitz infantry, with the text is you increase the operation cost by 1 until end of turn every time you play another card. So this one I think both of us are very high on. And this is, for me, is the polar opposite of the one that we just discussed, where it's like, this seems like, whereas that one was much more of a like, hey, this goes into decks to like kind of deal with aggro to try and, you know, keep the board clean so that you can kind of have that build into the mid game. This is, to me, is the exact opposite. This is a card where it's like, this seems like it fits so good into aggro lists and is something where it's like pretty consistently, it's like there's not going to be a lot of game states where the operation cost downside is something that impacts you, just because it's like, this is operating first every time, it's operating for 0, right? Like, this seems crazy efficient for like a common card like this, and seems like it just has a natural spot in any of those aggro lists that, you know, the Japan Germany stuff. Maybe the question is, what would you cut to make room for this? Because I do think I like 18th Regiment a bit more still. But it's close for me.
Yeah, this thing is like nuts. It's so good as like an aggro and tempo unit, but it's also a potentially really good mid-range card, because something that Germany has had trouble with is having like onboard early units that are proactive, that you can play both offensively and defensively. Like a lot of Germany decks will struggle against really fast Jagro opens, because most of their like blitzing early game have op costs. They cost like 2 creds plus 1 op, like things like Bergman, for example. So having a 0 op blitzer that you can just drop onto, immediately take a trade, and that survives to then threaten the next thing they push, is really, really good for mid-range and potentially slightly slower decks. I do find the effect on this like really, really interesting as well. I like the fact that it makes you consider how you sequence your plays. Like, you have to move this first, or if you're trying to maybe trigger one of the Operation Matters cards that are in the set, you could maybe play a card or two ahead of it and then operate it to like discount your detailed recon or whatever. So there is like some neat little plays you can make with this, but I think this is just generally going to be a very good unit for like decks like aggro, tempo, and mid range.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Well, I that one's nice and easy. Luckily they didn't drop anything that's too crazy on us this morning, I feel like. Next one, Detailed Recon. So this is a 4 cost order. Costs 1 less for each credit spent operating this turn. Like I said, gonna be a theme. Be prepared for that. You draw a card and gain a credit. I'm oof. I will be honest, when I first read this card, I misread it, because I thought this was draw a card, gain a credit slot, not gain a credit. And I was like, huh, that's a really interesting way to have an aggressive ramp card. In the same way that 15th Engineers is something that kind of pushes you in the direction of, hey, if you really want the credit slot payoff here, you've got to like be taking the front line, be fighting for it, be aggressive for it. The fact that this is just gain a credit is like, I think this card is bad. I understand the idea of like, okay, like you have a bunch of stuff on board that you're paying. This could potentially cost, you know, 0 then, so you get a card effectively for free and you get an extra credit out of it. It kind of cycles itself out of your deck so that, okay, it thins your deck down so that you can have more consistency with it. But I feel like in as much as it might help with consistency of your deck, like there's going to be times where you end up drawing like multiple of these in your hand and they're stuck there and they just clog your hand and they cause just as much inconsistency as they might cause consistency. Like, I think this card's a trap.
This is exactly the type of card that Heinz would like, except that Heinz doesn't want to spend credits on operating.
Yeah.
So you can't play it in Heinz. So unfortunately, like again a really interesting card. I really like the design of this card. It rewards you for spending credits and operating things. You get a little bit of advantage out of it. You get a little bit of a refund out of it. It's neat. But God, it just does not fit into any decks at the moment. Like maybe in theory you could play this in like U.S. Germany Throp if you're like going crazy with it, I guess. But I don't think there's any decks right now that have space for this. Um, Again, it's just a case of if it was costless for each time you've operated this turn, then this would like see instant play in most like tempo and aggro decks. But it's just having to spend the credits is it's just a little bit too much, I think.
Yeah, yeah, and unfortunately, just due to the way that that gets phrased, then it's like this is you could still only play this until at least turn 4, right? Because it's like there is no way to cheat this out earlier because it's like you're either spending 4 credits operating stuff and then this plays for 0 or some mix of those two, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, this sitting in your hand for a couple turns until it hits turn 4 is just like this could have been something else that's probably more impactful. Yeah. I I don't know. All right, so the next one we've got is sustained pressure, another one that dropped this morning. It's a 1 cost operation. I deal damage to a unit equal to credits spent operating this turn. So again, kind of, I get the idea of like, hey, you're already paying credits to do things with your units. Why don't you have some extra bonuses on top of those? So I get the concept, right? Unfortunately, I think both of us, like, unlike the last one, where I was thought that was pretty garbage. I think both of us are pretty down on this one. Because I mean, this to me reads like, hey, it's basically Pound, but for the operation decks, right? Where it's like, okay, you have something that you're already doing and you're building a deck around. Here's a piece of removal that builds off of that as well. Unfortunately, I feel like it's way trickier to have like the necessary stuff on board and then operating things in a way that then triggers this removal, and then it's like even then the payoff is like kind of not great because like it's always going to be like at most the number of credits you have, which means that it's kind of like I don't know. It's weird from a like how impactful this could possibly be on a single turn, right? Because it's like just building your board up like you could do with Pound doesn't make this any better. It has to be something that it has to be something that you pay for on that turn. So having a wide board doesn't help you any, because it's not like that's the thing that scales it. Yeah, what's your take here?
It's no matter what you do, this card will forever be just so unbelievably credit inefficient because it's always going to be baseline 2 credits deal 1. Right? Because it doesn't deal that much +1, so you can't even just cash it in for like a 1 damage ping if you really wanted to. It's you have to spend credits on operating a thing, and it's like it. I just don't get it. If I understand why this would have been broken if it could hit HQs because you could operate your board and then blow your opponent up. So
Yeah.
obviously that can't be a thing. But like, God, just do something like that's not this because this is so. It's 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 forcing you to spend credits doing something else in order to be able to remove a thing, and you're not going to be able to remove the thing before you like move to attack because if it's in the front line,
You have
if
to
there's a
attack into
giant
it.
guard, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's just like what makes it worse is if you're stuck in support line and your opponent has like a gummed up front line. This can never be more than like deal 2, deal 3 for like 4 credits, and it's like I don't know. No matter what way you cut this, it's always just going to be so far below rate that it's just not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. All right. Next one we've got is the Heinkel HE53. So 2 cost 1 up bomber. It's a 1/4. And once per turn, when a friendly unit becomes veteran, draw a card, gain a credit. Um, I mean, I think this card is fine support for veteran, but I think both of us are pretty pessimistic when it comes to veteran being a deck. It's like if it is, then great. Like you'd see this in there. Like the stat line is totally fine for something that you just want to stick around on board and generate value. Like kind of similar to like the Focke-Wulf 189, where it's like, hey, this is a thing that's, if Navy is a thing, then you're going to include this because it generates some value for itself. This is going to be in the same boat, but unlike the sort of Navy burn lists, like I don't see, I don't see veteran being a thing.
Yeah, like this is objectively a very powerful effect, but it's a very powerful effect for veterans. So it's like this does what the Dornier does for like the South Bounce
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Like it's literally the exact same card minus like you're not getting, it's refreshing a single credit instead of two. But like that's still absurdly powerful on a 2 credit 1/4 that just like gets to sit in the support line for the entire game. But the problem is like the veteran stuff, a lot of the veteran stuff is just too hard to trigger. Like you do have the 1 credit infantry we saw earlier,
yep,
which is a cheap trigger, but like that's the best case scenario. And are you going to have enough veteran triggers to like get that much value off of this? I don't think so. Again, if we ever get a critical mass of very cheap, very easy veteran proc, because this becomes very, very good.
yeah.
But right now, as good of a support piece as it is, what it's supporting is just not worth playing.
Yeah, and I do think that the one part here is that it is a little weird. There's a good number of veteran triggers that are like maybe like end of turn they veteran, or like potentially could trigger on the opponent's turn, in which case like you kind of waste the credit. You still draw the card obviously, but you don't quite get the full payoff here. So even within the veterans that are triggerable, there's still some where, you know, okay, like you only get sort of half the reward for it, right? Yeah. Next one we've got. Oh,
I will say I did look into this. The only two like semi-playable, well, there's one playable veteran in Germany right now in the format, and that's Seven Schutzen. And then we also have Ace of Spades, which got recently buffed and is kind of playable.
yeah.
But like those are the only playable veterans in the current format in Germany, which
Okay.
means like we do need to receive a big batch of playable veterans from another set before it even becomes like a consideration. And I don't think this set has enough good veterans for it.
Yeah. I mean, just gonna throw out, you slap this in like a US German deck and have Marines, and they now draw you 2 cards, generate credits, like, maybe.
Oh hell yeah. Now we're talking.
You've got some real jank there, like Navy and veteran, and anyway. So we got next one is going back to the operating theme. So third Panzergren. It's a 3-cost 1-op infantry, 3/3 blitz, and gets +1/+1 after you operate a German unit. So I think both of us, like, in my mind, like the obvious point of comparison here is like, hey, this is the slowly ramping building, like it gets +1/+1 when you do the thing your deck wants to do, is like comparison to the tigers that we saw in Britain, which is, hey, you play a neutral card, or you play a not starting deck card, you get +1/+1. This one seems just so much easier to handle and do, that I think that this is actually pretty decent, as opposed to the stuff that we were just talking about, where it's like, oh, it'd be great if this could be discounted when you just operate a card, not like for the credits you spent operating the card. Like this is the exact kind of thing, right? Where it's just like, hey,
Yeah.
Heinz decks, you have 0 operation cost, you can slap this down, everything operates, and this becomes huge, right? Like I realize that's maybe a little bit fantasy land, but it's also something where it's like the payoff there is just so much faster and easier than something like Tigers as a point of comparison, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, this also has blitz, so this is hitting the front line like immediately. So if you are playing something like Heinz, if you're playing specifically like the Homeland Heinz variant, like one of the variant that I really really love, where you're just spewing a bunch of 0-cost tanks into play and pushing them immediately, this thing scales very quickly. It's probably a good thing that we're losing Greif this expansion, because I think Homeland Heinz may have, if Greif was like staying in the format, Homeland Heinz may have gotten out of hand, because this would have given the deck the ability to go both tall and wide.
Mm.
Um, because like the weakness of Heinz in a lot of cases, like of these super aggressive combo variants of Heinz, is that they are fragile. You have to kill your opponent, turn you pop off, otherwise that's it.
Yep.
Because your opponent will just wipe the board. But this would have given the deck the opportunity to be like, hey, you've cleared all the small stuff, but I've got a 10-10 in the front line that you also have to deal with now, and you've just spent 7 credits removing the board. So yeah, it's interesting. Likely will see experimentation in Heinz decks, but I don't know how good Heinz is going to be post rotation because we are losing Greif.
Yeah.
So I'm skeptical on Heinz's position in the metagame moving forward, but this will certainly see some amount of experimental play at the very least.
Yep. All right, next one we've got is claim objective. So 2-cost order. Your units get +1 attack for each credit spent operating this turn. So very straightforward, but I think both of us are a little low on this. I feel like, so in my mind, when I first read through this, I was thinking it's like, this kind of just seems like bad Blitzkrieg in my mind, because it's like, in both cases, like, I understand that for this card, it's like the attack sticks around, right? It's not a this turn effect, but the ID in an ideal world, this is the card that ends the game, right? It is the card that, like, you have enough stuff to operate to blow your opponent out of the water, so it really doesn't matter if the attack effect carries over into the next turn, because the game should be over, right? But it is so much more fiddly because you have to have stuff in the right place, stuff to operate, stuff that you're paying to operate, and then order it in such a way that it's like you have enough things to hit afterwards that actually have the bonus from it. That it's like, it's obviously a card that's like, okay, this is never being played on 2, right? It literally does nothing. So like minimum you're talking, what, turn 5 where you can play this and then operate things for 3 and you get a +3/+0 to your board. Like, maybe that's worth doing something, but like that's kind of where it starts to be playable. But like, I don't know, I'm not a fan here.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. It's a worse version of Blitzkrieg for the most part. I compared this to Cam before the storm out of Japan. It's my comparison point. The 4 credit, give your units +3/+1 and end the turn, because this is like the last thing you're doing on your turn most of the time, because that's after you've spent all your credits operating things. So you're very rarely making it's difficult to extract the maximum amount of value out of this and get the damage the turn you're playing it, because you have to spend credits on operating. And if you're spending credits on operating, are you better off attacking to spend more credits to operate to make the buff bigger? And then, like, it doesn't buff health, so your things are just as prone to being removed as they were beforehand. I did mention that maybe in a world where, like, Germany tempo, like the 36 Kratschützen in Germany tempo, where you're playing a tank, you're paying the first credit to push it to the front line, then the second operation is free because the Kratschützen is giving it a op cost reduction. Like, maybe it's easy playing that deck because you're paying a small amount of operation cost to push the things, and then you can claim the objective and then a swing for free. But again, like, just play Blitzkrieg at that point, you're guaranteed to get the damage, you're guaranteed to get some op cost cheating with the Blitzkrieg to swing immediately. So yeah, this is going to be just worse than Blitzkrieg 99% of the time.
Yeah. All right, next one we've got is Blue Legion. So 3-cost 1-op infantry 3/5 after you operate a unit. Again, just continuing the theme here. Give it +1/+1 for each credit spent to operate it. So this one I am definitely higher on than you are. So go ahead. I'll let you kick this off, and because I know I was starting on some of the more pessimistic British cards.
Yeah, for me, the issue with Blue Legion is that, again, it wants you to pay for operation costs, which means it wants to be played in like a slower mid-range deck, and I don't think slow German mid-range is necessarily where the nation wants to be, because this is going to be directly competing with 36 Kratschützen out of like the Germany aggro and tempo decks. And the Kratschützen, not only does it give you the attack buff, it also gives you op cost reduction on top of that. So, like, yes, you could, like, I just don't think you're going to extract enough value out of the Blue Legion quick enough to realistically justify including it in a number of decks. Whereas the Kratschützen is very easy to extract value from. It's just a case of play the Kratschützen on 2, start playing 1-drop blitz tanks, and then Bob's your uncle, your opponent is nearly dead. But like I will say that Blue Legion is objectively a strong card. This is a very powerful effect. I just don't think the deck for it exists right now that can like best take advantage of it. Because like a lot of the operation synergy cards from the set, especially like some of the enabling ones, are a little bit too slow. They take a little while to ramp up, which we'll talk about in a little while, because I think we both had a fairly similar a similar take on like the elite for the archetype. Like they just take a little bit too long to get rolling. I just don't know. And also the fact that this happens after the operation, which means if you move and then attack, you're not getting the extra attack buff. You're only getting the initial operation buff. So I just think it's a little bit too clunky and a little bit too slow, in my opinion, just to see play. But again, it is an objectively powerful effect. I'm just not sure if it's going to make its way into any decks.
Yeah, I guess my take on this is that I do agree that I feel like German decks, for example, might not be able to take advantage of this, but I feel like this is the kind of card that I feel like, because unlike a lot of the German cards where it's like specifically a buff German cards, right? Like isn't Kratschützen, it's only when German units enter the front line they get the buff. Like this is the kind of thing where it's like, I don't think it would take much for this to be a good include as a German ally in a deck that wants like US Germany, for example, where it's like, hey, you're gonna have ramp, you're gonna have stuff that's expensive to operate, and you're gonna have potentially air units where you can be more targeted with where you swing, so you're not like dying before you get the buff off, right? Like that's the kind of place where it's like, I feel like you can potentially slap this in and have it be like, great, this is a good impact and like worth playing, because as far as the stat line goes, it's fine, right? Like it on its own is not like, a huge detriment. But I feel like there's a spot for it, especially if we start getting into the like, okay, we have kind of a slower, more controlly meta. You have more units on board. You have more stuff operating. Like you don't just have like, don't just have burn decks running around, right? Like where there will be like more opportunity for this to have potential payoff. All right, so next one.
Yeah. I do like the idea of this in US Germany mid-range. I do like that idea. I will admit. I think that is, if there is a home, that is most likely going to be the home. As like just an ally slot card. And the stats, as you mentioned there, the stats are not bad. It is Thunderbolt stats. It's 3/5. It doesn't die to rush, which is important, especially if we're going to be moving into a metagame with tokens running around. So yeah, no, I do like the idea of it in US Germany specifically.
All right, so the next one is the FWTA 152. So this is a 4-cost 2-op fighter, 4/5 shock, and it becomes veteran when it attacks, destroys a unit. And then it's veteran, it gets slight attack buff, but the effect is pretty cool in that enemy units get pinned until the end of turn after they operate or are deployed. And I think it's, just as a note there, it's like, this is not how pin normally works, because normally pin lasts a full cycle. This would basically just stop your opponent from being able to blitz stuff from out of hand, because they'd play it and it would get pinned, so you effectively neuter blitz. Or if they have tanks, they can't operate and attack with them. They could only like move them into the front line, and then they would get pinned, so they couldn't take that second operation. So it's a much more limited impact of pin, which I'm actually totally fine with. Like after the kind of pain in the ass that has resistance has been a little bit for like some of those decks, like having a like more limited application of pin is kind of cool. I think both of us kind of thought this was fine. It was interesting. What did you think over there?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's basically it's like an anti-aggro aircraft. It just stops blitz, stops tanks from moving and attacking on the same turn. It's really, really interesting. The body is like pretty good. 4 credits for 4/5 shock fighter is like not bad. This is pretty much guaranteed to survive the turn and take a trade on the following turn. My biggest issue was, do you ever play this in a world where you can still play the Henschel? Because the Henschel just immediately removes the thing, and it removes the thing with 6 health. So it's good. It's not bad by any stretch, and it is going to be very good against Jagro if it flips over, and it likely will flip versus Jagro. It's just I'm not sold it's what you want to be doing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only thing I'd have to add on to that is that I do think it is interesting that this is a card that I could see potentially like getting stronger as assuming 1939 kind of continues with the theme of the way we buff cards is add blitz to them. Because it's like the more things that have
Yeah.
blitz on it, the more this interrupts stuff, right? So it's like if that's kind of the way that they start like just tacking that keyword onto things in the future, it's like the ability to kind of like cut that off at the knees is going to be something that you want to do more frequently. So
Yeah.
maybe this, you know, kind of sees an increase in play if that were to trend were to continue, right?
Yeah, I mean, like even comparing, if you think back to like exhaust all options out of Japan,
Yeah,
the 4 credit elite that pins
I love
things, and
exhaust all
then
options.
yeah, exhaust was very annoying for aggro decks to deal with in a lot of cases, and this is going to be like do much the same thing, but also represent a clock because the veteran side is a 5/5. This will kill you fairly quickly. So
Yeah. All right, next one we've got into the elites for Germany. First one here is counterattack. So it's a 3-cost order. Veteran units get 2/2, and then each friendly unit fights a random enemy unit. Uh, so you're a little higher on this one than I am. For the first time for a German card, I think. So I'll go ahead and go first here. So this one. So first off, I think both of us are pretty low on veteran being a thing, right? So it's like,
yes,
okay, maybe you hit one card pretty with this reliably to get the buff. So I feel like the buff is kind of a it's nice if it happens, but I'm not really counting that much for the card, right? So it's really the question of the is every friendly unit fighting an enemy random enemy unit like a good clear? And I think that's where it's like it is such a coin flip in my mind. It's like you kind of have to be in a very specific board state for that to be something you even want to do, right? Like and B, like if you are in that board state, like the potential like low roll of this is crazy low. In comparison to something like Formidable, where you play Formidable and you know exactly the unit that's attacking, but you don't know the things that it's targeting in order. You might say like, hey, this might clear 3, maybe 4 things, depending on the order in which it targets stuff, and it allows you to kind of like think about like, okay, the floor for Formidable is not a huge gap between that and the like ceiling of Formidable. I feel like the floor for counterattack is like through the floor and the ceiling is like crazy high. And that's just like it's something that's like I wouldn't want to play this in a deck because like the potential like downside of it is nuts. Like
yeah. When it goes bad, it goes horribly. It's the main reason I gave this 3 stars was because I had no idea what to give it. It's such a hard card to like look at and know if it's good or bad because it's so dependent on like the meta and the board state and what decks you're playing. So like I agree with what you said about like the veteran side of things. Most likely is going to hit like a 7 shoots in every once in a while, and that's kind of it. But like I don't know if I can entirely write it off because it's 3 credits and it's like shaped like a board clear. So I don't know if I can like in good conscience say this is going to be absolutely garbage. But I also don't know if I can say in good conscience that this is going to be good because it's so difficult to like really know if it's going to be like fine or not. It's
yeah.
it's such a weird card.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not the first board clear that I feel like in this expansion that we're getting where it's like, this is gonna be a weird one to evaluate, but we'll talk about another one later that I think probably gonna have the same comments on. All right, so the next one we've got the 182 Landwehr, so it's a 4-cost 1-op infantry 4/6. Becomes veterans after you've operated units 3 times, and once it flips, gets a minor attack buff. And then after you operate a unit, you gain credits equal to the credits spent to operate it. So I know you had mentioned you'd made a reference to this one a little earlier, so let you kick us off here.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting card with a very, very powerful veteran effect. The problem is it takes far too long to get to the veteran effect. Um, I've seen the idea of this bandied about for like decks like Heinz, but the issue with this in a deck like Heinz is you are paying 4 credits to get this down, even in the front and Homeland versions, because it's even cost, so it's always staying at 4.
Yeah.
And then you're paying at least like 3 credits to operate before this starts refunding credits. So like we're talking a minimum of 7 credits on the turn you play this to get this to flip over, and then you still need to have at least a single credit floating before you can start operating and refunding the credits on your tanks. So I don't think this goes into Heinz. I think it's far too slow. I think it takes way too much work to get going. I did actually, one of my notes was that this is at the very least very, very interesting with cards like Second Michigan and Blue Legion, because if this is flipped and you are operating a Second Michigan, you are printing credits like very quickly, because you will pay 3 to operate the Michigan will refund 2, and then the Landwehr will return 3. So every time you operate your Michigan, you're +2. So maybe, just maybe, there's a world in which we see a really janky Germany US
You're really trying
Michigan
to push this
combo
3-op
again.
Germany US deck. Like
The German Throp will happen. But no, in all reality, it's probably not going to see much play. It's going to be very fun to play with and experiment with, but I don't think it's going to crack into any meta strategies. But I'm very excited to try and do some janky stuff with this in Michigan.
Yeah, I do think I line up with you. And to answer Lazarus' question from chat, yeah, it you can flip this with 0-op units in Heinz. The one problem there though is that it's like if you already have 0-op units, you're not getting a refund then. So you'd have to have a combination of stuff on board that's the 0-ops to flip this, and then stuff that you're paying for to then like actually have any benefit from having the card be flipped in the first place. And I think that's the kind of weird dichotomy here with where it's like,
Yeah.
why would you have this in Heinz then? Like you're already operating stuff for free. You don't care if you get refunds, right? Like
Yeah, like at that point, like if you go Landwehr into 3 0-cost tanks into Svard, operate your 3 tanks, then the Landwehr flips, so you don't need the Landwehr. So
yeah.
so like it does reduce the like you get free operations on things you play after the fact, but at that point you're likely just killing your opponent with Blitzkrieg. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think this has any place in Heinz. It probably will see a little bit of experimentation though.
Yeah. All right, so next one we've got is Windhund Divisions. This is a 5-cost 1-up 5/8 blitz. Operates again after, or can operate again after it attacks and destroys a unit. And I think this one, as opposed to the last one, we are very high on.
Yeah.
So I think this is one where, even though obviously it's very clear that it's like, hey, this is, built to go in that operations deck, right? This seems like an elite that you could basically just slap anywhere. Like, it just is so flexible for what it can do. The one that I compared it to, and I feel like this you might raise your eyebrow at this, but the one that I was comparing it to is one that's rotating, which is 20 Panzergren, because 20 Panzergren is another 5-cost card that you really don't want to play on 5, but it has the potential to clear a lot of things. It is a big threat on the board. Like, it is something where it's like realistically you're operating it at what, like turn 8 or something like that in order to play it, blitz it, play the tank, play the buff for the tank, move everything and operate. And it's like, I feel like this is kind of the same idea where it's like, it's that kind of tempo swing card where it's like, this comes down and your opponent who thought they were in a good board state suddenly is no longer. And it's like almost a pseudo board clear with what it can do to an opponent, especially if the meta does go towards more of a like controlling the frontline unit based stuff. It's like this seems like a great elite card.
Yeah, this is just a very powerful, like generically good elite, and the fact that this says can operate instead of can attack is a big deal, because versus aggro, this just comes down, clears the front line, and then sticks itself in the front line, which is like a huge deal. And like this is really, really good versus aggro, and it's also really, really good versus control, because control is going to be playing a bunch of guards in the support line that you are going to be able to farm with Windhund, because say you're against brick control, they're spamming garrisons, you push this is in the front line, you get to clear all the garrisons to hit face for 5. Against Soviet control, they're playing the 1/4 destruction, spawn a 1/3 guard. This just eats both halves and gets in for 5 as well. Yeah, this is just really, really good. And I think there is an excuse for playing it in like tempo decks as well, because it's really good with op cost cheating. So with like a lot of Svard, for example, you play this on 7 with Svard. This becomes a 5/9 that operates for free, so you can very easily clear the front line. Same thing with Breakthrough. it breakthrough is next to 3, but you also remove a thing with breakthrough. KARDS with this versus control is very good. If the KARDS in the support line, you play this on 6, push it, it becomes a 6-8-0 op, so that it becomes very threatening versus control. And the most interesting thing that I thought of with this was the new US order, Quinine or Quinine, whatever it is, turning this into a 0 op 6-10, which I am very excited to try and make work. But yeah, this is just a really, really good card for a number of archetypes. This is going to see play in mid-range, probably will see play in tempo, and will also be good in control Germany decks. So
yeah. All right, next one. Oh, is not Will No Brigade. This is the template that I use for. So I had an extra slide in here apparently. The whole point of it being Will No Brigade is that it was like very obvious that this doesn't fit in this set and it's a garbage card. So, so we're moving on to Japan now. So first one for Japan, we've got the 78th Yongsan. So 1 cost 0 op infantry, 1/2, and with +1 attack for each credit slot the enemy has over you. One of Brigade turns into another card for the slide. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're not wrong. That's great. So both of us are pretty low on this one, unfortunately. For the first sort of credit denial card that's in the set. Definitely seems like they're pushing that for Japan this time around. So my thing with this is that it's like I'm not really sure when you would want to play it, because I feel like this is something where it's like, first off, if you play it early, like as an early drop, it is strangely dependent on what player you were. Like if you're the first player, you are like naturally sort of a credit up on your opponent. If you're the second player, then on the first player's turn, like this would have an increased attack buff. But if you're the first player, in order for this to have an attack buff on your turn, you have to be like 2 credits down, right? Like you have to have played 2 credit denial cards, or
correct,
credit destruction cards. So it's like very strange if for a 1 drop card to have like so much dependence on which player order you were. But then if you're playing it late in the game where you're like, hey, like I've lost 5-6 credits throughout the game and this is coming down as a beefy like 6-2-0 op cost, it's like great, but it still only has 2 health, right? Like it gets cleared pretty easily and it doesn't have blitz, so your opponent's gonna have a chance to respond to it. Like this just seems like there's, even in the credit denial deck, you probably just want to have any of the other Japan 1-drops, right? Like
yeah, like the other 0 op Japan infantry we see that without blitz is Sasebo, and that's because Sasebo draws a card when it dies, so it replaces itself, which is the entire reason you run it in aggro. Yongsan just a little bit too much work, a little bit too slow.
Yeah. All right, next one is Cruiser Scout. So the first actual forecast card we've seen this set. So Britain and Germany don't have any forecast, neither does the Soviet Union, so it's just a Japan, US, and ANZAC thing. But it is a 2 cost pinning unit and forecast, and also Intel 3 if you have 0 credits. And this is something that I'm just gonna take us off on a little tangent here, because it's something that bugs me, is that it's like 1939 has definitely made a thing of like, hey, we want to limit the amount of text on cards, right? Because it's like we only have so much space, like so everything has to fit within, what is it, like 3 lines or 4 lines on a card. Make more keywords. Like you introduced 1 keyword in this set, you could have introduced a second. Just make finale a keyword where it's like, if you have 0 credits, do blank. Like why couldn't this have been finale until 3? It's like, just make more keywords and then you could fit more stuff on cards. Like sorry, it's just I had to fit that in because it's just like there's no reason. It's not like this introduced a lot of mechanics, right? Like this set has 1 mechanic it really introduced. Like you could have made that a keyword, and they've done it multiple times. Like there's other cards that are 0 credit things, but anyway. So as far as this card goes, I think this so I think both of us are kind of like, this card seems fine. It's going to be very dependent, I think, on like how forecast looks. It's definitely got some flexibility. Like Japan pinning things is always good. It's like maybe you're playing this alongside the TK that can potentially remove pinned things. So it's like, pseudo support for that. What do you think here?
Yeah, I think this is, well, it will always be worth consideration in Intel, just because Tarnow is in the permanent pool. So having cards with Intel printed on them will always like give them some amount of value, because Intel will obviously always want a critical mass of Intel cards. So that's at least a deck it will see play in. as for the rest of the card, like 2k to pin is a little bit below rate, but this generates you a relatively powerful card in the form of the weather that it gives you in the following turn. So it's like it's probably around on rate because you don't get the card immediately. It's a delayed draw effect. So it's probably worth 2 credits. So
Yeah.
it this will probably see play in slower Japan value decks alongside like the rest of the forecast stuff. I think it's reasonable enough to play in like your Japan control deck or your Japan late game value. I'm going to play a bunch of 6k weathers and hope to win the game that way kind of a deck. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's fine.
Yep, I think that's kind of where I'm at too, is that it's like, hey, there's weirdly there's 3 kind of boat themed forecast cards, and I think this one solidly slots itself right in the middle. Like,
Yeah.
all right, next one is 38th Independence, a 3k 0 op 4/4 infantry that can't attack or move, and it suppresses itself if you have 4 or more copies of it, and you duplicate this unit whenever you lose the credit slot. And I mean, this is a weird one, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Like, this is
No, this is like the weirdest card of the expansion by far.
okay. All right, because yeah, it's like I get it's like, hey, if you're running a credit destruction deck, right? Like, hey, this effectively, like, you can play this for 3, and assuming you ever get the proc off, it's like you've generated like 12 worth of stats for free, right? And it's like, okay, that's crazy value, like that now all can operate for 0. Um, but being in a state where you can do that, like, seems strange and like an unlikely scenario, especially for a credit denial deck where it's like, are you really going to have the flexibility to have like a big pop off combo turn, right?
So, firstly, I want to say that this is, yes, an incredibly weird card, but I love the fact that this got printed because it's such a goofy and interesting effect, and I'm really glad that 1939 are like really like doing weird stuff with their card design. I love that. I'm really into like just weird cards in general. Um, the reason I don't think this is going to be that good is that it requires you to have an empty support line. And if you're playing self-credit denial, you are going to have things in your support line. We are going to see a card a little bit later that is going to be in your support line if you're playing SKD because it is so absurdly powerful. But like, even if you're playing like a slightly more tempo version of SKD with like the Jake, the aircraft that gives your things +1/+1 when you lose a slot, that's going to be sitting in your support line as well. So I do think we will see some amount of 38th independent, but it's going to be as a 1 of or a 2 of, and mainly as like a rebuilding tool after a board clear. Because all this takes is 2 credit slots lost, because the first one makes a 38th, and then when you lose the second slot, both of the 38th trigger to make 2 more.
Yep.
So it takes two losses to make the units. And frequently in self credit denial, you'll be able to achieve this by playing a single air land and sea. So you'll be able to find a second denial card off the air land and sea, and that's your board rebuilt pretty much immediately. So I do think it will see a small amount of play as a single copy or as a or as a 2 of, just because it is so good at rebuilding the board by itself in conjunction with a single card in hand or like 2 cards in hand. But this is not going to be central to your plan. Your plan is going to be go wide, lose credit slots, cheat credits, and kill your opponent that way. This is just going to be like a secondary game plan if that fails, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. All right, next one. So the first actual credit denial we get is Shinyo Motorboats. This is one cost, lose a credit slot, deal damage to the target unit equal to the credit slot's losses battle +1. So it always is a 1 cost deal too, and then we'll ramp up from there kind of throughout the game, right? So I'm definitely lower on this one than you are. I think. Okay, so first off, like, you aren't playing this outside of credit denial. Like, this is not. I feel like some decks, like, you will have credit denial cards that show up in other places. Like, Airland and Sea even like showed up in other places if you needed to get multiple copies of stuff. It's like where it's like, hey, it was worth playing even if you like didn't have any sort of payout for credit loss. Or I mean, the obvious one that everyone would point to is like Desperate Measures or like Commit the
Yeah.
Reserves or stuff like that, where it's
Yeah.
like they're such powerful cards that it's like you're running these, you don't care that they're losing your credit slots. I don't think that's what Motorboats does. I think Motorboats is a, hey, this lives in SKD. If SKD is a thing, you probably have Motorboats in there. If it's not, you'll never see this card. Um,
Yeah.
so but I think this one is interesting in that it requires not just running SKD, but a very particular version of SKD where you almost want like an aggro control list where it's like, this is the thing that's helping you keep your board clear for you to hit them in the face. Because I feel like if you've gotten to the point where you're playing this and it's dealing like 6, 7, 8 damage, it's like something seems like it's probably gone wrong in my mind. And that like you probably are losing the game, like if you're motorboating something for 8. Like what's your take here?
Yeah, this isn't going to see play outside of dedicated self-credit denial, but I think it's going to be pretty good in dedicated self-credit denial just because tempo removal is very, very premium for aggro decks,
Yeah.
and it's a very cheap trigger for your credit loss stuff. So I think if credit denial is playable, you will be playing Shinyo. Like you said, I think that's the only time we are going to be seeing Shinyo. But I do like the fact that we can now say in like gameplay terms that we're motorboating things. That's great.
I didn't think about that until I said it out loud, but you're right. All right, next one is 238th Regiment. So we've got a 2 cost, the usual, Japan's gotta have its 0 op infantry. So 2 cost 0 op 2/3 blitz, deals double damage if you have 3 or fewer credits. Or credit slots, excuse me, credit slots. And you are way higher on this than I am. Like, I think this card is good, and you have this, like, is this your first 5 that we've seen?
I think so. This is essentially a better version of the German Katzman. The German Katzman I rated at 4. It's a the two credit 0 up 2/3 blitzer that gets more expensive the more cards you play. This thing has no downsides whatsoever. This thing is just all upside. This comes down on turn 2 if your opponent has pushed a 2/4 to the front line. This immediately kills it because it just deals double damage immediately. If your opponent has an empty board or empty front line on turn 2, you push this. Turn 3, you hit them for 4, and after that, it's going to just deal 2 like normal. I think this is just a good unit. This is just a solid unit that's going to see play in a lot of Japan aggro, tempo, mid-range decks, potentially even control as like an early anti-aggro tool. Seen as 106 has been nerfed accordingly. I think the
Appropriately.
2-drop slot. Yeah, the I think the anti-aggro 2-drop slot is a lot more open in Japan now, so I think this could potentially make its way in. As well as obviously, it's very scary if you're playing SKD and you slap a couple of buffs on this thing. This can very quickly close out games.
Sure.
But I don't think that's going to be the common way of playing this. I think this just slots directly into like Jagro and mid-range Japan.
Interesting. Okay, so my take on this was that it was like I feel like in SKD obviously it's like, hey, this is an include. I feel like just kind of across the board. Like even if you don't have the buffs, like this, a 0 cost reliably 4 attack infantry or 0 op 4 attack infantry is good. But I feel like in a more classic Japan aggro list, I feel like I'd rather have the Tokyo, the bonded 4/2.
4/2, yeah.
Just because it's like, hey, this is more reliably, like, if you don't have a way to credit deny yourself, it's like this is it kind of reminds me of the what's the Japan shock infantry that has additional attack when it has shock on it.
I feel like it's the what is it, like 38th infantry
I'm
or
terrible with
something?
names, but you know the one I'm talking about, right? Because I feel like
Yes.
this kind of has a similar effect where it's like this effectively has a kind of timed buff for its attack if you aren't running self-credit denial, where it's like, hey, this comes down on 2 and it can swing for 4 one time, basically. Like, because it'll move into the front line, then you'll have 3 credit slots that can attack for 4. Next turn, it'll be back to a normal, like, 2/3, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, it's something where it's like, I would rather have the 4/2 bond blitz that's just reliably like, hey, this is 4 damage no matter when it comes down. It doesn't like turn off at some point, right? And the one thing that I do think is weird with this card is that the like SKD payoff elites So like Great Expanse, which is already in the game, and one we'll talk about a little later, both kind of turn this card off because they cause you to gain credit slots, which is a little weird in my mind.
Yeah.
So it's something where it's like you need to be buffing this with the non-SKD buff cards, because those ones turn off the double damage effect, which is weird. But yeah, maybe we'll see some kind of janky OTK stuff with like Final Push or something, because it's like double damage is wild.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's going to be much more limited in scope as to which decks this kind of goes into than I think where you're at.
I mean, I'm open to being wrong in this, but I'm maybe I'm just biased. Maybe I see like a comb shaped card and I'm like, yes.
I can't fault you there. I mean, I guess you are right. Like, this shouldn't be a 3 because you are right. Even if the upside isn't gonna ever trigger. Like, if that text was just gone, right, and this is a 2-cost 0-op 2/3 blitz infantry, right? This is basically a straight upgrade from where we were talking about with what is it, Kurtzman, or whatever it was.
Kurtzman, yeah.
So you're right. I probably do have this underrated considering I gave that one a 4. So I was thinking too much of the high end, like, oh, you want to get the double damage payoff, not just like naturally what are the stats of this card, right?
Yeah, this thing is just like really well statted.
Yeah. All right, next one we've got is Yokosuka E14Y. So it's a 2-cost 1-op fighter. It's 2/2. It has Blitz, Intel 2, Deployment Forecast, and again, make Finale a keyword or something, like draw a card if you have 0 credits. So there is, I think this card is, this is my maybe first 5 here. I think this card is just insane with the like Swiss Army knife capability of it. Like, this is one of those cards that I feel like I was thinking about it. It's like, okay, when was the last time we saw a Japanese card that had this much text where you could just kind of slap it wherever? And it was like 10th Recon, right? Whereas the infantry that like, it has shock, it has blitz, you could it shuffles something into your deck and then draws. And it's just like, you could just put it anywhere because it fits in anything. And I feel like this card is the same kind of thing where it's just like, it is a little weird in the sense that it's like, if you get the 0 credit effect, obviously you're sacrificing blitz and vice versa, right? So it's like you're kind of picking one of those. I'd say 99% of the time you're going to want to draw a card. You don't really care about blitzing something for 2. But still, it's like the flexibility is there and it's like well statted for the cost, and like it has intel, and I mean, I don't know. I talk me out of this from being like just a banger.
No, this is like a very, very, very good card. I didn't rate it 5 because I don't know if it's going to be as widely played as some of the other stuff we're going to see, but it is going to slot into a number of decks. I don't think this makes the cut in like the fastest of Jagro, which is why I haven't gone the extra star. But this is certainly going to be one of the best tempo cards that Japan receives. It's going to be one of the best mid-range cards it receives, and it's going to be one of the best forecast / value / control cards that it receives, as well as being, again, one of the best intel cards that it receives because this card has so much text on it. So, yeah, this is going to slot into a number of decks, but it's just, I just don't know if the fact that this won't necessarily see play in Jagro, if that's going to be like the most popular Japan deck.
Yeah,
but
that makes sense.
This thing is insane. I'm 100% there with you. This card is nuts.
Okay. No, that does make a lot of sense then, because I know how popular Jagro always is, and you're right. If this is something where it doesn't fit in there, and based on the Sunny cards we've seen, because I think that's what you'd be playing in a Jagro list, is that's the thing you'd be drawing for, those probably don't move the needle enough for it. So yeah, I think you're probably right on that one.
Yeah. It probably will see some amount of play in Jagro just because a 2-credit 1-op 2/2 blitz fighter is pretty good.
Yeah.
I just don't know if there's better things to play. I don't know if there's going to be space for it. Is like my concern.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, that's always the problem with Jagro, is that I feel like it's always such a tight list that it's like, what do you cut to make room? It's like,
yeah,
that would be tough. I mean, depending on how you're thinking about forecast, like maybe this is something where it's like, would you be willing to drop an expansion to add one of these in? Because if you get the 0 cost effect, it's effectively draw 2, right? Like you draw one off your deck and generate a card. Like maybe, but like get another body on the board. But yeah, we'll see. I feel like at a minimum, I would say that it's like you're not including a playset of this in an aggro list, right? Like you
No,
don't need
yeah,
that much, right? Like maybe you have a one of to like get a finisher. Like if there's a weather card that you really like as like a hey, this is a big buff to wrap the game up or something like that. Like maybe that's what you do is you kind of splash one in there, but yeah. All right, moving on to Mersey Battalion. So it's a one cost, one op, 1/3 smokescreen infantry. Once per turn, you gain 3 credits when you lose a credit slot. And this is the one that I feel like, I if self credit denial is a thing, this is the card that will make it happen because it's just insane, right? Like
yeah.
obviously it's like, hey, this doesn't go into any deck besides self credit denial. Like even if you are running though, if you are running commit the reserves or you are running like oh my god, I just mentioned it, the board clear one.
Desperate measures.
Desperate measures, thank you. It's like this giving you a little bit of a bonus after playing one of those is like not worth running, but like the ability to reliably, I assume, hit this literally every single turn in a self-credit denial deck is just like the amount of tempo this gains you is bananas. Like
Yeah, this is absurd. 3 credits is a lot of credits. Like Nakshub is already insane for giving you 2 credits, and you usually have to spend like 2 or 3 credits to trigger the Nakshub out of Germany. And this just giving you 3 credits for doing the thing you're going to be doing regardless is like nuts. This is one of the well, no, this is the card for SKD this set. Um, this is also partially why I think 38th Independent isn't going to be that great because this is just going to be sitting in your support line for most of the game, generating value every time you destroy one of your own credit slots. So I think this is what's going to stop 38th from being all that playable. But I do disagree slightly in that this won't see play in Jagro. I think this might make its way into Jagro as like a part of a small dedicated like SKD package.
interesting.
Like because it's so good. It's just gaining 3 credits is a lot for a one drop. Like playing this in Jagro, and it's like not the easiest thing to remove either with 3 health and smokescreen. So yeah, I think with like desperate measures, maybe you splash like Erlency and Shinyo, and like that's good enough. I don't know. I feel like there might be something there. It's so many credits. It's really hard to not want to try and make it work in Jagro.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there has to be something there. But yeah, if SKD is a deck, it is going to be entirely because of Mirase. This is the card.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's true. This card is this is the kind of thing that it's like I feel like this is the thing that's like the Japan or sorry, not Japan. The Germany operations deck is kind of missing is the like really crazy like hey, this is the thing that holds it together. It's like
Yeah.
you put benefits for operates on a bunch of different cards, but then there wasn't the like linchpin, right? There's not the Royal Sussex, there's not Murasei. It's like I feel like that's the part where it's just like okay, there needs to be the one that's like you read it and you're like oh shit, like this makes the deck work, you know.
Yeah.
All right, next one we've got is Out of the Sun. So 2 cost order, you give your air units -1 op cost, and if you played a sunny card this turn they get +2 attack as well. So this one you've got a little lower than I do. I'll let you go ahead and lead off on this guy.
Yeah, I do think this card is really, really good. I just don't know if it's going to be widely playable. It's really interesting because it does make Japan worth considering as an air ally again. Um, Particularly because of like all the forecast stuff, and this synergizes with Sun, so you can play this in like US Japan with a bunch of Brewsters and a bunch of the
Yep.
tempo forecasting stuff like the Duck and the Kingfisher, and then this like ratchets up the damage output of your board alongside some of the sun effects, and it also makes your things operate for free, which is very, very good. I have historically played quite a lot of US Finland Brewsters because a lot of Sparta is absurd in the deck. So this being really, really good while also enabling a number of other very good Japanese air support cards, things like Air Superiority, for example, just being 1 credit deal 3 to a thing, is quite good. So I feel like this could enable a like weather-based tempo deck of some sort, like a weather-based air tempo with like in US Japan. I just don't know whether or not that is going to be the optimal way to play forecast. Particularly because there is a card we'll be talking about a little bit later that I think is the better build around for that style of deck. But this is by no means a bad card. This is like I said, this will single-handedly make Japan worth consideration as an air ally again, which is really, really cool.
Yeah. So it's interesting that because I was coming at it from the same perspective of like, okay, thinking about the fit naturally in a Brewster's deck, right? Because it's like, hey, you have a wide board, you have a bunch of planes that you can buff. They all have one op cost, so now they can operate for free. And the point of comparison that I was thinking was like, okay, we already saw that deck run something like Big Three, which like gave you a bunch of buff on board effects just because it was like, hey, you naturally had a wide board, and you just made your Brewsters huge and swung for the win, right? And that's where my mind went, was that it's like, okay, this is, especially if you can get it out alongside a Sunny card, which, hey, this is also going to buff your cards. It's like, that's going to do the same thing with what I think is a slightly easier build around, because it's like you now don't need to have like mixed nation stuff on board. You just need to have forecast at some point in the past for a 2-cost Sunny card.
Yeah.
And that's where I was going with it, and where I think it's like, I mean, I totally agree that I feel like that's the natural include for that deck, where it's just like, hey, like you have, I don't know if it'll be good enough to be a tier 1 thing, but I think it's something where it's like, okay, this seems like a pretty natural fit in there alongside, the one we just talked about, the 2-cost 2/2 fighter, right? Where it's like, hey, this benefits from that. It's a cheap, easy to operate thing. It's a fighter, so it works with Coronado or Colorado, whatever the float plane is that gives all your fighters
Coronado,
+1 attack. Yeah. I need to do the challenge again where I have to name every card before I can play it, because man, in one ear out the other, man. I can't remember the names of things for my life. Yeah, I think it'll be super interesting to play with, and I'm curious to see like what else you can do with this outside of like the really obvious fit, right? Because it's like I feel like there's a lot of potential like air decks that are sort of just like on the edge of viability, and it wouldn't take much to like kick them over the line to be like, okay, these are starting to show up now. And I feel like this might be one of those things that starts to push us in that direction.
Yeah.
All right, so the next one we've got is the 79th Infantry. So it's a 4-cost 1-op 4/5 Blitz infantry. When you play a Sunny card, you give your units +2 attack and remove pin on them. So this one, I think we both have as 3 stars. And I think this is interesting, because I think they dropped this card before showing the rest of the Sunny set. And let me see. I don't know if I can go all the way back there easily. Let me 1 second just to flip on back to the Sun cards. There are a decent number of these high cost ones. So there's 2 4-cost cards that generate a card but give it pin, and then obviously the 6-cost card that just dumps your hand and gives them all pin. So I would imagine that that's the kind of thing that you're playing this, or that you're trying to sort of aim for, because the downside for those Sun cards is suddenly no longer applicable, right? So that stuff dumps to the board, gets a buff, loses the pin effect on it. But even with that, I feel like this card is okay. Like, it's kind of a little bit Disneyland. The like perfect, the perfect turn with this, because obviously you're talking about spending like 8 or 10 credits to make that happen. Maybe 9 or 11 if you didn't want to actually operate this with Blitz or one of the other things that you've generated. So like super late if you want to have that like full big combo turn. But otherwise, it's like, this seems fine. Most of the time, it's going to be you get to attack, and you maybe don't care about the pin removal part. But yeah, what's your take here?
It's a really interesting card, and I really like the design that it's like the design space they're operating in with this. It's a solid mid-range body. 4 credit for 4/5 Blitz is like decent. This is just like a solid unit in general. It could see play in like the tempo forecast air deck, because getting +2 attack on your stuff is always nice, particularly when combined with like the 2 credit sun that also reduces your op costs for the turn.
Sure.
So if you don't have Out of the Sun, you can go with this and then the 2 cost weather that reduces the operation cost, which is equally as good. And the removing pin is also a nice little piece of utility while we have resistance in the permanent pool, because like being able to unlock your board to swing is always going to be worth something, particularly when it's on a decently on-rate body. But where I'm most excited for this is to do the stupid jank thing of playing Jungle Fever and just pulling a Super Fortress out of the deck. That's what I'm looking to do with this.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you know, sometimes you got to play cards for the memes, and that's not that's
Exactly.
totally fine. Got to get what's the magic that's the Timmy, your inner Timmy. You gotta.
Oh yeah.
All right, so the next get into the elite. So we got the 2-cost Japanese order special attack. You lose a credit slot, and your units gain destruction, deal a damage, gain a credit slot. So I'm a little more down on this, but what were you thinking here?
This is like a really difficult card to analyze, because it's like it's a half of a pre-change Yamato. So Yamato was originally 4 credits, give your units destruction, deal 2 damage to the enemy HQ. They then changed it to 10 credits, all units in your deck get that effect.
Yeah.
So it's like half of old Yamato. Would I be happy spending 2 credits on half of a Yamato effect? I think I would be. Because it's cheap enough that it's not going to be that impactful. You can weave it into a turn. If it's like turn 4, turn 5, and you've got like a decently wide board, just playing this to be like, yeah, if you play your Forward Observers or your Crossfire, you're going to take 7 damage, and I'm going to ramp into an Ite next turn. So like, maybe it's fine in Jagro, is like where I'm at. Like, I don't. It's really tough to analyze. It's a weird card. Like the fact that this ramps you is also really, really weird.
Uh-huh.
Like you could play this in theory in a super low order count variant of like Japan, Germany, Jagro. You can use a Rado to tutor this out and then ramp yourself into giant late game threats super early. But yeah, I think this most likely doesn't make the cut as an SKD card, ironically, but I do think it makes the cut potentially in certain variants of Jagro, just because the insulation versus board clears is nice. Being able to burn your opponent for trying to interact with the board is always going to be good, and the ability to potentially ramp you into a Storm Division or an Ite might be relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at, is that it's like it's a little weird to think about the deck that this fits in, because I think for SKD it's like, hey, you kind of need to stay low to the ground because the whole point of the deck is you're denying yourself credits. So it's like you don't really want to include stuff that would then have a big payoff turn. Like if you had 5 things that got cleared and suddenly you've ramped to 10, it's like, well, great. I'm not going to put a 10-cost card in there on the anticipation that my special attack went off. So that one's a little weird to me. But then that kind of, when I was thinking about it, it's like, okay, don't I have the same problem with a Jagro list where it's like the stuff in there is so cheap that, you know, like, yeah, Ite might be the most expensive thing you have, which you need to have 9 credits to really get up there to hit people with. And it's like, if I play that a turn earlier, like, or 2 turns earlier, it's like, does that make or break it? Like, I don't know. I do think it's interesting that, as I didn't think about the part that you're bringing up there, where it's like, it is giving your opponent a question of, do I even want to clear the board? Because maybe they've got something, you know, kind of bluff them a bit, where it's like, okay, I could board wipe them, and then all of a sudden they're gonna have like 9, 10, 11 credits on the next turn because I just board wiped them, in addition to burning myself for, you know, 6, right? So that is an interesting take on it. But yeah, I just thought that this was weird for where it goes, and I think it's like the fact that this is a Japanese elite card means you can only put it in a Japanese main deck is the part where I'm like struggling the most with it, because I'm just like, man, this would be cool in some other decks that weren't Japan main.
I will say this might be one of the cards that you put in as like that SKD package in Jagro with the Morass
Oh, interesting.
the rest of battalion. Like this might be one of the cards that bridges the
You just
archetype to make
splash
you
it.
want to do it. Yeah, exactly. And like this, desperate measures, and then like one or two other orders might be enough to make it worthwhile. Because you have so much card draw in the form of expansion, so you're going to find the little XKD pieces that you need. So maybe this is the card that like makes the crossover worth it. Who knows? But I do think this is most likely just going to be an anti-board wipe kind of deal.
Yeah. All right, next one we've got is the research card. So Japan research. This one's going to take a little while. So much like every other research card, so there's 3 tiers of it. So you draw Imperial Research as a 3-cost card. You have the option to generate balloon bombs or go to expanded. At expanded, you can pay 6 to generate long lance or go to advanced. At advanced, you can pay 9 to generate aluminum or go to Imperial weapon. And then the cards themselves, the ones that you've generated. So balloon bombs is a straightforward pin all enemy units. Long lance, destroy a unit and draw 2 if it has 3 attack or less. 775 aluminum is, there's a lot of text here. So you add 3 0-cost zeros to your hand, which is the 4/4 ambush fighter, deal 1 to a target when you deploy it.
Yep.
Then on top of that, those have a destruction effect that adds a copy of that unit to your hand. That copy does not have the destruction effect. So it's not an unlimited number, but it does generate potentially 6 of these things, assuming the first 3 all die. And then the top end of the curve is Imperial Weapon number 2, which puts 4 Kikas on top of your deck, which is the, what is it, a 6/5 fighter? It's been a while since I've played with Kika.
6/5 blitz
6/5.
that on destruction
Yes.
shuffles 4 kamikazes in. Yeah.
Yep. But those cost 0 to deploy and operate. So basically, your next 4 turns are going to be like, I draw Kika to play Kika, attack you with Kika, probably. So both of us have this one as a 4. So I think in general, the research cards seem to boil down to like, there's one of the options that is the one that you always try and aim for, where it's like, this is the one that I want in like 80% of use cases. Then there's one that's kind of a mid option where it's like, maybe every now and then I'll use that. There's one that's the break glass in case of emergency. And then there's one that's just like, this seems unnecessary and I don't want it. I feel like the one for me for Japan is the 9 cost. Like the 7075 aluminum is like the card that you are aiming for if you're putting this in your deck. And it's like, it is just an insane amount of value for what it does. And like the threat that it suddenly puts on the board. And then like it's, even if they have like wave after wave to clear you, it's like, great, cool, you've dealt with first round of zeros. How about second round of zeros? So it's like sticks around annoyingly. I mean, I think balloon bombs is fine. It's probably one of the less impactful like 3-cost cards. Just, it's like you compare it to like V1, for example, which is just like a pretty premium removal for Germany, or the more survivable like US or UK ones. It's like I kind of prefer those, but like it's fine. Long lance is kind of that mid option where it's like, maybe they have something that's a threat on the board, you don't have a good response to it, and hey, never going to complain about having some additional card draw, but like ramping up to the 6-cost research to then play that seems like not a great payoff. And I feel like Imperial Weapon is just something where it's like, this is a card that I don't feel like you need that, honestly. I feel like 7075 aluminum is enough as a finisher. How about you? What are you thinking here?
Yeah, no, I think that Imperial Weapon number 2 is like the option that you are never taking. I don't think that putting 4 Kikas on top of the deck is worth the extra 12 credits from just getting 2 waves of 0-cost zeros into your hand. Like, it's the fact that like you're climbing the resource tree, you pay 9, you get the aluminium immediately, and then you immediately get the zeros, which immediately impact the board and immediately threaten the opponent. And then your opponent has to answer them, and then you get 3 more that immediately impact the board with the pings and immediately threaten your opponent again. Whereas with the Kikas, it's like, yeah, I'm going to burn an extra 12 credits on top of the already, like, what, 18 credits I've spent. And then I'm not going to get the Kikas immediately either. I'm going to wait like a couple of turns, and I'm not going to play a Kika out immediately, because if you remove it, it shuffles the other Kikas away. So, like, the Imperial Weapon is like the most questionable one of these. The rest of them are all very good. Aluminium is very, very good. I think Balloon Bombs, if we're in a very aggressive metagame, just paying 3 to pin the entire board is going to be quite good, because it denies your opponent a turn of doing anything, essentially. Plus, if they have a support line that's full of units when you do it, they can't deploy for a turn, which is always nice, and Long Lance is just a nice little piece of value. Like, if you're playing, I don't know, if you're having trouble against, like, Soviet control, Long Lances just destroy armored train, draw 2. So, like, yeah, I think this is, it's a good research. 3 options are very good. Aluminium is the win condition, I think, for Japan control. That is what you're aiming for. That is how you're looking to close out games, because it is a lot of value and it is a lot of very difficult to deal with bodies. Zero, as we know, is underplayed, I think. I think Zero is a very, very good unit. The 4/4 ambush fighter is difficult to deal with at the best times. So yeah, I do think this is a solid research. I think this is probably better on average than the Brit research, honestly,
okay.
because this gives you a concrete win condition in the zeros. So whereas the Brit one is more so like, it can win you games with Bletchley, but you need to be in a slow control mirror for Bletchley to work. Your sonar is like fine-ish, but you're investing a lot for sonar. Radar is good, and synthetic rubber is like fine. So I think this is on average going to be better than Brit research. But it's, yeah, I mean, all the researchers are obviously good. They're just insane value cards. But yeah, this is, I think, going to see quite a lot of play in like slow Japan.
So quick question out of because I'm not actually sure what the interaction would be. Do you know what would happen if you played the whatever the Japanese infantry that replays all destruction effects on after those zeros died? Would it give you duplicate zero cost zeros in your hand?
I do believe so. It just re-triggers whatever destruction is triggered, so
Okay.
it should give you more zero cost zeros. I like where your head's at, though. That's a fun cook.
I mean, just in case you needed a third wave of zeros, you know.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, all right, next one we've got is the Konishi H8K. So the big flying boat. It's a 6 cost 2 op, 3/8 bomber. Draw a card when you forecast deployment forecast. So this one, in my view, it's like, hey, this is a totally fine elite, and is something where it's like, if you're running a forecast deck, you're probably including this. Forecast seems like it's trending towards a more mid-range like, you're not gonna balk at throwing in a 6 cost card, especially if it draws. In my mind, this kind of it seems to me like something comparable to like 70th Brigade for Britain, or something like Sunderland, where it's like, this is just kind of a slow value generator that's kind of a pain in the butt for your opponent to clear, but it itself doesn't seem like that much of a threat. So it seems like it's a fine elite. It's going to go in the decks that it wants to go in, and that's about the extent of it. But like, in my mind, this isn't an elite that like makes that deck worth playing. Like, it's not like the win condition for a forecast deck. Like, it's just an elite that kind of supports it, right?
Yeah, it's just a very good value unit. It's not even necessarily tied to the forecast deck. Just Japan control, or like slow mid-range in general, is going to be happy to get a card draw and a weather on the following turn, because
Sure.
like, a lot of the weathers are very, very powerful. So like, just forecasting, going for like Storm, picking like the cyclone that makes everything deal damage to themselves on the following turn is a very good like sequence of plays. I think you're happy enough to play this in like Japan control just for the value, because the forecast just just extra value as a control deck is always going to be good.
Yeah.
It's also a very annoying body to deal with. 8 is a lot of health.
Yeah,
that's
that's true.
that's a big bomber. And 3 is enough attack to remove most like mid range and aggro units. So I think this is going to be a relatively annoying body to try and deal with. But also, I do think that Japan Control is going to be in a much better position in the next metagame because it is getting a lot of support with research. It's getting like Kaunishi is getting the forecast stuff. Some of the stuff that's being rotated back in is very good at supporting Japan Control. Home defense. I can't think of the is it island defense?
You've got
They're
me.
buffing it. It's 4 credits. The 4 credits, draw a card if your HQ had less than 10 health, and then you gain plus 8 health. So it's getting a lot of good control tools, and it's getting some very good ones returned to it. So I do think Japan Control is going to be in a much better position. So I'm expecting to see this like a reasonable amount out of slower Japan decks.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. All right, so moving on, we've now got the Soviet Union. So, Soviets, the first one is a 1-cost order irregular recruits, add a random combination of 2 light infantry and or blast to your hand. So, you could get 2 of one, 2 of the other, or 1 of each. Why is it random? 1939, you just made protected convoy. Just give us 1 and 1 so it's reliable. I still don't think the card would be good, but at least we would have reliable, like, why is it random? Like, if you're running a tokens deck, you probably don't want the blast. If you're running the blast deck, you don't really want light infantry. Like, this frustrates me.
Yeah, the fact that this gets printed in the same set as Third Morskoy, which we're going to talk about
we're going to talk about,
it's just so funny that they printed just a bad version of a good card that they're like already printing.
Yeah.
I was, let's just say I'm surprised that this isn't the worst card of the expansion, but it's down there.
It is down there. Have we already got through the worst card? I can't remember.
Oh no, that's coming up. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh no, never mind. I do know what it is. All right, next one we got is 866 rifle. So it's 2 cost, 1 op, 3/2 infantry, destruction, add 2 blast to hand. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, both of us are like, hey, this goes in the blast deck. It's efficient. It gets you the cards. It starts that whole generation chain. It's kind of similar to the British Commandos, where it's just like, hey, you're running a deck, you want to have blast. This gives you blast. It's, trades pretty well on the board, handles aggro pretty well because blast naturally like deal with aggro in a pretty clean way. Like, this just seems perfectly fine and playable, but not in the sense that it's like, hey, would you play this outside of that deck? Probably not. You've kind of probably got other stuff that you want to do instead. But still, it seems like it is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the 2K German Volksgrenadier that gives you production, albeit a bit worse, because you don't get the blasts immediately. But it's still going to be like fine in the blast deck because you just want critical mass, I think. People have talked about maybe running this in Soviet control, but I don't think it's better than 845th because it's good in the sense that you can trade it into an aggro unit, and then you have 2 blasts suspend on 2 other aggro units. But the healing potential of 845th is so good, and Soviet control needs the healing more so than it needs the blast, because you have sickles. Mm-hmm. You have sickles, you have extended barrages, you're not hurting for cheap pings. So, and even if you do want cheap pings in Soviet control, you're just going to run Morskoy as a means of generating them as like an anti-aggro card. So I don't think this makes the cut outside of anything other than the blast deck personally, but I'm again open to being incorrect on that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I mean, I'd agree with you. I think the healing off 845th, I mean, absolutely worst case scenario, it's something where it's like, hey, like, you got it, like, the game starts to go long and you've played front formation. It's like, you want to have every HQ health that you've gained throughout the game, right? Like,
every point matters at that point. Yeah.
All right, next one we've got is 2/16 guards. So it's a 3/5. Start of your turn, you deal 2 damage to your HQ, you draw a card, and then it becomes veteran after the second time. So basically, First start of turn, deals 2, draws a card. Second start of turn, deals 2, draws a card, and then triggers the veteran effect. So the veteran gains 1 more health, gains guard, and then everything on your board. Well, I guess except for this. So it's other units and your HQ gets +3 defense. Both of us are kind of about this card. I'll let you kick this one off because I know I was talking a lot on the last one.
It is a powerful effect. Like, the fact that you can play this out on 3, turn 4, you take 2, you draw a card, turn 5, you take 2, draw a card, and then you heal for 3, and this flips into a 3/6 guard. Like, the fact the card draw on the front side of this is objectively good. It is a good card. It's well statted at 3. It's a 3/5. But it's slow. It is very, very slow. And it is the last thing you want in matchups against aggro, because this does aggro's job for them. And when this does eventually flip like 2 or 3 turns later, or before it's about to flip, they'll just, oh, suppression, I'll just kill you through it. So I think it's a little bit too slow. It's going to be, I think, a reasonable budget card for like lower ladder play, or for budget players. I think it's like fine. But I don't think this is good enough to unseat any of the already absurdly powerful 3-drops that Soviets have access to, with like Silesia, with Kirkenes, with like Cobra, with all those like Soviets have so many absurd 3-drops that this is just muscled out, I think.
Yeah.
It does have synergy with the self-damage stuff. I just don't think self-damage has enough tools in this expansion, because it's not really getting anything new. It's getting the big 7-cost 6/6 guy that reduces cost. That's coming back, but like that's kind of it. I think that's really getting. So I'm not sold on this being worth playing in slower Soviets. I'm not sold on this being played in faster Soviet decks, and I don't think self-damage is something worth considering, at least not this set.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd have to really add there is that my thing here is, well, first off, I think this is a great draft card, because like your opponents are like dealing a little bit of HQ damage in exchange for the value generated through it is like, it's probably going to get to the point where it veterans, in which case it's like, hey, you've drawn 2 and dealt 1 to your HQ, and you have a decent enough card on the board. Awesome. But for a constructed format where there's going to be more efficient decks, I feel like even when your opponent like lets it stick around, because of when the veteran triggers, it seems like your opponent, even if they don't have the stuff to clear this, they might have the stuff to clear the other things that it would buff, in which case it veterans and gets your HQ some defense, and that's it. And I don't know, it feels like there's like too much ability for your opponents to play around with this, because it is so telegraphed as to what it's gonna do. But yeah, I do think that you're right, as far as like, if you don't have the all the wild like Soviet 3-drop like specials, like if you don't have Kirkanas and you don't have Silesia, and it's like you could slap this in there and it's like, this is fine for a common card, but like, it's the usual Soviet thing of like, damn, competitive Soviet decks are expensive, right? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, next we've got is Morskoy, so the one we've been referencing. So third Morskoy, Pachoti, I don't know how to pronounce it. As a 1-cost 1-op 1/1 infantry, so real consistent stat line. But deployment, you add a light infantry to your support line, add a blast to your hand. I mean, in comparison to the irregular recruits or whatever the heck that card was, like, what, like you said, what the hell, man? Like, it's just that, but better and more consistent and the same cost, and you don't have to then pay to deploy the light infantry. Like, how are these printed alongside each other? Like, it boggles my mind. Like, this is this is one of those cards that's like, I feel like you could just kind of slap this wherever you want. Like, it goes in tokens, having the blast in your hand, like, it's good anti-aggro. Like, it's something where it's like, if you are itching to get a 1-drop, it's like, it's hard to go wrong with this guy, right? Like, it just kind of seems like you could put this wherever you need it.
Yeah, this is my second 5-star card for a reason. This, I think, can fit into any Soviet deck, from like go wide tokens to like tempo to control. It's such an efficient 1-drop. The fact that this enters, comes in immediately with a 0-op 1/1 next to it, and gives you a 0 credit deal 1. This is everything Soviet Control has ever wanted for like the aggro matchups, because Soviet Control takes a little bit of time before it's able to actually properly stabilize. Because most of its powerful cards are on turn 3, it doesn't really have that many good 1-drops outside of like 97th.
Yep.
And like maybe sickles. So this gives you something proactive to play out to the board, which can help you fight aggro for 2 to 3 turns before you get into your like crazy game swinging 3-drops and 4-drops. This, like in very aggressive metagames, this will see play in control. This will by default see play in tokens, because this is just 2 bodies and a piece of interaction. So one of the things tokens has historically struggled with is other aggro decks. Because it's normally slower than other aggro decks, because you have to like play reserves to add tokens to your hand and play out the tokens. So it takes a little bit of while before you're able to fight other aggro decks. But with this, it's a case of, hey, I've got 2 things on board in turn 1 and a piece of interaction for your cavalry regiment. Have fun. And like just as a tempo body, it's like perfectly reasonable. This is just such a good card. Yeah, this is, like I said, it's my second 5-star of the set for a reason. I think this card is going to be seen everywhere.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I guess gut reaction, like Soviet Control, what do you cut for this?
Personally, I have been playing a lot of Soviet Control recently. I've been playing quite a bit of Soviet France, and 97th Rifles has felt increasingly bad in the deck. So I know for a fact I would cut at least the 97th Rifles. Maybe I would cut like the blocks if the metagame was like super aggressive, because the blocks are better versus mid-range. They're
Sure.
like a nice little piece of value and they're good at trading. But if the metagame is hyper aggressive, you just trim some of like the not so good like early game, or like the things that you're like not playing until later into the game. Hell, maybe you even trim like Naval Brigade or whatever, because if it's an aggro meta game, you're not going to need Naval Brigade at all.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of like flex spots where you can like make trims to fit this in like super aggressive metagames. So yeah, it just does so much for such a simple 1-drop.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right, next one we've got is Form Battle Line, so kind of continuing the tokens theme. So it's a 4-cost order. You choose one, add 3 light infantry to your support line with Blitz, or they get +1/+1. So pretty straightforward. I think you've got this a little higher than I do. I think this is something where it's like, hey, 4 costs for 6/6 of stats is pretty decent. With the added flexibility to Blitz to take the front line, it's like cool, great. It just kind of seems to me, it's kind of a, hey, this seems like at rate for what you would probably want out of like a token summoning card. So it doesn't to me seem like it would set the world on fire, but it's also something where it's like, if that deck becomes a thing, which we'll see. I'm a little iffy on tokens. But like I don't see how this card doesn't make the cut into that deck, right?
Yeah, 100%. This is like one of the best token spawners that you have access to at the moment. I will admit, I think I'm quite a bit higher on tokens as an archetype than you are, which is why these cards are rated like a bit higher, because I'm a believer in tokens right now. I think tokens has an actual shot next metagame to actually do something. What makes this card so exciting is because of Battle Line and because of the cards that are being rotated back in, things like line of engagement and like frontal assault is also coming back. We have enough density of token spawners that add directly to the board that the deck no longer feels nearly as slow as it did previously. With Morskoi, with line of engagement, with Form Battle Line, there is a lot of just immediacy in your tokens. You're not wasting turns playing deep operation, playing reserves, trying to get cards in hand to then deploy after the fact. So I think it has the opportunity to actually rival regular aggro decks, which is why I'm a little bit higher on it. I think we have just hit the correct density of adding tokens to the board for it to be worth considering. And there is a card we're going to be talking about in the US review that I think is going to really impact tokens. Which I think I'm much higher on that card than you were as well.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one. That one's gonna be a hot take, I think.
Yeah, I am genuinely scared what that card. Like, that card has so much potential, and it's going to be one of the best reasons to play tokens, I think. But also, even just playing Battle Line on turn 4, if you're playing Soviet US tokens, you've got a combat engineers and support line. You play this on turn 4, you're immediately pushing 3-2-1s to the front line, which is a lot of pressure, and it's a lot of bodies for like other decks to chew through. So I think it's just a lot of value for 4 credits. I think it enables a lot of synergies. It has a lot of upside, and it's again like 3 bodies for frontal assault to buff as well, which is nice. So yeah, I just think the density we have right now of the added infantry over the having to add them to hand to deploy first or like deploy them afterwards. I think that's just pushing tokens to be just a little bit better than it has been historically.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, next one we've got is the Tupolev Tu-2. So it's a 4-cost 2-op 3/4 bomber with smokescreen. Draws a unit from your deck when a friendly unit becomes veteran. Maybe
Yeah.
yeah. I feel like the same theme kind of repeat what I said for the Heinkel, right? Where it's just like, hey, like this veteran payoff, veteran seems iffy. I'm not sold on it. Like, in which case you've got an okay statted bomber. Cool. Like this, it's like it's
Yeah.
not. I don't know. I feel like you could try and shove this into a veterans deck, and even then, it's like, it just, for whatever reason, this kind of just seems like a weird unit to include in a veterans deck. I feel like, but
yeah, I would have been much more interested in this like as a Soviet air card, but they're rotating Claim the Skies and Blood Red Skies, so Soviet air is losing its 2 best tools. So that also immediately takes that off the table. So I don't think this card is going to see play like literally anywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, that one's quick. All right, do or die. So when a friendly unit is destroyed this turn, add a blast to your hand. I think this might be my least. I hate this card, man. I I think this card is garbage. I feel like, okay, I get the idea, right? Is that it's like, okay, you have a bunch of tokens on the board, you trade off those tokens generate blast for you, but it's like, spending credits to kill your own units in order to get payoff is just like, no, punch them in the face, make them spend their turn spending credits to clear your stuff. Don't do it for them. Like, I feel like this is such a weird edge case where this would be good, where it'd be like, okay, they have to weirdly have enough stuff on the board that I want to trade into it, and then those blasts help clear it, that it's like, for the one-off scenario where that would be useful, it's like, okay, maybe it's fine then, but like, just be running a different thing that helps do board clears. Like, don't be doing this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
So you're gonna have to join me on a quick journey for this, because right, we're playing Brit Soviet Blast, okay? We have a Royal Sussex Regiment on the board. We have a Smolensk on the board, okay? Our hand is full of a bunch of 1 credit units and orders like Protected Convoy and Number 43 Commando and 3rd Morskoy. So what we do is we play our Protected Convoy, we crack the production, get 2 credits. We play one of our commandos. We play like Number 43 Commando. We play Do or Die. We blast our commando. We play a Morskoy. We blast. We're now generating blasts by pinging off our own units while the Morskoy pings the opponent's HQ off. So we're using the Do or Die pings to free up board space to play more 1/1s to get more pings.
Oh my god.
That is the use case I can see for this card, and nothing else. And even then, that is incredibly like fringe. But I am going to attempt it because it seems funny.
It does seem funny. I guess, if there was more Soviet cards that gave you like temporary units that you could kind of plan for, like what's the one that gives you like the 2 tanks that die on your next turn? Right?
Mobile defense.
Yeah, mobile defense. And it's like, if you had more cards like mobile defense, where it's like, hey, these cards are gonna die anyways, right? And I'm just like, you send mobile defense into stuff with the intention of sacking them. Like, if you had more stuff that you could sort of pre-plan that, where it was like, okay, here's a bunch of stuff that floods the board that dies on its next turn, and you could sort of like prep to do or die, then I could maybe see an argument for it. But like, this seems so jank. I mean, like,
Yeah, no, I'm exclusively going to be using this to clear up board space to play more things and
more
generate
stuff.
blasts. That is all I'm using it for.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Next one we've got is 511th Regiment. So this is another one that dropped today. So 2 cost, 1 op, 3/2 infantry. Defense of the unit can't go lower than 1, and it becomes veteran after it takes damage. So after a veteran, it becomes a 3/3 veteran ambush, and infantry with 1 defense have +2 attack. And I think both of us had this as like a decent card. I think this is, unless I'm kind of misreading this seems like a pretty crazy sticky card. Like I was thinking about this as like a, hey, this seems like an aggressive version of the, was it 178th rifles, the 1/4 guard that summons a 1/3 guard, because it's like effectively you can read this as a 3/1 destruction summon a 3/3 with ambush and that card text, right? Because like you can't not get the veteran effect, right? Like unless your opponent silences it or something, but like that veteran is going to trigger, right? So and that seems like a pretty decent rate for something like that, right? Like that seems pretty good. That said, I think that the text on it is a little weird because I feel like a lot of the token stuff, you're probably going to be buffing your tokens so that they no longer have 1 defense. So this seems more like something that it's like, okay, maybe this fits more in a Japan Soviet aggro list rather than a Soviet tokens list, which maybe that doesn't necessarily seem like what their intended consequence was of this card.
Yeah, it's an interesting card, and it is like objectively powerful because this is only 2k. It's like super cheap. And it's also, if in a deck where you actively want to activate this yourself, it's really easy to do so. Just hit with a rush, hit with a blast, and it immediately flips. So, like, going turn 1 Morskoy into turn 2 511, blast your 511 and push your 3/1 light infantry to the front line might just be a reasonable line every now and again versus like slower control decks. But the problem is, as you mentioned, this is not the direction that tokens will want to go. Historically, I'm going to draw on a little bit of like past experience with the Elder Scrolls Legends here, because I am very well known as a big believer in like Token Crusader and Empire aggro. Those were like 2 decks that I was very closely associated with. Both decks ran a lot of very small token generators and a lot of very small units, and the idea of the deck was you would just go super wide and then go super tall with buffs. And it was very difficult for decks to clear the boards because they were like growing so quickly from the onboard buffs and all that kind of stuff. So the way you build tokens typically should be going wide and then buffing them, because this, while it's nice to have the damage output, it doesn't insulate you versus anything. Like, your board will be cleared by things like forward observers. You are super, super fragile to things like crossfire. Like, it's, I don't know. I just don't think this is what Tokens wants to be doing. I think Tokens is much more going to want to be doing things with Frontal Assault and Wolfhounds. I think that is what Tokens is going to be aiming to do in this expansion. I don't think this makes a lot of sense unless you are going to be playing specifically Soviet Finland tokens with the CCs. But like, because this does help make the CCs a little bit more threatening. And we'll talk about one of the Finnish cards, the Finnish producing CC cards, in a little while as well, because this stacks with that as well, which is very, very scary. So that is like the one thing I can think of that this might maybe see play in, is like if you're doing Finnish ally tokens for some reason. But the traditional versions of tokens, I don't think want this. But again, this is like a really, really interesting card, and it's only 2 credits. So this may well just make the cut someplace, but I'm not entirely sure where.
All right, hear me out. You know, it's like U.S. Soviet like frontline, because this alongside like Choco Boys, you suddenly just
hell yeah,
flood the board. Anyway, all right. So I mentioned it a couple times. So 1080. I'm going to assume it's 1080 first. So that's just a typo on the card. Smolensk first. So it's KARDS is presented by Mike Tyson. So it's a 4 cost, 1 op, 3/7 guard shock infantry. When you play blast, deal 1 damage to a random enemy. To me, it's commandos we have at home, right? Like it's a very specific, like when you play this particular neutral card, which hey, you've generated potentially a bunch of, right? Like we've seen a number of generators for it. Like it causes pings. It's just added value to those cards. So in my mind, it's like if that deck is a thing, like this is obviously going to go in it. It is an added value generator for those blast cards that you've been creating this entire game. My one thing with this is that it's like, I think I kind of talked about this when we were talking through Royal Sussex, where it's like I still feel like I'm missing what the game ending condition is, because I feel like this alone doesn't seem like it's like you're not going to generate enough blasts to like burn your opponent down. So it's like, are you using this just to help clear the board to then do other stuff? Like, there's got to be something else that this is like building up into, because you compare this to something like Sabe, for example, where it's like Sabe on its own is the card that ends the game, right? Like it is so threatening that it is like, hey, if you let me shuffle stuff, like you will lose the game. Instead, Smolensk is like, hey, if you don't deal with me, like my blasts are a little bit scarier. Is like the level of power difference there is like this just, it's good, but it's not the thing that's like, okay, this really is the final knockout blow for your opponent.
Yeah, no, like what this does for the deck is it allows you to convert your blasts into face damage. Like it is just a big commando. The thing about blasts, I think, as a deck is they will play somewhat reminiscent to commandos, but they will be significantly slower and like more controlling up until the point where they can like set up some way to kill you. So like the ideal curve, like if you play Smolensk out on 4, odds are it's gonna stick because it's
Sure.
a 3/7
it's chunky.
with guard, and it's got shock. So it does what Marine Division used to do, where that if you try to push something to the front line to try and answer it, it will just shock trade it out for free. So it protects itself in that sense. And like you can curve this into Royal Sussex and then like try and go for a pop off with like the productions giving you +2 and whatever. Like you can start playing out your hand a little bit more. So, like, there's opportunities for this card to do things, and it does combo with like Rangers to make the pings like a bit bigger.
Yep.
And as I mentioned earlier, you can do stuff with like do or die and pinging off the small tokens to keep generating blasts or whatever if your opponent doesn't have a board. So there is opportunity. It is going to be more of I think the deck is going to play more like a death by 1,000 cuts as opposed to just one big stab you in the face combo like commandos used to do. It's going to be a much more drawn out, like slowly bleed you dry with like incremental blast value. But yeah, it's a strong piece of support, and Sussex is a strong piece of support, but it's only 2 pieces of support. Like those are the 2 things the deck has going for it. I'm not sure if it's enough just yet. Unless, like, if we get more blast support in the mini set,
Sure.
in 3 months' time when that comes out, maybe the deck becomes a lot more viable. I'm still gonna play it. I'm still gonna test it because it seems really interesting to me. And like I said, there is the opportunity to build it in such a fashion that you turbo out your deck with plan and you go for like a meteor endgame. But it's a case of I'm not 100% sure just yet until we like get some time with it to see how it plays.
Yeah. I mean, I guess any thoughts on this? Like, because obviously this potentially could overlap between like blasts and soup. Like, is there any thought about that kind of thing? Because hey, guard shock is like those 2 combat keywords. Like, but I'm not sure if like there's really enough ways for, if you have a primary soup deck, to like generate blasts to make it worthwhile. But it is something that I feel like you've always got to look at, right? Whenever you have a Soviet card with multiple combat keywords on it.
Yeah, like its stats are good enough to the point where you maybe consider it in Soviet control if you're playing like a small blast package, because it does make the blast a little bit better, and it, like I said, it's difficult to deal with, and it triggers your Silesia and does die to Monastery and yada yada yada. It's good with the soup stuff, but like it's potentially better than the 3/6 guard shock that gets its shock back when it destroys a thing.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's better than that in like a dedicated like Soviet soup control deck. but I just don't. It's really difficult to like get a proper beat on this.
Yeah. Oh, it's fair enough. I was just curious because I hadn't really
Yeah,
thought about
there's
it. And it's, you know,
there is potential for it in control. I do think there is potential because it's train stats, it's got shock, it's got guard. So like there is maybe a chance for it.
all right. So next one is now we've got the Soviet research card. So the same idea. 3 upgrades to 6, upgrades to 9, or 3 you can change into Arasani, which is deal 2 to an adjacent to an enemy ground target and adjacent enemies. The 6 upgrades to standard ammo, which reduces deploy and operation costs by all units in your hand and deck by 1. 9 upgrades to sloped armor, which adds Yosef Stalin 2 to your support line, triggers a fight effect, and then sends it to hand. And then the other upgrade is you get 3 Stalin's organs, which are 4 cost, deal 8 randomly. So I have actually this one a little higher than the Japan one, just because I feel like the Japan one kind of fits into a Japan archetype that maybe isn't quite there yet. Just because I feel like Japan control was not something that we really saw. And I feel like just naturally the research cards fit into more control lists. And Soviet control has been around now for a while and still seems like it's going to be pretty strong. So this seems like a much more likely fit. And I also just kind of like most of these effects a little more than the Japan ones as far as payoff goes. Maybe I'm wrong there, but that's kind of where I was at. Because it's like I like Arasani a bit more than I like the balloon bombs, for example. Because like both of them, it's like, hey, you're slowing your opponents down, but you know, usually if you're I feel like if you're using those research, like the 3 cost research, it's like you're using it because you don't have the ability to upgrade it because you're getting pressured. And I feel like Arasani solves that a bit better than the balloon bombs do.
Yeah.
The one that I'm not sold on is standard ammo. That one to me seems like the one that's the kind of the tier of like I don't expect to really see that. That seems really kind of janky. But then the both sloped armor and Stalin's organ both seem like good potential payoffs, kind of depending on what you're facing. If you are facing someone who it's like, hey, I can just burn them out on the next turn by, you know, dropping all 3 of the organs. Or if you need something that's a bit more survivable, because the sloped armor ends up with you having what is it, like an 8/8 tank in the field and in your hand, right?
Yeah.
So it's like that's I don't think it's quite as good as the 0 one, but it's still pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your take here?
I think like 90% of the time you're just going to take Arasani. Arasani is just really, really efficient removal. That like this is going to see play in like Arasani makes it so that Soviet research just goes into more than just control because Arasani is just really, really effective damage and you can target the HQ, so it is burn.
That's true.
Which Soviets don't have access to burn pretty much typically. So having potential access to burn is really, really important. Standard ammo is definitely like the redheaded stepchild of the research here. There's no deck in the current format that wants it. Maybe if this was released around the time of Blood and Iron, it would have seen play when we had like Soviet tank midrange was like floating around. If like Soviet tank midrange becomes a thing again, then maybe you take standard ammo. Sloped armor is huge value. Just getting was it like an 8/8 that immediately destroys the thing. And then at end turn returns itself to hand, giving you a healed one on the support lane and a fresh one in hand. That's really, really good. And the IS-2 also, I believe, has heavy armor too, so it's really, really difficult to trade out if it's on the board. So versus a lot of decks, they're going to struggle to deal with the IS-2s. And then obviously Stalin Organ is just crazy burn damage. Just you're getting 3 deal 8s, so that's what 24 burn damage for 12k. Distributed across all enemies, and most likely the first 1 or 2 will clear the board. So this is a lot of damage potential. I don't think Soviet control necessarily needs sloped armor or Stalin's organ at the moment while front formation is in the format.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Front formation is leaving when the winter expansion comes out, so we probably will start seeing the higher tier options a little bit more frequently of it, but Aerosani is like why you're playing this. I think most of the time is just such good value.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is one of those things. It's like maybe you put it in like even though front formation is here, like I know I've played, Soviet France. It's like front formation is always the blast card in your deck, right? Like, so having another card that could just be a payoff eventually, right, is just like, okay, cool, great. Like this is something where it's like I'm not extremely reliant on drawing the one thing as my finisher. Like, but yeah, I could definitely see the argument that it's like, hey, this will be more effective when there isn't as much high end there already.
Yeah.
Still, I mean,
Yeah.
all the research cards I feel like they're just bangers. Like it's hard
I
to
think
have a bad research card.
I think what like if you're playing something against Britman control, you're more likely to go for like sloped armor, just because Britain has trouble dealing with the IS-2s, and the fact you get two of them. So if they deal with the first one, they have to deal with a second one at some point.
Yeah.
So and also again, worth noting, the IS-2 was also only one up. So
Yeah, they're real cheap to push.
yeah, they're real cheap to move.
Yeah. All right, next one we've got is 641st Rifles getting into the elites. So this one is a 1/8 Blitz Guard, becomes veteran at the start of your turn if it's damaged. Veterans into an 8/1 Ambush Guard, and you draw a card if this unit destroyed an enemy unit this turn. And I think both of us think this definitely, it's the old Soviet elite coin flip of Soviet elites are either cracked or not worth including, and this definitely falls on the not worth including side in my opinion. I feel like this is something where it's just like, this is weird to me because I really wish that they gave the veteran side, like, just give it one more health, man. Like, give it something so it doesn't clear so easy, because I just feel like what's going to happen is that the 1/8 side veterans probably pretty easily, right? Because it's like 8 health is a lot. Like, but then graded veterans, and then your opponent probably just clears it out and didn't need to send a unit into it, and it just kind of like they probably didn't have to work very hard to do that. Like, I don't know. I when I read this, I was like, why would I play this over something like Kachina, for example, if I'm looking for something that's like, kind of a blitz infantry, trying to kill stuff, clear the board, draw a card, get some health gain. Like, it kind of does everything this does, but better in my mind.
Yeah. I think like the intended play pattern for this is you play it out, you push it to the front line, and then your opponent can't really trade into it without giving you an 8/1 on the following turn. I think like that's the idea behind it. But in practice, it's just never going to work out that way. You can I mean it's also really easy to trigger the veteran on yourself with Rush and Blast again.
Yeah.
But then the flip side is this also just dies to blast. This is really bad against suppression. It's for my money, this is the worst elite of the expansion.
Yeah, makes sense. Next one is a 5-cost 1-up infantry 909th Roslavl. I guess it's a 3/8 guard. Your infantry have blitz. And I feel like this one kind of breaks the mold, where it's like, this one to me seems like, hey, this is a perfectly average elite. Like, I don't think this is something that's like, this isn't game warping. This isn't one of those ones where it's just like, hey, you have to have this in order to have a competitive Soviet deck. But there's a lot of stuff that this has the opportunity to fit into. Giving blitz to your infantry is, maybe it allows you to do stuff in soup decks that you couldn't have done before. Yeah, when I read through this, I was like, what this kind of seems to me is it's like it's a stickier, more reliable, what is it? Is 77th guards the one that gives you a random combat keyword when you deployed stuff? It's like, at least this one, it's like, exactly what you're getting, so you're never going to get screwed and get something like, great, I've got smoke screen on a blitz unit, or something like that, right? Like, but I don't know. I feel like where this makes the cut is going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. I think this is just generically solid enough to see play in like a variety of decks. It's probably fine in like tokens just to make sure all your stuff has blitz, but this comes out pretty late for tokens. Mid-range and control, there is a lot of incidental infantry in control these days with the Kurkenas and stuff like that. So having a blitzing Kurkenas follow-up to this is pretty good. Also, this coming down on turn 5 with a 9 or with a 4th guards as well. Like giving a 4th guards blitz is pretty good. It used to have blitz back in the day before it got nerfed.
Oh, that's
So
horrifying.
oh yeah. 4th guards used to be a 9/9 blitz. So this can like drop this in turn 7, immediately blitz your 4th guards with it. I do think, like you mentioned, it has technically got 2 keywords because it does give itself blitz. So
Yeah.
this does trigger your soup synergies, doesn't die to monastery, which is important in Soviet control nowadays. I think this most likely takes the slot that Korsun normally takes. Korsun, I think, is rotating as well with the next expansion, so it has a like decently fine slot to slot into. I think you just play this in the 5-drop slot next to Armored Train as just a decent defensive body with like decent upside. Just making a lot of your early game units better in the late game. Just being able to play this out on turn 5, turn 6, play an 845th and immediately take a trade with it to heal, I think is pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think it has just enough incidental upside in Soviet control to be worth considering at the very least. It won't be auto include by any means, but I think it will be solid enough to see a decent amount of play.
That makes sense. And yeah, I kind of am in the same boat where it's like this seems totally fine. Like all right, next we've moving on to the US where we've got the Duck. This is a 1-cost 1/2 fighter for operates for 1 and it gets +1/+1 in forecast when you move it into the front line. You're a little higher on this one than I am. So I guess my view on this guy is that it's like I feel like the forecast deck seems like it's gonna tend towards being a bit slower. So like taking and holding the front line seems like something it might struggle with. And if you can't reliably get this into the front line, it seems like this is pretty expensive to throw down a 1/2 fighter for 1. But what were you thinking on this?
So I have played a lot of Brewsters
Okay.
since they released the Naval Warfare. I've played a ton of different allies. I've played Italy ally, I've played Finnish ally, I've played Brit ally, I've played like German ally. I've played a ton of Brewsters, and the one thing that Brewsters has always lacked is a 1 credit fighter. And this is exactly that. This is just a fighter you can play out in turn 1, has a ton of incidental synergy with a bunch of cards you're already playing. It has the upside of if you push it to the front line, it gets bigger. It being a 2/3 in the front line is pretty good because with Brewsters, they get traded out by most aggro units because they're 2 attack
2 health.
or they're 2 health rather. Yeah, this is a 2/3 in the front line, so it takes a little bit more to get rid of. The forecast is a nice little bit of incidental synergy. We're seeing a lot of like the Sun Weather cares about aircraft, which means it's going to synergize with the Brewsters on that front as well. So yeah, it's the main reason I'm excited about this is it is just a synergistic 1-drop for the archetype that has lacked 1-drops up until now. The Italian version of the deck felt fine because you were running the 1 credit Fiat, but you would much rather run something from your main nation instead of like using one of your Italian slots for the Fiat, if you get me. So
Sure.
I just feel like this is going to see play in the tempo variants of Brewsters. It might not be the best card in the deck, but it's certainly going to help versus aggro decks because previously you had like nothing to do on 1 until like turn 2 you'd play an F4 Wildcat and maybe push it to the front line turn 3. But yeah, I just think this is filling a gap in the Brewster decks that's been there for a little while now.
Got it. Okay. No, that seems reasonable.
I mean, I could be wrong. I could be overestimating the card, but I'm just very excited to have a 1 credit fighter.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially if you were trying to run the what is it, the CR42, the Fiat. That's
Yeah.
you know the 1/2 with a minor buff, right? Like that. Yeah, you'd much rather have that pivot so you could have more slots for your minor nation with more impactful things.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
all right, the next one we've got is U.S. Weather Bureau 2-cost order. Choose 1 forecast or draw a card. Um, I out of all the boat themed forecast cards, this one's the worst one. I feel like paying 2 to cycle is crazy expensive. I'm not really sure what is going wrong with your game. for you to want to do that. I'm assuming the reason you put this in your deck is because you're running a forecast deck, so you really want to forecast with this. So I kind of wish that it had something else as the other side of it if the goal was to like give some flexibility, because God, that's a kind of gross downside or kind of gross second half card. Like I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, like on one hand, I understand why it's there because the forecast card doesn't come until the following turn. So if you need an answer like right now, right this instant, then you can try and dig for one. But yeah, I mean, the reason this is in your deck is because it says forecast on it, and you're only playing this if you need like density of forecast cards. So yeah, like this will see probably an amount of play if you need a lot of forecast cards, but I don't see it seeing play other than that.
Yeah. Yeah, Farrell, we have this in Cruiser Scouts. Oh, just wait till we get to the Anzac one. That makes them both look bad, like,
Oh
in my
yeah.
opinion. All right, next one we've got is Ruffians, which is the 2-cost 1-up, 1/1 Blitz Infantry. Deployment, it gets 1/1 for every other infantry you control. This card, I mean, it seems like it maybe is a decent draft card because it's like draft you frequently have just kind of like junk on the board. So like this could pretty easily come down with like, +3, +3, +4, +4. Um, maybe you can like if you're running tokens and you've got a lot of other stuff, this is kind of a thing that comes down in a chunky way. But I feel like if you're at that point, you've probably got other stuff to kind of wrap up the game. um so yeah, I think it's fine, but like I don't expect to see it in constructed decks really.
The question is, do you want to spend 3 credits playing this down in the mid game and pushing it to the front line in like your tokens deck for like a +2 +2 or +3 +3, or do you want to pay 4 credits for Rangers and then push them to the front line for free?
Yeah.
I I'm pretty much always picking Rangers because the consistency raw 4/4 is going to be much better than whatever the hell Ruffians is trying to do. It's probably going to see play, like a little bit of play, like experimental play in some of the infantry spam stuff and maybe in tokens. And as you said, it's going to be a decent card in draft. But I don't think this is going to see any major moves in any meta deck.
Yeah. All right, next one we've got is Quinine. I think you'd mentioned it before. It is a 1-cost U.S. order. Target infantry gets +1/+2 -1 op cost. So I'll let you go ahead and start this one because I know you had already talked about it and the potential combo that it has.
I am very excited for this card. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. It probably not. Most likely not. But this does enable a lot of very fun stuff that I'm very excited to play with. One of the decks that I've been talking to people about is potentially playing this in like US Poland tempo, because this on a like turn 1 you play Defense Battalion, push to the front line for free. Turn 2 you play 12th Ulan, the 3/1 Blitz Fury unit. Drop a Quinine on it, it becomes a 4/3 0-op. Push that to the front line. Oh man, I'm so excited to start slapping this on Fury units. Things like Zaza Division even with
Sure.
this becomes insane. Like was it a 3/7 Blitz Fury 0-op for 5? So yeah, I just think this is going to enable some like really silly stuff. I don't think it's going to be particularly strong, but the fact that it is enabling some like neat little synergies and funny little decks is something I'm very excited about. Oh, and I do want to address, people have talked about this in buffs. People are worried that this might bring buffs back. I think those people are incredibly incorrect for a couple of reasons. I just want to get this out there just as a reference point for people, because the original versions of buffs, when it had Fury, they did run Land of the Free. But that was because that version of buffs wasn't all in OTK deck that needed the buffs to have 0 operation costs in order to kill your opponent. The tempo versions of buffs that came afterwards, when it had 0 op, were focused. They were they were incredibly lean. At the beginning, the only order in the deck that did not either act as removal or act as cycle was Kangaroo Transport. And that was because Kangaroo Transport was so unbelievably oppressive on buffs, because it made it a was like a 3 or like a 2/5 heavy armor in the front line on turn 2 that could also still like attack. When Kangaroo Transport got killed, we saw that drop out of decks, and the only orders buffs were running towards the end were Sullivan's, For Freedom, Formidable, and Chain Home. So 2 removal orders that buff the buffs and 2 cycle orders that buff the buffs. This does neither. So particularly with buffs now having an op cost, the fact that this costs 1 credit as well means you have to, if you want to get the maximum out of your opening buffs hand, you need to, 1, hard mulligan for buffs, hard mulligan for quinine, and then also have like a For Freedom on turn 2 with the quinine to get the maximum amount of tempo out of the buffs, which is a lot of cards and not a lot of cycle. What made the previous versions of buffs so good was the amount of cycle, the fact that the buffs was getting bigger while also replacing the cards in your hands. That was like the most important part. So the fact that this is neither, this isn't cycle, this doesn't help like remove things on the board. I think this is not going to worry, or this isn't going to revive buffs. And as far as it was saying, some ran duress as well, but duress was just a super cheap piece of interaction. That I think that's just generically good, and it was important to be able to silence other buffs as well. So, but yeah, I don't think
let's
this
not go back
is
to buffs meta, please. I can see why people are afraid about it, but I definitely agree that it's like, hey, there starts to be a lot of like, yeah, could you eventually like turn buffs scary? You could, but you could always do that. Like, it was only that's like very special combination of things that like got there. And like I I feel like you're probably right. People are probably going to try and cook with this. But I don't know. It's really hard to look at this and look at some of the other buffs cards that the US has and come out for the other side and say, I really want to run Quinine over For Freedom, for example. Because I think that there's so much more flexibility and cycle is so strong. I mean, I know that was one of the things that I feel like I totally misjudged on how good like Sullivan's ended up being, right? Was like just the ability for it to redraw itself. And unfortunately, I feel like this will make a nice strong infantry unit potentially. And it'll be scary, but in the same vein of like, I feel like part of the reason those cards are so good when they cycle themselves is that it's like you are making just a very large target for any sort of like you are naturally 2-for-1ing yourself, right? Like if someone can clear it. So yeah, I'm just not sold on this as a like cool, this is gonna be a buff worth playing, I guess.
yeah.
All right, next one we've got is Kingfisher, the 3-cost 2/4 fighter, operates for 1, forecast when it attacks the enemy HQ. I personally think this is fine. I feel like this is something where it's like, if you are going to be building a forecast deck, maybe this is something that you fit this in as like a 38th card where it's just like, okay, I need to have something else in here. I feel like I'd rather have this than the Weather Bureau card, for example, just since there's more that this is potentially doing for you. I feel like this is going to be a menace in draft because of how much value this has the opportunity to generate. So I know the Finnish BF 109 that draws off your opponent's deck is so frustrating in draft formats, for example. But like I feel like this, even in a constructed format, like you might see a one of and is it'll be there, it'll float around, I feel like. And then naturally it, because it's a fighter, it pairs together with all the other fighter synergies and air synergies that are potentially out there.
Yeah, like I think if you're playing a deck dedicated on forecasting, it's probably good enough to make the cut because it says forecast on it and you just want as many of the forecast cards as you can possibly fit. There is a chance it makes its way into air. 3 for a 2/4 fighter is like not bad stats. Coronado is a 3k 2/4 bomb. Well, it used to be a 3k 2/4 bomber. It's not 4k. But Coronado was frequently quite hard to get up the board.
Yeah.
Early in the game. So this shares the same traits of just like being a little bit stickier than most early aircraft. The problem is I just don't know what I would want to cut to make space for this.
Sure.
Is like the big thing. As you said, also going to be an absolute menace in draft because US just needed more insane value cards in draft.
Yeah, yeah. All right, next one we've got is 6 Marine Regiment. Says 3 cost, 2 op, 4 5 infantry with blitz and 0 op if Sunny or Rain was played this turn. I think you said you revealed this, right?
I did.
Okay, well, they can't all be bangers, I guess.
No.
So I feel like generally it seems like 1939 has to print at least one like triggered 0
Yeah.
op effect every expansion. Like I think the last one was like Kure for like shuffle.
Yeah.
And this kind of fits in the same mold where it's like you'd have to reliably have that 0 op trigger in order for this to really be worth it. And because for like even in decks that are just absolutely slamming down forecast cards, like that probably ain't gonna happen, right? So like I feel like the high end of this is that you play this alongside a rain card the turn it gets deployed, and then it operates for 0, kind of takes the front line and sits there as just kind of a beefy unit. But I feel like it's just gonna you I feel like there's better stuff that you can run, even if it's not a forecast related card, right? Like there's just better units to have in your deck.
Yeah, even if this came with like Blitz as standard, I don't think I'm interested in running it. And naturally, because I revealed it, I obviously had to like hype it up a little bit to because this is what you got to do when you're revealing cards. You got to get people excited about them. But realistically, this is like an incredibly mid card. It's yeah, like like you said, best case scenario is you play this on turn 5. You play like the 2 cost deluge that disputes health. This gets to take a trade. You heal a little bit, and then this like sits in the support line, or you can maybe get it into the front line versus control. But then like having to play a weather on every subsequent turn to keep like the 0 op active is just a little bit too much work. You could argue you can run this out in like turn 3 and then play like a 4k weather
Sure.
to make this 0 op on turn 4, which is like fine, but then you still run into the issue of then it's 2 op again on turn 5 and you've got no weather to play. So yeah, it's just I think a little bit too much effort to get it working as you want it to.
Yeah. Yeah, I would tend to agree. All right. I feel like this one we're probably going to have some discussion about. So this is the Wolfhounds. This is 3/1, a 3 cost, 1 op infantry. 2/3 is the stat line. It gets +1/+1 when you deploy or add an infantry, and then it becomes veteran if it has 6 or more attack. Then on the veteran side, once per turn, you give your infantry units +1/+2 when you deploy or add an infantry. Do you want to start? Because I think you are extremely pro this card.
I think this card is kind of insane. So you have to bear in mind like what's coming back into the format as well. This says deploy or add, which is like the most important piece of text on this card. This triggers off of your Morskoi adding a light infantry. This triggers off of the form battle line adding light infantry. This triggers off line of engagement adding the infantry. This thing in tokens, I think, is going to be the reason you play US Ally. This offers so much potential to the deck. Not only that, we are also receiving the 0 cost 0 up 1/1 blitz infantry from Soviets. That's coming back this rotation as well. Which means you can, in theory, on turn 3, play this down, then play the 0 cost 0 up blitz infantry, push it to the front line, turn 4, play battle line, and then this immediately flips. So your opponent has 1 turn to answer the 3/4 Wolfhounds, which dodges things like extended barrage, dodges most of the 3 damage removal, and it dodges it can be suppressed or whatever, but this dodges things like Radiant Brigade as well, which is like really, really important. It's in a spot where it's difficult to remove. It's 3 credits, so it can't get hit by Rout out of the Germany control decks. It's 3 credits, so it doesn't get hit by Sudden Strike either. Yeah, the answers for this are relatively few and far between. That there is, like, because your opponent has a single turn to answer it, I think it's just because like once this flips, the game ends. getting a frontal assault on all of your infantry every turn whenever you deploy an infantry is ludicrous. This scales so unbelievably quickly, and it affects itself. So if you have like the ultimate high roll of turn 3 Wolfhounds, 2 copies of the 0k 0 op guy, push them to the front line, turn 4 battle line, what will happen is the battle line will add the first 2 infantry. This will flip, the third one will add, and everything gets the buff. This does respect the timing on the adds. So this has such unbelievable snowball potential that I think, despite the fact it does fold to things like suppression, it is going to be worth inclusion just because it is a must answer threat in a deck where the upside of this sticking is so unbelievably high that it's worth the games where this gets removed. I just think this thing is like ludicrous.
All right, so I guess my thought here is that it is like a crazy strong ability.
Yeah.
But I think the like high roll potential of like, you know, having the perfect turn where this goes off seems unlikely. I feel like you kind of end up in a similar spot to, or you could very easily, could easily end up in a similar spot to kind of what we were talking about with, what was it, 38th Independent, where it's just like, because you have to have 4 infantry to be played alongside this in order to get it to flip, like something in there has to have blitz, or you've got to have some way to deploy things into the front line so your support line isn't crowded. And that's the part where it's like, I feel like there's going to be awkward times where it's like, you could throw this out, but it's going to be difficult to flip it in a way that is useful, because I feel like the ideal state is that you do get the full wombo combo of like, cool, you've managed to play it, flip it, and you get a buff all in one turn. And that's going to be the thing where it's just like, this seems like it would be an extreme challenge to pull off and like need to plan for. And I feel like you jump through all those hoops, and then at the end of the day, you end up getting a card that is like knockoff Thunder Division. Which Thunder Division was fine, but like it did end the game if it stuck around, but like at no point were people like, oh, Thunder Division is like the reason Japan Intel is winning the game, right? Like, so that's where I'm like a little more soft on it. Like, I do think absolutely it's like there are decks where you include this just naturally, and it is a threat. Your opponent has to respond in some way, but like, I'm not sold on this being the like absolute game wrecker that I think you've got it as. Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough, but like I mentioned with like tokens in general, I think we have hit just the correct density of cards that add directly to the board, that this becomes so much easier to proactively like trigger. Like you said, like something in there in that turn has to add to the front line. Like we are getting line of engagement back, which adds one to the front line and support line. Yeah. So like turn 3, you play your Wolfhounds, turn 4, more Sky, and line of engagement is enough to flip this over. So I just feel like it's easier to trigger than people like think it is.
Okay. All right. No, I can see that. I guess I'm not considering the stuff that's all rotating back in, which is maybe where that difference lies there. All right, so the next one we've got is 162nd Regiment. So this is a 4-cost, 1-op, 4/5 infantry. Combat damage dealt to your infantry is reduced to 2. And fully repair your infantry after you play a rain card. I've got this one a little higher than you do. I think this is a so again, I did misread this. Actually, my notes, I have this still wrong. Because I had misread this as combat damage dealt to your infantry is reduced by 2.
By 2, yeah, that would be insane.
So I was like, oh, this is a way to kind of like cheat heavy armor 2 onto your infantry without giving it like the actual keyword, because like maybe that has some bad interactions with like soup decks or something. But even reducing it to 2 is still like, if you've got decent enough infantry on board, um, and then pairing it with rain effects, like that still seems pretty good. But I think you're probably right, because I think my score still reflects what I thought the original text I read it as was. Do you know how this interacts with something like Seahawk? Like, does it reduce afterwards or before?
That's a really good question. I don't actually know. I would imagine it applies after. So if it's, I think with Seahawk, these will like your infantry will take a maximum of 1.
Mm.
I think. I'm not entirely sure how like the layers work in cards, but I
No
would
one knows.
imagine. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't I don't think 1939 fully know either. But I would imagine that's how it works. I could be wrong though.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it moves the needle any. It was just out of curiosity, you know.
Yeah.
Um, I do feel like it is at least interesting that this is something where it's like rain is already something that is focused on buffing the health of your units. So like, if you're reducing or you're limiting the damage they're taking, and the payoff is the things that make them more survivable, and then you're healing them, it's like I could see this being something that could like get out of control. But yeah, it's still like I feel like this is something that's like gonna cook with it. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but like there's the possibility for this to kind of get into like a more snowbally potential.
Hmm. Yeah, I think for me the issue is like it's just a bit too slow. Like
Mm,
you have to have a board. You also have to then like spend for to get this out. You also have to spend credits on the weather.
yeah,
Like it's just a lot of work, I think.
yeah, it makes sense. Okay. All right. All right, next one. Speaking of rain payoffs, we've got surprise engagements. It's a 5 cost order that costs 2 less if you played rain this turn, and you destroy a random enemy unit and draw the top unit of your deck. Um, I think this is fine. It seems like kind of an upgraded was it Death from Above? Um,
Yep.
and that never really got any play outside of when you could generate it off of 41st Infantry. Um, this is kind of a potential upgrade to that. It's a little bit, it's even if you don't have the rain payoff, it's like 1 more for adding cycle, which is probably at rate, which maybe like if you're running a forecast deck, I feel like this will be included depending on the meta. Like if if the meta is like really big units that you'd have targets for this, then it'll be good. If the meta is more, tokens, infantry spam, that kind of thing, then this becomes a heck of a lot worse.
Yeah, it's an interesting card. My biggest problem with it is that the cost reduction it gets is just not enough to justify like playing the weather with it because like it's you're never getting enough value from the credit sheet because like best case scenario you play this alongside a 2k
Yeah.
rain card and you're still spending 5. It's like yeah, you get the bonus of the 2k weather, but the 2k rains aren't that good. Like the this read 6 deluge I think is the most standardly playable one. That's the one you're going to be picking most of the time because you're not frequently going to need the suppression. Like I don't know. I just feel like 5 to heal 6 and then destroy a thing and draw a card might not be the best use of deck slots or credits or your weather card.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. This is likely better than I think it is, but I don't think it's going to make its way into like a meta deck.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Um, all right, next one. Getting into the elites, we've got 5th Ohio. This is a 3 cost 1 up 4/4 infantry. Deployment, you destroy target enemy unit with a combined attack and defense of 6 or less. And I think both of us have this as just absolute banger.
Yeah.
Like this is one of the ones that you basically slap this in anywhere. It's you could think about it as compare it to Raiding Brigade. I think that like maybe you're in a position where you need to like throw something into a beefier unit to get it low enough to then allow 5th Ohio to kill it, in which case you can think about it as basically a US version of Naval Brigade, which is also
Yep.
a totally fine elite that gets plenty of play. Like I yeah, it's like, all right, cool, you guys have made an elite that basically fits anywhere and goes everywhere. Like it's
Yeah. US now has a total of 3 auto includes, being Strap Bombing, Tiger Cat, and now Fifth Ohio. Which is about time. US hasn't had the best elites over the last little while, so I'm glad they got something like this good. And as you mentioned, like this is literally like US raiding brigade, US naval brigade. This thing is so good. Even without setup, it hits like 1 5s, 2 4s, 3 3s, 4 2s, and 5 1s, which is a decent spread. It's not going to take a lot of effort to get value out of this. This
Yeah.
will find a target in like the majority of games relatively easily, and it's a 4 4. That's just good stats. It's just the 3 cost 4 4.
Yep. Yeah, and I feel like the other thing, just talking about things that are kind of rotating back in, all the 0 4 cards that are coming back in, it's like
Oh yes,
they all get eaten by this too, and it's like cool, great. Like, I feel like there's a lot of worry about those coming back in, and it's like having something that just pops those pretty easily is like nice to have. I obviously not as efficient as Raiding Brigade, but still like
yeah.
um
It's difficult to compete with Raiding Brigade. To be fair,
yeah,
Raiding Brigade
that's
is
true.
so good.
That's true. That one's sticking around for I don't know what would possibly, unless they remove it out of the game. That one's here for the long haul. All right, next one we've got is Tropic Lightning. This is a 5 cost 1 op 6 infantry. Draw a card the first time you gain an extra credit slot. Your units get +2/+2 the second time you gain an extra credit slot, and then it becomes Veteran the third time you gain an extra credit slot. Once it flips to the Veteran side, it becomes an 8/8. And then at the start of your turn, you develop a Few Good Men. Duress or For Freedom. Few Good Men is the 2 cost that gives you 1 of 3 random elites. Lets you develop an elite, out of those 3. Duress is 0 cost Suppress. For Freedom is +1/+1 draw a card. I think this card's ass. Maybe this is a hot take, but I feel like having an extreme, like a long-term payoff card for ramp, like this is something that you don't. It seems like you don't need this. It seems like if you're at the point where you've already like you're playing this and then you're ramping to get the veteran or to get the effects to trigger, like be playing something else, be playing something bigger, be playing something to end the game. Like this seems like it is something where it's like you're generating more value for a deck that already generates plenty of value and now needs a payoff thing, and this doesn't seem like a great enough payoff thing, because like ramping 3 additional times after you've played this seems to me like a hard thing to meet, to then get to the side that's the payoff side, and out of those cards it's like the thing that you really want the payoff of is, I guess, a Few Good Men, because that allows you to just start generating elites randomly. But I don't know, I am not sold on this guy. It's like I would almost rather have the, what's the dude that just gives you Shermans like
Cyclone.
constantly. Yeah, and it's just like that seems like it is an easier thing to meet and is more of a payoff, like in a way that's easy. I I don't know. I just maybe I'm totally missing something, but this I don't.
I'll be honest. I also don't think this card is that good. The reason I have it at 3 stars is because this card is going to be seen a ton on ladder, just from people playing really greedy ramp decks.
Ah,
Yeah, I have it at 3 because this is just going to be seen quite a lot. I don't think it's necessarily correct. I actually have it in my notes that I don't think anything on the card justifies its inclusion, but we are going to be seeing this in a bunch of ramp decks. I do think it is at least interesting. Um, the draw card mode is nice. Like the fact you can play this early and then like war bonds to immediately draw a card and get +2/+2 on whatever you have on board, be it like a Seahawk and a Calliope or whatever. Like that's not terrible. And the flip side will win you control games. Just developing elites every turn is solid enough value that you'll just win like long grindy games. But I don't think it's going to be correct to play it in ramp. And I do have, I will say, I do have thoughts about ramp this expansion, but we'll talk about that when we get to some of the Anzac stuff.
yeah, I figured.
Because I do think ramp is going to be better than people think it will be, but I don't think this is what it wants to be doing.
Fair enough. Okay. Next one we've got is Naval Battle. So it is a 7 cost. Excuse me. So it's a 7 cost order. Choose one, destroy all units with odd or even cost. So I I'll be honest, double-sided weird board removal stuff to me screams Soviet. So it's weird to see this in US. And it's really hard for any board clear to be like bad, because board clear is just generally something that's always going to see a place and a place to play. This one is weirdly meta dependent, because it's like, depending on the decks that exist, like maybe this, you know, has a lot of targets and a lot of tier 1 decks, and this becomes an auto include. Maybe this doesn't really, like, you know, stuff is more curving out naturally, in which case this is a little more iffy. The one thing that does make me chuckle is that it's like, hey, like 1939 in the last expansion, you barely started like dip your toe in for the like German even cost decks, and then immediately you like put out an elite that's just like, never play only even cost decks because this will destroy you.
Nice
So,
jet deck, idiot.
yeah. So it's like the fact that it was like, oh, you know, Front Homeland maybe can do some interesting stuff, and like there were a couple of the other like supporting cards. It's like, not like that deck was really like, there was not enough to make like a full even deck work, but it's like, don't try it now. Like, not only did it not get support, but then it got whacked with this thing. Like, yeah, what are you thinking here?
I've been comparing this to a number of cards in other card games. My go-to comparison so far has been like Extinction Event from Magic the Gathering.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It was a black sorcery from Ikoria. It saw a ton of play during its format. These effects are usually a lot better than you assume they're going to be. A lot of metagames will have a number of units that just happen to get swept up at the same costs. Like, there was also a card in Hearthstone that saw, I think, a little bit. I think it was against all odds. It was like the same thing. It saw like a little bit of play. It was a priest card. But in cards, we have, when you look at some of like the more typical archetypal decks, things like I've written here. Where is it? Yeah. Like, so for example, if Intel is in the metagame, just calling even on this just hoses Intel, because Tar now is 4K and the Legions are 2K, plus a number of the Intel units are 2K as well. Things like 10th Recon, the new Yokosuka is 2K. Versus decks like Shuffle, most of the aggro units are odd cost, being 1K or 3K. And the Shuffle payoffs are all even cost. So Motorise and Sabe are 2K and 4K. So depending on the board state versus Shuffle, you can like, oh, I'm just going to name even, blow up the payoffs, or I'm going to name odd and blow up the wider board. Versus things like Soviet Control, for example, the deck has a ton of density at 3K and 5K, as well as some stuff at like 7 and 9, primarily things like the fourth guards at 9. So this hits a lot of stuff out of Soviet Control as well, just incidentally. And then just against like things like traditional Jagro, most of the deck is focused on 1K and 3K. So most of the units are 1K, and then you have some like power spike units at 3K, things like your Raiding Brigade, like your Ki-An, like your Dina, for example. So there is a lot of stuff that this sweeps up. Also very good against tokens, because most of the token stuff is going to be odd cost. Things like the light infantry are all 1 credit. The Morskoi is going to be 1 credit. All of the buff cards are usually around 3 credits. You've got things like garrisons out of Britain. They're all the same cost. They're all 1 credit. So garrison spam gets swept up by this as well, which can be relevant. So also Brewsters are all odd. So if US Air is popular, then this will wipe away pretty substantial boards of Brewsters, particularly things like Yorktown, 15th Engineer, or is it 15th Engineers, the 5 credit 1/2 guy plus attack ramp.
Yes, yeah.
Also odd 5 cost. So this will just incidentally sweep up a lot of boards. And it's an effect that US has been starved of for so long, just the ability to like impact the wider board, support line and front line, because US normally is only able to do one or the other, never both. So this is an effect that US is going to like having, and I would imagine it's going to be an important part of like US control if US control takes shape, and definitely going to see playing ramp, because ramp just likes having access to decent removal, things to ramp into. So
Okay. Cool. Well, that does it for the majors. Going on to the minors. So most of the minors are only getting 2 cards except for Anzac, which is becoming a nation. So uh, so Finland should be really quick here. So Salpaline is a 2-cost order. Add a sissy to your support line. Give all your sissy +3 defense. I feel like basically at some point they're going to manage to hit um like critical mass of cards that support Sissy, and Sissy will become absolutely disgusting to play against. And unfortunately, I feel like this is one that, like, if that happens, this will absolutely see play, because being able, like, it is more important for your sissies to be survivable than it is for them to have damage on them. And this makes them very sticky and very survivable. And like 1/4 death touch cards are just brutal to deal with, because it's hard to trade into them in a 1-for-1 without sending something into them that is like that you don't want to sack, right? So I'm still not positive if there will be enough there to make sissies work, but if there is, like, this is going to be a contributor for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page. I have a little bit lower because I'm less convinced that this is the card that's going to make the sissy stuff tick. I do think it maybe has like room in, as I mentioned earlier, Soviet tokens, like Soviet Finland tokens, and maybe
Sure.
like US Finland infantry spam can maybe make use of the CC stuff. But I'm not 100% sold that Salpaline is necessarily like the card for the deck, but it's certainly powerful. Like, yeah, like you said, 1/4 death touch is crazy in cards.
Yeah. Yeah, so moving on to the card that I think you are more convinced is going to make this work is Usima, or Uzima. I don't know how to pronounce this. Not going to pretend. Regiment. It's a 3-cost 1-op infantry. It's a 2/5 sissy units deal +4 to the HQ, and at the end of the turn you add a sissy to the same front. So it's basically the sissy train. So the only reason I don't have this as a 4 is because I feel like this is going to have really weird, like, counter synergy with itself, where it's like usually the things that Sissy, has a problem with is actually dealing damage, right? Because they're very low attack units, so it's like they can't really finish the game that well. So this helps answer the how do you finish the game. It's like, well, you play this and your sissies now hit HQ for 5, right? The problem is that it's like, that means that you probably want to save this in reserve, right? For like having your sissies to already control the front line. You play this as sort of the sissy blitzkrieg finisher, where it's like, great, cool, I've got 3 sissies there. They now swing into your HQ for 15, right? But the flip side of it is that you want to play this as quickly as possible because you want to start summoning the sissies. And it's just like, well, as soon as you do that, it becomes a gigantic target, so you aren't going to have the damage effect. So I feel like that's where there's the, like, weird dichotomy of, like, when you hold this back versus when you play it, and, like, it's going to be really hard to get both halves of this card to function, in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but when I look at, I'm not even considering this in terms of like damage necessarily. I'm looking at this more as like compared to something like, say, Danuta, right? Where
Sure.
you're just going to run this out on turn 3, it's going to generate value. Your opponent's going to have to deal with it. If they don't deal with it, the CCs are going to start pushing and start threatening. So, yeah, I think this is not even necessarily about the damage. This is more about versus aggro versus mid-range. This produces tokens that will very quickly take over the board. And versus control, it's an awkward enough shape to deal with that if they don't answer it within like a turn or two, they're gonna start getting chunked by sissies. So I think this is more along the lines of Danuta in terms of what you want to be doing with it. Just playing it on 3 as a value generator. If your opponent answers it, so be it. You're still guaranteed a sissy out of it, which is nice. So it adds at the end of turn like armor train. So like you're always guaranteed at least something for your trouble. So the fact that even if this is removed, you're still getting a unit out of it is pretty good. And the unit that it produces is by itself pretty good. So yeah, I think like even if this does get removed, it's not the end of the world. But ideally, it does get removed and you kill your opponent with sissies, because dealing 5 with a sissy
It's
is
crazy. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
so funny.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where it's like, I feel like the value generation versus, like, it like getting the first half of the text to be like the finisher is maybe something where it's like, okay, you just need to have other things that can be constant generation. and this is right now kind of the main one for that. So it's like you kind of might need to have something else to really have like a bunch there to make that be a potential payoff. But no, it's if the Sissy deck is good, like this will be the one of the main reasons why.
Oh yeah.
Moving on to France, which I think is probably one of the weaker minor nations this time around, which is totally fine with me because I feel like we've seen a lot of France. So first off, we've got a 2-cost 2/3 infantry 1-up. That is a guard. Oop.
Just while you're reading the card, I just need to do something really quick. Just give me
Okay,
2 seconds.
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just read out the card.
So it's a 2-cost 2/3 guard infantry. It gets +2/+2 if it gets moved into the front line. And from my point of view, while we're waiting for Core to get back, so I think this is a card that France has so many solid drops already that I feel like having one in here that is an extremely bleh card is probably totally fine. I don't really see this seeing any play. Like there are a handful of move into the front line effects that France has, and their other card is also going to be a move into the front line. But in comparison to some of the stuff that France is currently doing, I don't see how this makes the cut. And even over some of the other French cards that they already have that are just in the infantry slot, like this just doesn't seem like it fits really anywhere.
Wait. There we go. Let's see. Yes, yeah, pretty much. I just got the end of that. Yeah, I don't see a world where you ever run this over something like Cuirassier or the 18th Regiment.
Yeah,
it's so much worse. I'm okay with it. France has been doing a little bit too good recently, so it's about time they got something kind of garbage.
yeah. France got the Poland experience this expansion, I feel like. So because the next card is not much better. So Provence Landing is a 1-cost order units you deploy, move to the front line this turn if possible. We've flip flopped. You've given this a 1-star. I've given it a 2-star. I don't think this card is good. I just think the effect is something where it's like, hey, maybe there's some opportunity for some shenanigans later. I don't see that being a thing yet, but kind of just leaving the door open because this is an interesting effect to get at 1 cost. That's just like something you can just play pretty easily to then combo into other stuff. But I don't. Yeah, it's
Yeah, no, this in my notes I've compared it to the German elite Dornier that pushed stuff to the front line, which saw pretty much no play. And that came with a 2/5 body, which was like not bad. This doesn't have the upside of coming with a body. It doesn't really do anything at all. At least you could argue with the Zouaves that it was a 2/3 guard, so you could at least, play it defensively.
sure.
But like Province Landing just doesn't do anything, man. It's just that you like I don't understand. Like I know we're losing Chasing Shadows, and Chasing Shadows at least had some merit because it costs 0, so you could like on turn 5 play like Sykes regulars and Chasing Shadows to the front line to draw 3, or you could like push an M3 Lee to the front line on turn 3 with it. But I do not see what we're supposed to be doing Province Landing. There is like the high roll of you have turn 1 like defense battalion and you take the control of the front line, and then turn 2 you play Province Landing and then Patton, and then you play like a Choco Boys and they all get pushed to the front line.
Yeah.
Like, but I just don't think that is a consideration.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. All right. Well, France is quick and easy. Moving on to Italy. So Italy is similarly getting 2 cards. So first one is 93rd Messina. It's a 3-cost 1-op 2/6 guard. Units that didn't start in your deck cost 2 less to deploy. So go ahead and you start us off here because I went back and forth between this being a 1 and a 2 cost or 1 and a 2-star card. Honestly.
Yeah, I went 3 because it's at the very least interesting, so I think people are going to build around it quite a bit. I know I'm going to play this in specifically US Italy Navy because it interacts with the Semperfi Marines. It reduces them to 0 cost because they technically don't start in your deck. So you can, in theory, play like turn 1 or turn 2 Semperfi, turn 3 Messina, and then just start chaining 0 cost Marines, which I think would be pretty cool. But aside from that, it doesn't really do anything else. It's a reasonable guard body. 3 credits for 2/6 guards, like, not bad. It's a decent rate. But like, it has synergy with the Bersaglieri stuff as well, but I just don't think the Bersaglieri stuff is really worth anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main reason I'm looking at this is for the Simplified Marines. That's like the most interesting thing that I think I can do with it.
Yeah, I think you'd kind of hit what I was thinking, was that it's like the problem I feel like was that with Bersaglieri, like, they released that as kind of a self-contained package already. So, are you really fitting this into the Bersaglieri thing to try and make that work? Like, I don't think so. And it's like, clearly there is, I'm assuming that they're going to continue to release like not start in deck cards, because there's been a pretty good amount of focus on this expansion. So maybe this is something that gets better over time, but at least right now it's like, I don't really know where this fits, and it's something where it's like Italy already has like a pretty tough set of cards to break into the like 12 cards you might be including from Italy, and I just don't think this really makes the cut. Like, even in a package that is running not start in deck, that it's like, is this worth it over some of the other things that you could have instead? I don't know. All right, moving on. Next one they got is Regia Marina. It is a 2-cost order. Draw the highest cost card in your deck. Repeat if it didn't start there. I have this one as a 4. I think this is me coming in just extremely biased from some of the like absolutely bananas stuff that cards like this allowed you to do in Hearthstone. There was a lot of like either deck ordering or drawing your highest or drawing your lowest, or like targeted tutoring is like the second half of this card. The whole like repeat if it didn't start there, you could probably toss that out. I don't even think I really care about that. It's like the targeted draw to consistently have. I mean, I had mentioned it earlier where it's like, how many times is front formation the last card in your deck? Well, this makes sure that you get it. Like, you will have your front formation on 9. So like, I think this is the potential to be very, very good. I mean, I think it obviously fits better in control decks, because it's like, hey, you've got to have some ability to control what your high end looks like for this to have payoff. But even then, I mean, this one is in my mind a solid banger, and has the opportunity to potentially like make decks exist that didn't really exist before, because they were not reliable enough, because they relied on like one big high end card. And it's like, well, now you have, if you've included 2 copies of Regia Marina, but now you've got 3 shots at the high end card. So it just provides consistency that you might not have before.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As someone who has played their fair share of Lorekeeper Polkelts and Order in the Courts and Tail and Forderings, I understand how good this effect can be. I have tutored myself many an Odin in Control Warrior. So yeah, this has a ton of potential. It's this, like you said, the second line of text is not why you're running this. In my notes, I have actually explicitly named Soviet Italy because it gives you a means of drawing the front formation in control mirror matches, which is like the most important matchup for front formation. So yeah, this is, I think, a potentially really, really interesting card. It's also interesting in Brit Italy, particularly with like area bombardment. The fact that when the Lancaster gets shuffled into the deck, if the Lancaster is like the most expensive thing you're running, which in most cases it likely will be,
probably.
you can just go Regia Marina, draw a Lancaster, and then draw a Queen Zone as well for 2 credits, which is pretty good. Like, getting a free Queen Zone as well as like a Lancaster for extra burst damage after the fact is it's solid. I'm just not entirely sure how many decks are going to be able to have space for this. I'm not sure if the metagame is going to be too fast, or like how many concrete win conditions most decks are going to be tutoring for at the moment.
Yeah.
outside of obviously explicitly Soviet Italy with front formation and whatnot. So I do think this card is incredibly powerful and has a ton of potential down the line. I'm just not sure how good it's going to be on release.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, next we've got Poland. Poland first card is Anders' Army. It's a 1-cost order. Draw 2 cards, deal 2 to your HQ. This card's fucking cracked. This card's insane. Like, I don't... I it's mind-boggling. Like, Poland has broken containment. Like, they've gotten a good card. Like, I already thought that with Homefront, it's like, hey, you might have decks that run land girls and you don't care that you bond yourself, at which point, like, hey, bond girls, you know, assuming you play all 3, is this exact text where it's like draw 2, deal 2 to your HQ on average. This is just that, but at 1 cheaper. Like,
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Oh yeah, this may be the most powerful card in the set. Like, in a vacuum, this card's insane. It enables a ton of stuff. Like, this enables so many interesting, like, Polish ally decks that it's not even funny. Like, this is the entire reason I was even considering US Poland tempo with, like, the Queen stuff, is because it has such easy access to card draw now.
Uh-huh.
You can play this in, like, Germany Heinz, because in the version of Homeland Heinz I was playing Finn ally for exactly 2 Svard, 2 Prolonged Siege.
Yep.
Now we just play 4 copies of Anders' Army and just draw through the entire deck for like nothing. So this enables a ton of really, really cool like tempo decks with Poland as an ally. I think we're finally at the point where we have enough standalone good Polish cards that we can start considering like Polish mid-range and Polish tempo decks.
Yep.
Because it's so nice that Poland is finally becoming a real nation.
Yeah, have we roasted them for too long? Like, is this 1939's response? It's, you didn't think we'd power creep land girls? Boom, there you go. Like,
I also want to point out that this also goes nicely into Japan-Poland legions. We've seen legions historically playing like really awkward aggro package to enable expansion early to try and like drop Tarnow.
Oh sure.
And this means you don't have to do that anymore. You just play Anders' Army and then you can just play an actual mid-range value plan. So yeah, this also makes Intel a little bit more consistent, I think.
Yeah. All right, next one is 6th Infantry Brigade. So it's a 3-cost, 3-op, 4/5 Blitz Guard. Deployment has 0 op this turn. So this one is something that, I mean, obviously anything is going to be a come down from the last card. But I think this is still one of like you were saying, it's like, hey, we like finally have enough solid, like just beefy Polish units that make sense that you could play them together, and they just kind of like, they've got good stats, they've got good effects, like you aren't trying to do something weird with them. Like obviously this like does have, you know, soup synergy because it's got Blitz and Guard, but even without that, it's like having a like, this is the card that US Marine wishes that it was. The one that gets 0 op when you play a rain card or whatever. It's like this just absolutely makes that one look terrible.
Yes.
Because this is like, it's guaranteed, it's so efficient, like it comes down, has the ability to clear something or enter the front line and just sit there and be beefy, right? Like yeah, anything, you know, that you want to add on there?
No, this is just a good unit. Like, this is just a solid, like, unit. Against aggro, this coming on turn 3, taking a trade in the front line, and then just protecting the HQ is pretty big. Against control, forcing this into the front line and just having a 4/5 staring them down for the rest of the game is pretty big as well. The 3-op does hurt on, like, subsequent turns, but if you're against control, you're most likely not wanting to overdevelop anyway, and hitting them for 4 every turn is still a clock. So, yeah, this is just a generically good Polish card. I am shocked that Poland has gotten 2 good cards in one set. That is 2 more than it normally gets. So
yeah, I was looking through I was like, what'd they get the last set? It's like, oh, garbage. Okay, well that's easy. Like, so it's funny that they're 2 for 2 on this set and 0 for however many on the last. Anyway, moving on now, the last one in the set. So the New Nation Anzac. I realize is the modern RAAF Ramdell, but I could not find. I'm not sure if they made up the like
They did.
crown. Okay, I was like, I
I
cannot find that. So
I I have spent hours trying to find something similar for the sake of thumbnails. I reached out to 1939 to ask, "Have you got the file for this?" And they were like, "No, sorry." So
oh
I
my
just
god. Okay, well,
yeah.
it makes me feel better then. I just was like, ah, whatever. The jumping kangaroo is funny, so I'll throw it on here to represent them. So just real quick, so there is a lot of stuff. So the main themes for Anzac seem to be they're focused on forecast, and they care a lot about where the cards are when they come out of your hand. So like they'll frequently get benefits if they're played from the leftmost slot in your hand or the rightmost slot in your hand. So if it's rightmost, that means that it's the card that you've basically drawn most frequently, or you've played everything before that you've drawn after that, if that makes sense. And obviously, if it's the leftmost, it's like, hey, this is the card that has been in your hand basically the longest. So just obviously there's stuff that can move those or change them around, but that's the really quick and dirty. And otherwise, the other main thing that they've got is they've got a number of veteran cards. So I just want to give a little bit of a primer for what you should expect to see as we're going through here. So first card, 0 cost, HMAS Warmongga. So you choose a card in hand, move it all the way to the left, and then reduce this card by 1 if it's an Anzac card. I think this is not a great card to start off with to show what they're capable of, because I obviously will talk through the whole set, but I don't feel like there's a great payoff card to make moving stuff and like reordering your hand really worthwhile. And spending a card to do that, even if you get like a 1 credit discount, is like not really worth it. I know you've got a nuanced take that's for specific things this might enable.
Yeah, like the most interesting thing about this is it's a 0 credit Navy card. So it can do some interesting stuff like Navy wise. You can play this in like US main with the Marines. You can play a Marine on 2 and then immediately Warmongga, and then it flips. You can there's a handful of like cool stuff you can do. This can enable one of the cards we're going to talk about later, but I think it's bad. Yeah, I'm not keen on the leftmost rightmost mechanic in general. I didn't like it in Hearthstone. It bakes in too much inconsistency into the cards themselves, when like having more variance on cards dependent on when you draw them is just not great. It just feels bad that I'm going to include this card in my deck and maybe it will do what it says, but most of the time it won't, and that just doesn't feel good. So yeah, Warmongga it's interesting. Yeah, Farrell, Farrell is mentioning what we were talking about earlier, the mythical quad dingo opener with Warmongga. Yeah, so it can enable some stuff. It's interesting. Maybe down the line this actually can do something, but right now, given the initial batch of Anzac cards, it doesn't enable anything. Like, it doesn't enable anything worth doing.
Yeah. I am interested to see, because the text on here kind of implies that it's like, hey, maybe we'll get non-Anzac cards that care about where they deploy from in the future, but for right now, only Anzac cards do. So it's like,
Yeah.
moving it and reducing the cost if it's an Anzac card is like, well, why would you move any card that isn't an Anzac card? Like, anyway, all right, next one we've got is Guerrilla Warfare School. It's a 1 cost order. Cost 1 if it's the rightmost thing in your hand, so if it's like the most recent thing you've drawn, and retreats a random enemy unit. Man, we not starting off with the bangers, are we? Unfortunately, due to the way I order these from least to most, from most common to least common, we really did not start with good one. So I assume this is the one you were talking about earlier, where it's like the worst card in the set.
Oh yeah, this is like by a mile the worst card of the set. I do not know what the point of this is. Like, the only note I have written about this is the fact that I am shocked it's not Polish.
Yeah. I was gonna say you could. So I'll be honest. When I first read this, I misread it I missed the part it's random enemy unit, and I was like, huh, maybe a cheap retreat is something. And then I went back later, I was like, oh god, this is bad. It's like, I'm pretty sure you could remove the conditional and make this a 0 cost just all the time, and it would still be bad. Like,
It's so bad.
why doesn't this cycle is my question. That is, why doesn't this do anything else? Like, it's, I mean, who knows? You could have had this card be a pseudo like a pseudo resistance card where it just automatically casts when drawn and draws a new card, and it's like maybe that would be worth playing. But yeah, anyway, moving
I'm
on to something that
I'm more upset that they've given a guerrilla warfare school. They've made a card representing guerrilla warfare, like a guerrilla warfare academy, and it doesn't give things ambush.
I thought this was going to be in a completely different direction of like, I'm upset that they like this is one of the comments that they're introducing for a brand new nation, and it's like we've got two that are both just kind of bad. Like,
they are kind of dog water so far.
So first one that I think is maybe worth playing is Dingo. This is a 1 cost 0 op 0/1 blitz tank, and when it attacks the enemy HQ, which granted it does for 0, it your HQ gains a defense and you draw a card. I'm a little higher on this than you are. Maybe I'm biased. I think this is just super cool design. Because like the flavor, a concept of like, okay, this is scouting your enemy, and that is represented by, you know, gaining health, drawing a card, is like super cool. I feel like, I mean, there's obviously times where this is a completely dead draw, which is unfortunate because it's like, annoyingly, I always get kind of frustrated, like I was talking about with whatever the Japan SKD 0 or 1 cost 0 op card, where it's like cards that have wildly different impact whether you go first or second is really frustrating to me. And like this into an aggro list on with you as going first versus this is against an aggro list versus you going second is just like night and day, right? Like, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much where the disparity in the ratings comes from. It's again, like you, I love this design. This is such a neat design. I really do like this card, and it's in theory really really good, like versus control, but it's so bad versus aggro that I can't justify like giving it a higher rating. As much as I love this card, I'm definitely gonna play with it.
Yep.
I'm definitely gonna try out some like weird Germany Anzac Heinz list with like Blitzkriegs and old hairs with this. But yeah, I don't think I can in good conscience give it 4 stars.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, next one is the third of the trio of boat related forecast cards. So we got Task Force 44. It is a 2 cost forecast, deal 2 damage, deal 3 if it's coming from the leftmost in the hand. And I think both of us collectively agree that like this is definitely the best of that set of cards. Because like the 2 cost deal 2 is something where it's like, hey, this is maybe a little below rate. Like every now and then you'll get the 3 damage off, but usually 2 cost deal 2 is totally fine, and then it generates a forecast card, which great. Like this is something that is more proactive than the other ones we saw. Like I'd much rather have deal 2 versus pin. And I'd much rather have deal 2 than having the option to cycle instead of forecast. So yeah, what are you thinking here? Because I know you were really high on this.
Yeah, this is what, like my third or fourth 5-star, fourth
Mhm.
5-star of the set. This I think is what solidifies the idea of like a weather based or forecast tempo deck. The fact that this can go face, this is an unrate piece of burn that like you can use this to either clear a unit or go face with it. It generates you value as well, and it triggers a card we're going to be talking about shortly that I think is one of the best reasons to play tempo weather. So this being such a good enabler, this being burn damage, it being removal, the value is so I can't, it's just, I feel like this is just unbelievably cracked. It doesn't look it, but I think we're going to be seeing a ton of this card.
Fair enough. All right, next we've got Maori Battalion is a 2 cost 1 op 1/4 guard, gets +2/+2 when a friendly unit becomes veteran. I think similar to a lot of the other veteran synergies, it's just like, hey, if you're getting veteran payoff, like, okay, cool, this is a 3/6, so you get a slightly above rate infantry. But I think trying to get more than one veteran payoff probably isn't going to happen. And veteran as a whole just seems kind of janky. Anything I missed there?
No, pretty much dead on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, another common that's just like, okay, like, I mean, in the future, it's like, hey, if we get a lot more stuff, a lot of more veteran support, this might, get bumped up because, like, hey, this is something that could ramp itself pretty quickly. But as it stands right now, it's just not quite there.
Yeah.
Next one is 6th Brigade NZ, so it's a 3-cost 1-op 3/4 Blitz infantry that becomes veteran if it's deployed from the rightmost in hand. And the payoff for that is it gets a slight stat bump, so it becomes a 4/5, and also deals 1 damage to an enemy, a random enemy, when a friendly unit veterans. And kind of continuing the theme of like extremely mid veteran guards.
Yeah.
I For this one, I feel like the payoff isn't even really all that good. Like, I care more about the stat bump than I do about the like, hey, like, randomly you get a ping or two. Like, I guess, I'm sure someone's gonna say like, hey, you could drop Maori on 2, drop this on 3, and like you've now got what is that, a 3/6 and a 4/5, and the like, yes, that's a solid amount of stats, but that also requires you to exactly draw this after you've played. Like,
Yeah.
the ordering of it is very specific. Yeah, I just it's it's okay, but not great.
3 credit 4/5 blitz is good,
Yeah.
but the problem is that this has to come from rightmost, which is significantly harder to do than leftmost. Like, it requires it to be top decked. You can't set it up with War Among Us, so like that goes out the window, so you can't even like guarantee it. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. And it's a veteran that cares about other veterans like getting their veteran effects, which most of them won't veteran in the first place. So
Yep. Yeah, veteran to have veteran payoff is something that's just like, all right, you're jumping through a lot of hoops, and in this case, you don't even get much after you get through that hoop. Like,
yeah.
All right. Next one is 14th Brigade NZ. It's 4-cost 6/5 infantry with 1 operation cost. The deployment, you gain an extra credit slot deployed from the leftmost in hand. So as opposed to the last one, which is obviously much more aggro focused, this one kind of more rampy. But still kind of in the same ballpark for both of us. Of like, I feel like this is awkward. Because if you don't start the game with it already, just naturally you draw it into the left, or you Waramunga it into the left, like, it'll have to like work its way through your hand in order to get the ramp effect. And I feel like by the time it does that, you don't really care that much about having an extra credit slot. Am I crazy? Like,
No, that's pretty much it. Like, if you're playing this in ramp, you're doing it wrong. And like, yeah, you can Waramunga it and you can play this on 3 and gain the credit slot. But if you're playing ramp, you don't want to include dead Waramungas, and you don't want to include this because you'd rather just play a card that gains you a credit slot when you play it every time you play it.
yeah.
So like, it is interesting, and it's probably going to see experimentation with Waramunga, but I can't see that being the correct play.
Yeah. I feel like the problem that this has is there's easier ways to ramp that require you to jump through less hoops. Right?
Yeah.
So it's just like, this would be one thing if ramp was a lot rarer, but that's not how KARDS is, right? Like, so all right, next one we've got is Coast Watchers. There's a 2-cost 1-op 0/6 smoke screen. Weather cards cost you 1 less, and it forecasts when it deploys. I Maybe I have this one a little low, but I feel like this is something where it's like, it's a decent enabler, and you can guarantee that, like, you play this on 2, you forecast a 4 drop weather card, which means, hey, it's one cheaper, so you can play that on 3, and like, that's a pretty good play out. But then you're very stuck with whatever the forecast card that you got offered was, and considering it's one of 3, it's hard to guarantee what the effect on board will be. um I I feel like this easily sticks around and keeps generating value just because opponents probably are not going to like rate this very highly, and it is 6 health, pretty difficult to remove, right? Like you're probably not going to extended barrage into this or something like that. But I I guess I don't know. I feel like this is something where it's like I don't think I'd ever really want 3 of them in a deck, but yeah, you could change my mind.
I think if you're playing like a slightly slower forecast deck, you do want these because they make it much easier to ramp into the big weathers, like the 6K weathers as well. Just think you're playing like against a mid-range deck. They're building a board. It's turn 5. They've got like a pretty scary board.
Sure.
You've like forecasted maybe on turn 4 for let's say like a storm, and you get the 6K cyclone that deals damage to everything, which means on turn 5 with the Ghost Watchers you can just instantly blow up the board. So I think it's helpful that it gives you some amount of acceleration in terms of how early you can play out the big weathers, because they are quite swingy at times. So I do think if you're playing slower forecast, or you're playing like a value forecast deck where you want to be playing weathers ahead of curve, this is going to be pretty good. It's also like an annoying body because just if you push this into the front line versus aggro, it's a lot to get through. 6 health
Sure.
it's 6 health is a lot, so it can be a roadblock, particularly when some of the weathers like either destroy things or they retreat things. So it can be quite annoying to deal with, I think. And credit cheating is always powerful, so it's
Yeah.
probably going to be worth consideration.
Yep. Okay. Next one we've got is the RAF Hurricane Tropical. So it's a 3 cost, 2 op, 3/3 fighter. Gets +1/+1 blitz if deployed from rightmost in hand. I mean, I feel like every nation is just destined to have a very mid 3-drop fighter for whatever reason, and this happens to be the Anzac. This checks the box for them. So like,
Yeah.
it's fine. I mean, the getting like you were saying before, like rightmost is requires you to basically play it as you draw it and top deck it. And that's something where it's like, okay, yeah, 4/4 blitz fighter on turn 5 is okay. But you compare it to something like what's the little cobra, right? Is
Yeah.
comes down at the same turn, attacks for the same, also has blitz and has a easier requirement to work around, and it's just like it's night and day difference for like what it provides.
Yeah, like I will say there are ways of making this easier to trigger, right? Like
Sure.
things like Night Patrol and Thunderbolt, like you can stack them on top and then draw them, but like it's still not worth the effort of doing it. Like the 3 cost 4/4 Blitz Fighter is a decent rate, but it's not good enough rate to warrant even attempting to make it work in a lot of cases. And I don't think Anzac is going to be worth playing as an air ally in general. So I don't know, like, I don't know. I just I don't see any justification to really trying to make this work
Yeah.
long
Yeah.
term either.
I didn't even think about the fact they really don't have much in the way of air support cards to make that as a potential ally nation there. All right, next one we've got is Double Sunrise. It's a 2-cost order. Random friendly unit in hand and battlefield get +2/+2. This one, I think, I'll let you go ahead and start this one off because this one is kind of weird. I feel like.
It's interesting. I don't hate it. It's a lot of stats for like not a lot of credits. Just
Yeah.
2K +2 or +4/+4 across 2 bodies, 1 on board, 1 in hand. Like that can, if that hits something relevant in hand, like a blitz fighter, that's scary.
Yep.
This can enable some stuff, but it is random, which is like the downside, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You can't control it. There are scenarios where it's going to be easier to control, like in situations where you only have like maybe 1 or 2 units, you can kind of guarantee it a little bit better. But yeah, it's a super interesting card. It's super cheap and it's a lot of stats for what you're doing. So like maybe it makes its way into a deck every now and again. Like this could justify maybe looking at Anzac tempo or aggro, I think.
Yeah. I feel like my problem with this is that it's like because the card it's hitting in your hand is random, there's so many of the Anzac cards that you want to be in a specific spot in your hand, so you have to play them in a particular order. That I think sometimes, like, what's going to happen is you're going to play Double Sunrise, and it's going to hit a card in your hand that you're like, well, I don't want to play that because I'm trying to get it to be leftmost or rightmost, which means that I'm holding it, which means this buff is like way more delayed than it would be otherwise. Or I'm now playing this card and sacrificing the fact that I'm not getting whatever the payoff is for leftmost or rightmost because, well, I got to get my Double Sunrise impact. So it seems a little anti-synergy with like what a lot of the Anzac cards are doing already. But yeah, it's hard to fault like 4/4 stats for 2. It's very, very good rate.
Yeah. That's really competitive rate.
Yeah. So the next one we've got is Enzans, so, or Nzans. I'm not really sure if you're meant to pronounce it all at once, but 3-cost order, give your HQ 3 defense, gain an extra credit slot. It's ramping time, baby. So was this where you needed to do your ramp rant, or is that coming later?
Well, I mean, this is probably like a decent. Well, no, we'll wait until the other one before I talk about like ramp as a potential deck.
All right, sounds good. I mean, from my take, it's like, hey, this is a totally reasonable ramp card. But I do feel like the one weird thing with Anzac having ramp is that it seems like the payoff for ramp needs to come from your primary nation, because Anzac itself doesn't really have much in the way of ramp payoff, except for the card we'll talk about later, which is also a ramp card. So it's like, great, you've ramped into more ramp. So like, you better have something coming out, like be playing Mouse or like Leopold or like, B29 or whatever, right? Like you got to be playing something from your main nation that makes it worth ramping. Because I feel like Anzac doesn't provide that. Unless you're counting weather cards as ramp, because you're just picking all the 6-cost ones, right?
Yeah, like one of the most interesting things about this is that it means we're no longer tied to US if we want ramp effects.
Sure.
Which I think is a good thing
Yeah.
long term. I like having a little bit more diversity in what I can do if I want to accelerate, other than, okay, I guess I have to play US Ally and 4 copies of War Machine. So having a little bit of a different take on ramp is nice. And the interesting thing about Anzac ramp cards in particular is they are worse rate than the US counterparts, but they offer more utility. So for example, like War Machine is like the rate, right? It's wild growth. It's two credits gain a credit slot. It's very difficult to be better than that.
Yeah.
But then you have Enzans, which is like a little bit more expensive, but also gives you a little bit of healing, which is nice. Like if you're playing like a control deck, like maybe you're playing Japan Anzac forecast ramp, where you wouldn't want to play War Machine as like a slower controlling deck necessarily, but you might consider Enzans as an option, because a control deck will always be okay with some extra credit slots. And I think Anzac has enough support as a nation to support slower game plans more generally than US can. US has like a handful of cards that you're looking to run as like a support for slower ramp decks, primarily like your 12 cards primarily for US ally ramp is 4 copies of War Machine, 2 copies of War Bonds, 2 copies of Seahawk, and then some amount of Calliope in the middle. Yeah. So like the ramp ratios for US ally are pretty cut and dry. But with Anzac, I think it opens a lot more doors for things you can run. Like you have Enzans, you have Anzac Spirit, which we'll talk about. You get Z Special Force, which we'll talk about in a minute as well, which is a very, very good piece of on-rate removal. And I also I don't think it's been confirmed anywhere, but I think we're getting the Wrath Lightning and the Orange F Kitty Hawk.
Oh, as well? Anzac cards?
I think so. I don't think it's been confirmed anywhere, but the rotation, Britain got 6 cards back and everyone else got 4, and 2 of the cards were related to New Zealand and Australia. So either they're coming back in exile or they're being added to Anzac. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So if Lightning is coming back, Lightning is a fantastic card for like Ramp Ally. it saw a ton of play while it was in the format in Brit main ramp. So I think while the Anzac ramp cards are slightly below rate, I do think that they justify playing Anzac because the rest of the stuff around them is like pretty good for slower decks. Whereas, like I said, with US, you're kind of more you're locked into exactly what you're doing with like the War Machines, War Bonds, Seahawk, Calliope type
Yeah.
beat. But yeah, I do think that Enzans is going to be a pretty good card. If you're playing a slower deck that wants to ramp but doesn't necessarily want what US has to offer, you're just going to go Anzac because Anzac is offering something slightly different.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, moving on to the one you just mentioned, so Z special unit. It's a 3-cost excuse me, 3-cost order. Deals 5 to a unit, and then if played from the leftmost in your hand, it heals for 5. This card seems like it's great. This card seems like a banger. Yep. It's funny going from the Anzac commons where they were all just kind of mid to the uncommons where it's just like pretty solid, like across the board. I feel like I feel like minor nations have to have pretty premium removal, and this definitely checks that box. I do think it's interesting that the leftmost in hand effect is gonna more frequently come up in games that are like that kind of go long, because it's like it'll just naturally have more time to like move its way into your left hand slot. So I feel like the chances of you getting the like against like aggressive aggro list, right? Like this is probably cost 3, deal 5, but when you get into like more mid-rangey and control matchups, that's when it's like deal 5, heal 5, and it's like, okay, that's crazy.
Yeah. This being like a hybrid of extended barrage and attacking the colonies is kind of insane.
Yeah.
Just 3 credits to remove anything out of an aggro deck is good enough rate that you're going to be happy to include it. But versus like mid-range decks where they're going to be pressuring you with mostly like 5 health units, things like 7 shoots and like the Matilda Frog we're going to talk about shortly. Sabe Regiment also got 5 health.
Yep.
Like all of these 5 health units, this just removes and heals you 5. This is going to be very, very good at racing if you're playing this in like Anzac mid-range versus mid-range. Yeah, this is just a phenomenal card. This is such good rate.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Next, we've got the 16th Infantry Brigade. So this is a 4/6. Becomes veteran after you rain or storm. Veteran side flips, and your units get +2/+2 after playing a rain or storm. So this one, in my mind, this is where I think maybe we're going to differ. I feel like this is an easier to trigger Wolfhounds, because you don't have to have all the infantry combo pieces in order to play it, but that the effect is then still okay. It's basically knockoff Thunder Division. But I feel like most of the time I feel like I would want to be playing this alongside rain cards, not storm cards, because the rain cards are focused so much on buffing units on board already that it's like that seems to be what you'd want to be doing anyway, right? Like yeah, I think this card is pretty decent as a, like, you know, if you're in that maybe slower but forecast focused deck, as like a, you know, you could pretty quickly have a pop off turn with this, and especially what you were mentioning with like Coast Watchers, where it's like if you wanted to, like, you could, because this is not a once per turn, like there's a possibility that you could, like, you know, do some really weird OTK like shenanigans with this thing, if you had like Coast Watchers and then just 2-cost rain cards in your hand, like.
Yeah, I think it's slow, but I think it's like just on the line of playability. I think we might potentially see it. My issue with this versus Wolfhounds is this requires like a little bit of advanced setup, whereas Wolfhounds doesn't necessarily need to set up. You just play Wolfhounds and then just play out your deck like you normally would, and Wolfhounds will just trigger over the course of the game. Whereas this is like you have to have the forecast already, or you have to set up the forecast a little bit ahead of time, and then you have to have the board, and then you have to play this, and then you have to get it flipped.
Sure.
And as Farrell mentions, weather is once per turn. You can only play a single weather on any given turn.
That is good to know.
Yeah, which slows this down significantly, but it's
Yeah.
still +2/+2 like once per turn, which is still really good. Like it's and it buffs itself, which is important. So it turns into a 6/10 guard when it triggers. So I do think there is decks where this will probably see play. I think it is just at the power level where it's going to be reasonable. But I don't think it's going to be meta defining. I don't think it's going to warp the game around it, which is probably a good thing because these effects are never fun when they're game
Yeah, they're
warping.
terrifying. Yeah.
Shout out Maurice.
Yes. All right. Next one we've got is Silent Seven. This is a 5-cost 1-op 6/6 infantry. Once per turn, draw a card. When you play your leftmost card, becomes veteran after the third time. And then the flip side of it, your leftmost card costs 2 less to a minimum of 1. This card seems like, don't get me wrong, this similar to the landwear veteran, where it's like the flip effect is crazy strong, but the ability to get to the part where you flipped it is so unlikely. I feel like this is very slow because it's like extremely telegraphed. It's like best case scenario, it's like 3 turns later, and then it still, in order to have the payoff, needs to have you have things in your leftmost slot that you actually want to play, or can play. Maybe you have removal or something and you're like, they don't have a thing to remove, so it's just stuck here clogging the spot up. So yeah, I think this is something where it's just like, this card is fine. I think this, similar to some of these other veteran cards, in draft this is horrifying because like you are going to be able to like have this stick pretty reliably and like generate cards, like, so the value is there, and maybe you get the veteran off, but at that point it's like you've already used it to draw cards. You maybe don't even care about the discount, right?
Yeah, to put this in perspective, this is flipping at the earliest on turn 9.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're playing this on at least turn 6 to immediately like cycle something from level, and that's if you have like a 1 or a 0 cost in the
Yep.
leftmost slot of your hand, which you probably don't realistically.
Well, no, you could do it on 5. You Warramunga, another Warramunga to the leftmost plus side.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, this card is glacially. If it was like 3 or 4 credits, it would be insane.
Yeah.
But it's just too expensive.
Yeah.
It just takes far too long to get going. Now, I will admit the veteran side is terrifying, being a Fury Fury Guard 8/8.
Yeah, I feel like the Fury part is more important than practically the card text underneath it, because like Fury 8/8 is game ending, right? Like
the flip side is horrifying as far as like damage output potential, but yeah, you're never gonna see it, so it's fine.
All right, so next one we got, moving on to the specials, we've got the 27th MG Battalion is a 1-cost 1-op 1/3. Units you deploy get blitz if they're leftmost, shock if they're the rightmost. So I have this a little higher than you do. I feel like, again, maybe I'm biased. Maybe this is the dingo design extra star point that it's coming back, because I feel like the having a card that like specifically wants you to dump your hand is interesting, and I'm not sure how. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how good this will be, but I feel like if Anzac ends up being an aggro contributor, I think this will be a good reason as to why. The part that is a little weird for me though is if it is something where it's like, hey, this is seeing play in aggro. Like, most of the cards in aggro lists already have blitz, so you don't care about the leftmost effects. You only really care about the second half of the text on the card, which is weird. I mean, hey, maybe you get to the point where your hand is completely empty and you're just top decking, and everything you play from that play has shock and blitz, and that's worth it. But that seems like something else has probably gone wrong if you're getting both benefits. But maybe there's some OTK jank you can do by organizing like Warramunga stuff to the left side to like blitz things that shouldn't have blitz, like all of a sudden. But then we're getting into like Fairyland like OTK lists, like
yeah. Yeah, no, I do agree. This card is like very, very good, and it will be like what enables or like what drives you to want to play Anzac aggro. My issue was I just don't know if there's enough support for Anzac aggro in this
Yeah,
set. Like we have Dingo, we have Double Sunrise, we have MG Battalion, and then we have like Task Force 44 as a piece of burn. But I just don't know if that's a good enough package to want to
yeah.
include over like something else. Whereas I think Anzac's like slower tools are a little bit better overall. But yeah, if Anzac becomes a reasonable aggro ally, MG Battalion will be like a big reason why.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, I think this one actually might also contribute if you were playing an Anzac ally for an aggro list. So 17th Infantry. Brigade is a 2-cost 1-op 3/2. Deployment deals 2 to a unit, draw a card if deployed from leftmost in hand. Because, yeah, I think this one is... This one's a, like, primo 2-drop. I feel like, this is... It's crazy efficient. Getting the draw is probably a little unlikely. I don't think I'll be honest, I don't think you really care about the draw in most cases, just because this is already probably 2 for 1ing. So like getting the draw is just extra value on top of that. Maybe that's something where it's like, hey, if you're in a control mirror, you can just like wait on this and hold it. And hey, the deployment effect isn't really killing anything, but it's replacing itself. Yeah, this seems like a very, very good 2-drop in a set that already has really good 2-drops. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that this just goes in every Anzac deck. this
fair.
is this is such good rate. It reminds me a lot of Devil's Brigade, the 3-cost 3/2 Blitz
Deal 1, right?
Alpine. Yeah. It reminds me so much of Devil's Brigade, but it's cheaper and deals 1 more point of damage on the deployment. It lacks blitz, but it can draw you a card. So this is going to be like premium anti-aggro in the early game, and it's likely going to be good enough to soften up things in the mid game for trades. It's just a decent unit all around. I think you play this if you're playing aggro, you play this if you're playing tempo. This is decent in mid range, and you probably play it in control just because it's well statted and it removes things.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Next one we've got is two pioneers. It is a 3-cost 1-op 1/6 guard. Other units get 1/1 when you forecast. I think both of us really like this card. I'll admit I had to update my score on this because I misread it. Because I thought this was not when you forecast, but when you played a weather card. Just the first time I was like flipping through everything because I was like, oh, okay, like, I thought this was a smaller effect of similar to the one we were talking about with the +2/+2 on a rain or storm card. But the fact that this triggers on forecast, which is free, damn, like that is a way simpler payoff than having all the weather card payoffs. Um, and I
Yeah.
mean, this just seems like, maybe I'm nuts, but this to me seems like this is survivable Motorise, because I feel like Motorise's weakest part was how squishy it was. And this has 6 health. Like,
Yeah, in my notes, I have literally written down very much akin to Motorise, but more generic with higher quality support, and it's not once per turn.
oh, you're
So
right. It's not once per turn. Oh my god.
oh, it's no, it's not. This is the card I think that enables those tempo weather decks. This is why I rated Task Force 44 as a 5-star card because it pairs so unbelievably well with Pioneers in like a tempo or an aggressive forecasting deck where you're going super wide either with your Jaguar units and your Yokosuka aircraft or with your Brewsters and your Duck. You just start slamming face with the Task Force 44s. Your things are getting buffs. You can do it multiple times. You got burn damage. It's just, oh, and then you got like the sun weathers that you can reduce the op costs, and it's just this is just so unbelievably powerful. I think this is what is going to drive like tempo and aggro forecast to be a potentially meta relevant deck.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. All right, coming to close to the end here. We've got the RAAF Walrus 3-cost 1-op 2/4 fighter deployment forecast becomes veteran at the end of the turn. So veteran side units to the left of this operate for 1 less. I think this is a just completely reasonable card. I think if the veteran deck ever becomes the thing, like this is one of the easiest to like this just veterans all the time, right? Like there's a guaranteed veteran effect. Like there's no way to stop this from vetting. Um And it's another card with forecast, and the effect on it is even pretty good. Where, okay, like, is your opponent really gonna worry that much about clearing this? Like, maybe, but like they probably have better stuff to do with removal than try and get the walrus off the board. So I feel like this is something that just kind of sticks around and keeps providing value for you.
Yeah, this is just a solid unit. 2/4, like I said, sticky. It guarantees a forecast when it comes down, and then immediately flips at the end of turn. This has potential interesting homes. I think it is potentially pretty good as an air card, just because, again, if you're playing like the tempo forecast deck with the boosters, or you're playing like with Jaguar units or whatever, you can just have this into support line. It makes your boosters, your support line aircraft operate for free while also being an aircraft itself. It picks up buffs from your 2-second pioneers, and I think this might be a reason to consider Germany and Zach Hines as a kind of replacement to Greif, because this is, I think, the only other card in the game that will give you a passive op cost reduction while it sits on the board, which is something that Hines is going to desperately miss. It stops the explosiveness of like the combo Hines variants, because you can no longer just drop things, push them, drop things, push them, drop things, push them, without like stopping to spend credits on like a Svard or something. So maybe this slots into that deck, just maybe. But most likely, this is going to be a reason to test like US ANZAC or Japan ANZAC tokens, or like air or whatever. But yeah, just a reasonable unit, a decent forecast trigger, and just a nice little like value effect, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. I do think that the ordering also is this on this is something that's interesting, in the sense that it's like, if you're playing it in like a Heinz list, for example, it's like you can move the stuff from the support line to the front line, and then spend the 1 credit on Walrus to also move it to the front line, and then all the stuff in the front line now still has 0 op cost again. Like, so I think there is some shenanigans you could pull, or similarly with Brewsters, if you've like Yorktown and you have some stuff in the support line, some stuff in the front line, it's like send the backline stuff in, then move Walrus up to the front line, and then send the frontline stuff in. So like there's a lot of cool stuff that you could do with this.
Yeah.
All right, next one we're talking about is the Frogs. To 4-cost 2-op 3/5 tank, ambush, heavy armor 1. Much like every other flamethrower tank, it deals double damage to infantry in the HQ, and units to the left of this have +2 attack. I'll let you start off with this one, because I know I had misinterpreted the way that it worked for a while.
Yeah. This is one of the cards I'm like most excited to play with. This is the type of card I absolutely love, because this can go into so many decks. You can play this in tokens, because like you play this right to the right hand side of the board, and it gives everything in the line to the left with +2 attack. So if you're playing this in the support line with like air cards, for example, all the air cards to the left of it will have +2 attack. If you push it to the front line, all your tokens to the left of it will have +2 attack. So this is just a very potent effect. It can enable air, it can enable tokens. It is a huge mid-range threat. Just dropping this on turn 4 versus a control deck, your opponent has to immediately think about answering it, because if they don't, it just pushes into the front line and deals 6. Not to mention, if you buff the attack like at all, this thing becomes an immense threat. Yeah, this card is just, it's so unbelievably good. It's well statted, it's got great keywords. Ambush, heavy armor are so good. And the fact that it can punish infantry for trying to trade into it in an infantry-focused expansion is pretty good. It's just an all-round solid unit, and something I'm very excited to brew with.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, and I totally agree. The thing that I had to add is that when this initially dropped, I was thinking that it was like, oh, this is kind of like the KFZ, the unit to the left and the right of this get a buff. I did not realize that it is every unit to the left of this gets a buff. And it's like, oh damn, that is a lot better than I was giving it credit for. And I'm already a sucker for the like flamethrower effects. Stuff triggering double damage is like crazy how quickly that can scale and get out of control. And like you said, any sort of buff makes this a potential game ender if your opponent doesn't take care of it.
Yeah.
So
like we saw how quickly things like the Henschel got out of hand while that was
Oh,
dealing
yeah.
double damage. So
I mean, the thing that stops this from kind of being crazy with something like the double sunrise card, right, is the fact that it's like, hey, if you're playing this, that's kind of implying that you have a wide board, right? So it's like the chances of this getting hit with double sunrise is decreased, because it's like, all right, if this came down as like a 5-7, like you're swinging for 10 into an HQ pretty easily, and it's a beefy boy that you got to deal with somehow. Like that's not easy to handle. Um, all right, last but not least is Anzac Spirit. 8 cost order, deals 2 to all enemies, draws 2 cards, gains 2 credit slots. You like this one a lot more than I do, so I will let you start.
Yeah, I will have to talk about ramp.
Yeah. I figured.
Just with this card, because this card also relies very much on cards coming back this expansion. So first and foremost, this is pretty much a strict upgrade on Bomber Mafia. Bomber Mafia was like 4K, develop a US aircraft or a US bomber, and if you had 5 extra credits, it would deal 2 to the board. That saw a ton of play during Blood and Iron because ramp was the deck of the format. Bomber Mafia gave the deck a ton of value, as well as being able to clear aggro boards. Bomber Mafia, it did fall out of play when Production Order got rotated, because it could no longer develop the 6.5 Blitz Bomber, the B-26, I think it was. So it did see significantly less play from then on, but was still played in decks like Throp, just for the board clear. Anzac Spirit is a much better version of Bomber Mafia because it comes down a turn earlier, because you don't have to wait until you have 9 credits, like you did with Bomber Mafia. This just 8 credits, play this, it does the thing. And it's a much nicer number in terms of ramp, because you play a turn 5 War Bonds and you can immediately play a turn 6 Anzac Spirit. Because the War Bonds ramps you to 7, you untap with 8, Anzac Spirit, you ramps you to 11 on the following turn. So that's the first reason I think this card is like pretty solid. The second reason is that this deals damage to all enemies, which is really, really important to note. It deals damage to the HQ, so it's basically a desperate measures strapped to this, which can be relevant. I have lost a lot of ramp games, like super drawn out ramp games, to just being 1 or 2 damage off lethal. This will come up in games, and it's nice that this does hit the HQ. And obviously then this will draw you 2 cards and gain you 2 credit slots. One of the things that ramp has historically struggled with is card economy. Because you dedicate so many card slots to the ramp spells themselves, while you're spending ramp, you're not drawing cards. This, being a card draw spell, is very, very nice. The fact that it is a card draw spell tacked onto removal is also very, very good, because historically, I'm talking like Blood and Iron, when ramp was a really, really good deck. Brit main ramp, you would run carpet bombing, you'd be running your wave after waves, you'd be running convoy HX, whatever it is, the 3 credit draw 2. Yeah. Frequently, you would have to decide in like the mid game or towards the late game whether or not you were clearing the board, or if you were going to draw and try and find something else to do. The fact that this just does both is very, very nice. And then the gaining 2 extra credit slots, ramping you straight to 11, meaning on the following turn to be at 12, and then the rest of your ramp for the rest of the game will accelerate you even further beyond. Will be relevant when I talk about why I think ramp is going to be a potential meta deck, or a potential like outside meta threat, because it's important to note that in the rotation, Quartermasters is coming back. Quartermasters is a 4 credit 2/5 that whenever you gain an extra credit slot, you draw a card. What Quartermasters does for ramp is it turns your dead ramp in the late game into card draw. Ramp, again, like I said, ramp has struggled historically with card draw. So being able to translate the dead ramp to card draw while also continuing to accelerate beyond 12 is relevant, because, again, another thing that ramp has kind of struggled for is a definitive win condition. It's normally tried to win through value options. But with the sheer amount of ramp in the format, with your war machines, with your war bonds, with your Enzans, with your Anzac Spirit, I think I was already considering B-26 Super Fortress plus like 1-2-3's Michigan combo as a potential win condition. And after the buff to Super Fortress
Yeah.
now always costing 12 and
yeah.
actually having a decent deployment effect, I am even more sold on the idea that Michigan's 123 Super Fortress is an actual viable win condition for ramp. You have enough credit gain to push you to a point where you can very easily pull off the combo. You have enough card draw to very easily find the combo pieces thanks to Quartermasters and Anzac Spirit. And the deck, I think, has enough pieces of early game and anti-aggro tools in the form of the returning Jasko, as well as the 2 copies of Seahawk the deck naturally will be running, to blank aggro enough to buy you enough time to find your answers that I genuinely think Ramp has an outside shot of being a very good deck. And I do think like Anzac Spirit is going to be a very important part of that because, again, US struggles with AoE. Most of the AoE only hits backline. With Anzac Spirit, with things like, Naval Battle, I think we might have just enough to be like just good enough into a lot of the other decks in the format. I don't know. Maybe I am like having a big hit of hopium here, but I do genuinely think Ramp is going to be better than people think it's going to be. And I do think Anzac Spirit is going to be a really important card in making Ramp a solid deck. Now, I am more than happy to like eat my words in a month's time when Ramp is like a terrible deck and Anzac Spirit's unplayable. But I do like just from looking at the cards and like just from an analyzing like standpoint, I do genuinely think there's a chance.
All right. So I guess I mean I think you definitely looked at it from like a more holistic picture than I did, because I was just trying to look at this specific card to see like, okay, is this card good? Rather than, because I definitely was not thinking about like, oh, what's rotating back in, what's, like obviously like, hey, there's clear decks where this is getting played in, but is this good in those? And I guess from so I guess to back up, I feel like there's 2 types of like do everything cards. There's the like Swiss Army knife cards that are like, the forecast cards that we're seeing, like the bond and develop cards where it's like they give you options to pick from and you pick one of 3 or whatever happens to be the most appropriate, right? So it gives you the ability to respond to whatever the state of the board is. And then there's cards like Anzac Spirit, which is the do everything card in the sense that it just throws spaghetti at the wall to see like what sticks. And the problem is that it's like you are always paying for all the spaghetti you throw, even if you don't care about some of it, right? Like, like, like if you are getting the full payoff of this is a board clear and this is a ramp and this is drawing you, it's like, yeah, that's totally worth 8 credits. If their board is empty, but you need to play Anzac Spirit, it's like, okay, I don't know if ramp 2 draw 2 is worth 8, because that now kind of seems overcosted. But you also don't want to hold it, right? Because then like the ramping part of it starts to peter out a bit. So like I feel like that's where I'm struggling with, is that it's like, if this gets the full like, hey, everything lands in a good way, that like the abilities that are on here are probably worth like 10 credits worth of stuff that it's doing. But that does require that like all of those things land in a way that's helpful. I'll be honest, I would rate this card much, much higher if you took every number on it and cut it in half. Like if this was a 4-cost, draw 1, deal 1 to everything, gain a credit slot, I would be like, okay, now we're talking, because there's a lot more flexibility here. You can kind of fit this into other turns. Like, this being basically a big bomb card is weird to me for some of the payoff that you're paying to be that ramping part of it. Um, yeah. I mean, I'm in the same boat where it's like I'm ready to be proven wrong and have, get absolutely shellacked by people with 16 credits on like turn 10 or something. But like it is something where I'm just like, I'm not really sure like if you're playing a like crazy ramp deck, are you cutting other ramp cards to make this fit? Or are you like that focused on ramping that you're including like full war machine, full war bonds, Anzans, and Anzac Spirit? And it's just like, damn. And in addition to, who knows, 15th engineers and whatever else happens to exist, like, I don't know. This one just seems like the easiest option to cut, to be like, okay, this is a potential dead draw until it gets later in the game and is awkward otherwise. Like, I'm interested to see, but
Yeah, I mean, realistically, your take is probably the correct one, but I just have to believe that.
I guess we might just have different opinions about ramp as a whole. Maybe is where this is coming from.
Maybe.
Like, there's hopium and copium, and like I'm definitely. um, so, all right, I think that is at the last card of the set. I guess now that we're 5 hours in, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share? Otherwise, I could let you go and I'm sure use the bathroom, go to bed, like
I do want to say that overall, I like this set quite a bit. Um, 1939 has been doing a pretty good job of trying to like steer the game back in a better direction after like what we had during naval warfare, where like
Yeah.
every deck was just playing orders and burning you out. Now we're still haunted by the ghosts of naval warfare. There's still like a lot of burn and stuff that was printed in naval warfare that's seeing a ton of play right now, like a ton of like US or Germany, Italy, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. They're all very, very popular still because of a lot of the burn orders that naval warfare gave us. But we seem to be slowly getting back closer to what like the meta was during Blood and Iron, which was like a lot more of a units on board ramping mid range style meta, which I think is healthier for the game overall. So yeah, I think this is going in a good direction. I think most of the Anzac cards are really, really well designed. They're very, very interesting. There's a few not so great commons, but
stinkers. Yeah, that's gonna
yeah,
happen.
but we'll forgive that. The rest of the set seems fairly solid. Like I didn't have many 1-star cards and I didn't have many 5-star cards, but that's usually how I rate things regardless. I'm normally fairly stingy with 1 and 5 stars. But there was a very high density of 4 and 3-star cards for me, which is a good sign.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I generally agree. The one thing that I do worry about is moving forward, because it's like, hey, this has already happened. Like, there's a history of it. Like, there's a reason why we joke so much about Poland, right? Is that it's like, hey, you guys already were kind of having some struggles, like making it so that every nation got good cards in every expansion, and you've added now another nation. So I'll be honest, I'm a little worried when it like, are we going to get like bigger sets moving forward because hey, now we have another minor nation that needs to have cards added to it, or are we going to see fewer cards in the other minor nations to make sure Anzac also gets cards? And it's like, well, if that starts happening, like, are we going to start making fun of like France in the future if the next expansion it gets a couple more stinkers and then a couple more stinkers, now France is unplayable? Like, I that's where I'm a little worried, just from a like, okay, we're introducing a new nation, like what that means to the game. But overall, I do think I agree that as far as things go, it's like this seems like a much more healthy direction, and I do like Forecast a lot more than the closest comparison, which is like Retribution, right?
Yeah.
Just because it provides you more control as the player as to like what you get out of these cards. Because I mean, I feel like I came in sort of at the tail end of the Retribution like cycle of cards, but those were like, sometimes you'd get the perfect things that you needed for the game state you were in, and sometimes you'd be presented with 3 garbage options that did nothing, and you're just like, well, this sucks. At least with the weather thing, it's like you can control like the sort of the direction of the weather that you're generating, and then it gives you options. So it's like, even if maybe you get the 2-cost rain card that's a suppress and you don't really need suppress, so you take the 4-cost instead, and it's like, okay, but this still has the effect on board that I was trying to aim for, even if it's not the right cost that I was looking for. But overall, yeah, I'm in your boat where it's just like, hey, this seems pretty positive. And again, my main critical feedback is just like, guys, don't be afraid to put more keywords in the game. Like, if you're gonna be copy pasting effects on cards, it's like, actually, I can't even believe I didn't say it, but like, why is leftmost and rightmost not keyworded? Like give that a keyword. Like, you know.
I think it's more so because they have cards that trigger exclusively leftmost or exclusively rightmost. If there were the keyword, it would be either side, so it'd be just outcast.
Yeah, I get that. It's just funny to like see the same text copy pasted over and over again, and it's like, this is the entire point of having a keyword in a game, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you're repeating yourself over and over and over again, just make it a keyword somehow. Like, all right, man. Well, thank you for spending the time with me, and look forward to, seeing what you cook up, and seeing. I assume that. Do you have any streams planned for the rest of the week, or how's it looking
I
over there?
Not off the top of my head. I'll try and stream, I think, on probably Friday, maybe. If I have time, I'll see. I'm working all the time, so
Gotcha.
time is not on my side at the moment. But there will definitely be a ton of videos coming out. I have a lot of deck ideas for the new cards. This has been, I think, one of the more interesting sets in terms of like interesting me as a deck builder, because Homefront was fine, but it didn't have that many neat ideas. Whereas with this set, there's a lot of stuff in my head. So
Yeah, that's fair. All right, cool. Well, thanks for joining me today, and
yeah,
I hope everyone who tuned in has a good one. All right.
take care now.